Hey, good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of the Benzinga Small Cap Healthcare Conference, the Green Track. You know why it's called the Green Track? You know why we called it that? Because this is the track where the money is made. That's a fact. Not the other track is the blue track. That's where they I don't know what they do over there, but on this track we make money. That's the goal of this track. All day content. We got like 10 or 12 presentations today going till like 5 o'clock in the afternoon. We got education, we got panels, we got investor presentations. We're talking small cap healthcare stocks once again. Let's get the show off to a good start by doing, you all know I'm going to ask you for it. Just take a second out of your life, and I'll put the fancy graphic on the screen and smash that like button. It's the thumbs up. It's the one with the thumbs up, not the one with the thumbs down. It's the thumbs up button. Hit that for me. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Let's get more likes than those other guys over on the blue track. We definitely want more likes than them. And we're going to get it. If I have to sit here, if I have to resort to shameful things, I will do it. No, I probably won't. There's a line here, a line of good taste. But all right, let's get the show on the road. Before I bring on our first presentation, I will remind you once again, you can win a free 1-year subscription of Benzinga Pro today. All you have to do is scan the code that's on the screen and wait for me to bring up questions throughout the day. You don't even have to get them right. Just close your eyes and hit one of them. And at the end of the day, we will be randomly selecting one person and give them a 1-year subscription to Benzinga Pro, about a $1,200-$1,300 value for free today by scanning the code. Okay, I'm taking the code off now. It'll be back later, but I'm taking it off for now. You had 10 seconds to do that. All right, I'm excited. You're excited. Who's in the chat? Are they excited? Sue's excited. Sean's excited. Sorrowful Owl is here. Hello, Sorrowful Owl. I'm not sure why you're feeling so sorrowful, but it's a good day. It's a good day to talk healthcare stocks. So let's start with our first presentation of the day. Full disclosure, this presentation, the speaker was unable to join us live. So this is a pre-recorded presentation with Guy Goldberg. He's its Chief Business Officer of RedHill BioPharma, ticker RDHL. And actually, before I throw it to Guy, I just want to say once again, as I say for all these presentations, okay, these conferences take literally months for Benzinga to put together. We have an entire team devoted to these conferences and assembling the speaker pool. Okay, everyone who is at this conference today and yesterday are partnered with Benzinga. That's why this show is demonetized on YouTube. So just everyone knows that just like a real conference where we would have paid speakers, that's how it works in a virtual conference as well. All that being said, it is 9:31. We're already a minute behind schedule. This is not good. This is not good. Let's get Guy Goldberg on. Again, a pre-recorded presentation. RedHill BioPharma. Producer Rohan, roll the video.
Spencer. It's a pleasure to be presenting today at the Benzinga Healthcare Small Cap Conference. I will be making forward-looking statements. Please see our filings for a full disclosure of the risks. So RedHill, for those of you not familiar with us, we're a publicly listed U.S. specialty biopharmaceutical company. Our ticker is RDHL. Our primary focus is commercialization and development of drugs for gastrointestinal disease and infectious disease. I will be talking about different aspects of our company today with a major focus on our R&D, specifically opaganib. This is the product we announced top-line results for in our global phase 2/3 study. And as we have announced, while we were disappointed not to meet our primary endpoint, opaganib did show a consistent benefit in the opaganib arm versus placebo, and we're currently analyzing the study results, especially with an eye to earlier stage patients. And there will be an upcoming webcast with new data from that study soon. Our second program that we'll be talking about is RHB-107, opamstat. That's our other COVID program. We have an ongoing phase 2/3 study with this drug in an outpatient setting, which is the largest subgroup in COVID. This is a novel once daily oral pill, and we have a lot to talk about with this one as well. And then finally, we'll be talking about these 3 drugs you see at the bottom. Movantik, Talicia, and Cola, which comprise of our 3 FDA-approved products we promote in the United States, out of our headquarters in Raleigh, North Carolina, with 100 sales reps. And we recently announced our financial results for second quarter, and I'll discuss some of those highlights also. This is our full pipeline. As I mentioned, our three commercial products at the top: Talicia for H. pylori infection, Movantik for opioid-induced constipation, and then Cola for traveler's diarrhea. And then at the bottom part of the slide, our full R&D pipeline. The COVID programs that I mentioned in the beginning at the bottom here are Opaganib and RHB-107. Also talk about RHB-204 for NTM disease. This is a phase 3 study that we have ongoing. Very exciting indication, as there's nothing approved first line by FDA to treat NTM disease. This is a snapshot of the company, of where we want to grow to and what we want to become. Right now, we promote these 3 products. We have a full pipeline of products that are tomorrow's or commercial products, we hope, if we get approved. And with the platform, the commercial platform that we've built of 100 sales reps, we hope to grow and to become a leading U.S. specialty pharmaceutical company. Our financial highlights, as of the second quarter, we have $71.5 million in cash, and the market cap, which of course changes on a regular basis, but that is as of the last time we updated the presentation. So turning to our commercial operations, we have a strong U.S. presence. Our commercial headquarters and our U.S.-wide operations have in-house all the key skill sets you'd want to see in the commercial operations, not just on the sales side of things, but also marketing, managed markets, market access, which are very, very important, as well as supply chain, medical affairs, and compliance. The team is very seasoned. A lot of executives out of Salix, which was the #1 GI company in the world before it was bought out by Valeant. And we've shown to be a very resilient organization despite the challenging conditions of the pandemic. Here you see our quarterly net revenue numbers, and you see that they stay pretty consistent, even though nationwide pharmaceutical RX numbers are down significantly, and have been since the beginning of the pandemic. So we've been able to show that we're resilient, and we hope that with the pandemic achieving new normalcy all the time, that number will continue to grow, and we hope that we'll be able to report a very good second half of the year through Q3 and Q4. Now I'll talk about the commercial product specifically. Movantik first. This is a drug for the treatment of opioid-induced constipation in adults with chronic non-cancer pain. Oral naloxone tablets. It was approved in the U.S. in 2014, launched by AstraZeneca in 2015. They did a great job making this the brand leader. It was the first Pamora drug of its class approved, and it stayed as the brand leader since launch. This is the market as a whole. There are about 50 million Americans with chronic pain. A significant number of them are prescribed opioids, and a significant number of those opioid users have OIC. And of those, a significant number have little to no benefit from constipation treatments. So it's a fairly large market and room to grow because of the significant unmet need that we still see with these patients. Again, constipation is the #1 side effect of opioid-induced constipation. Movantik is part of the Pamora class of drugs. It's a class of drugs designed specifically to address this issue, and because it's designed specifically for this indication, it's a very effective drug and very well received by doctors and physicians. In fact, there's been over 2 million prescriptions written for it since launch. And as I mentioned, Movantik is the #1 prescribed drug in its class, in the Pamora class, with great coverage. 9 out of 10 lives are covered both on the commercial and the government side, which means we have a good ability for patients to access this drug. I'll now switch gears and talk about Talicia. So Talicia is addressing a big unmet medical need in H. pylori. And H. pylori infection is a serious infection. It's a carcinogen. It's typically an infection you get as a child, and it stays with you throughout your adult. In many people, it can create clinical issues such as gastric cancer or peptic ulcer disease, among others. That's why when it's diagnosed by a physician, it will be treated immediately. And the way it's treated is with a triple drug combination, typically clarithromycin or metronidazole, led a combination. And the problem is that over time, that approach is shown to be less and less effective as the bacteria has grown to be more and more resistant to that standard of care. So there's a big unmet medical need here for a drug to address the growing resistance to clarithromycin. And in fact, both the WHO and the FDA have identified H. pylori as a high priority for new treatments. We have developed Talicia, which is a triple drug combination, taking out clarithromycin, which is the product that has the resistance issue, and putting in rifabutin. And what we saw in the clinical studies is very nice effectiveness. In this patient population, we got approved by FDA, and we launched the product in March 2020. Right now, promoting to about 25,000 healthcare professionals, and you can see here some of the marketing pieces that we have that have been developed by our commercial team. Our growth trajectory still since launch has been something we're proud of. We see the growth even with the challenging environment of COVID, which for a new product launch is definitely a challenge. Yet we've been able to show some very nice growth, including in Q2, which is what we recently announced in our earnings call, which we showed over 10% quarter-over-quarter growth. We continue to get better and better coverage, which is also very important in this drug category. Right now, 8 out of 10 commercial lives, 6 out of 10 government lives. We continue to get wins, and we continue to hope to improve that coverage over time. To summarize Talicia, this is a product that we've launched for H. pylori. It's a relatively large indication with an unmet medical need. We've developed a drug with great efficacy, addressing the concerns of resistance, which is a top priority from a public health professional and something that's very concerning to physicians as well. And we're aiming for Talicia to become the new gold standard, the new preferred first-line treatment for H. pylori infection. Our third product is Aemcolo. This is a product for the treatment of traveler's diarrhea by non-invasive strains of E. coli, a serious problem for travelers, especially from the United States, who are going to medium high-risk countries, typically developing.
We may have lost Guy's audio there for a minute because I can't hear that at all. So, producer Rohan, if you're around, okay. While we work on getting Guy's audio back, let me just answer the question in the chat. NNVC. When does NNVC come on? I'll tell you. NNVC is on at 10 to a half hour, actually. 10:10. Unfortunately, that is not on my track. That's on the other track. So here, let's see if I can get this going. No. All right. While we get guys audio fixed, so NNVC, Anil, to answer the chat, it's 10:10. It's a half hour from now. It's on the blue track though. So there's that. Okay. While we get here, let me take Guy's presentation off. And don't know what happened to our audio there, but producer Rohan's gonna get him back. Let me do some Slido. I mentioned this before at the top of the show, giving away a free 1-year subscription to Benzinga Pro. I hate this microphone. Actually, I don't hate it. I like it, but it just gets in the way a lot. So let's bring up the Slido. Let's go. See, there's no wrong answer with this question. There's no wrong answer here. You just scan the code. You answer. You pick one of them. You don't even have to. There's actually more. There's many answers. Yeah, you got to scroll, right? And just by answering this question, we could give you free 1-year sub. Benzinga Pro. Check it out. If you don't know what Benzinga Pro is, pro.benzinga.com. It's Benzinga's real-time news and research platform. Something else I want to plug while we have time is this guy, as I bring it up on the screen. Bam! Bam! BZ Cannabis Capital Conference. 13 days, 14 hours, 16 minutes, 29, now 28 seconds. Our first in-person conference since before COVID-19. I'm so excited. I'll be there. Jason Raznick, our CEO, will be there. Javier Haas, managing editor at Benzinga, will be there. But you don't care about that. You care about the agenda, right? You care about the speakers. Let me show you right now. Whoa. Look at this. Kim Rivers, CEO of TrueLeave. All right. We're talking big name companies that you've heard of, right? Body and Mind. Let me keep going here. The parent company. Akerna. Y'all know Akerna? These are big name cannabis companies. If you don't know them, then you don't know cannabis. 2-day conference, bzcannabis.com. Let me try to get, I think we may have Guy's audio fixed. Let's see if we do.
Severe COVID pneumonia.
Okay, we do.
This was a very large study, global study, 475 patients. And what we saw here is, first, and disappointingly, the study did not meet its primary endpoint, and we were frustrated from that, of course. But we did see in the analysis, at least this very initial analysis that we've done, is a potential effect in the subset of patients requiring less oxygen. So this is patients who are earlier in the disease where antiviral activity is more important. And we believe the antiviral effect of opaganib is very important to its mechanism of action. So what we're doing now is we're analyzing the data, and we will have a webcast soon with additional information from the study. And we hope that will provide guidance regarding future development work that we're doing with opaganib in COVID-19. Our second product is upamostat for RHB107, or RHB107, which we're also developing in a number of indications, including COVID. So this is a serine protease inhibitor that has also been through a lot of preclinical work similar to opaganib. And where we developed this drug is in the non-hospitalized patient population with symptomatic COVID. So this is a less severe population, and we have an ongoing US phase 2/3 study going right now. And we've also had the study approved in South Africa and additional sites in the United States in order to accelerate recruitment. This is a little bit about our study design, 310 patients to be enrolled in a 2-part, multi-centered, randomized, double-blind, placebo-controlled study. We've brought in a lot of innovative methods in order to make it work from home, given COVID and all the sensitivity around doing a COVID study. And very importantly, the primary endpoint is time to sustained recovery, which is a very good, well-established endpoint. We're testing patients for various viral strains. And as I mentioned, we're taking a lot of steps to accelerate recruitment of the study. As a reminder about RHB107, it's a once daily orally administered treatment, and it's given earlier in the course of disease. And we think that because it targets the host cell, that it could be effective against the various variants that we hear and are very concerned about. So the profile of this drug is very attractive, and if it's successful in the study, will be a very important tool in the battle against COVID. In the last few minutes that I have, I'll talk about RHB204 for NTM disease. A little bit of background in NTM disease for the listeners who may not be familiar. This is a very difficult to treat infection. There's no FDA-approved first-line standard of care. This bacteria are ubiquitous. It's a pulmonary disease, and when you get it, it pretty much stays with you your entire life and has to be treated with long-term dosing with 3 or more antibiotics. Nothing approved first line, so there's a very big unmet medical need here. And even though it's an orphan disease, there's a significant number of patients, about 110,000 patients, probably more, since these numbers are from 2017. So what we've done is we've developed RHB-204, which is an all-in-one combination of 3 antibiotic drugs, each known to be active against NTM from the literature that's been seen with them in this disease. And what we're doing is we're developing this drug as a first-line treatment. Again, there's nothing approved first-line in this study that you see here. So it's a 125 subject study, multi-center randomized double-blind placebo-controlled study in 40 clinical sites in the United States. And this is a two-part study. So this is to keep in line with some of the feedback we got from FDA about how they would like to see this clinical study designed. Very importantly, primary endpoints in line with recent FDA feedback is first sputum culture conversion, which is a more traditional endpoint in NTM disease at month 6 of treatment, and a quality of life questionnaire, which we're also doing from baseline to month 6. So a very exciting study for us. This study is ongoing and recruiting, and we're also looking for ways to improve recruitment with this study as well. Certainly pulmonary clinical studies have also been affected by the pandemic and the concern about doing studies in this climate. But we are moving forward with this, and we're taking all the precautions so we can do the study safely and effectively. So with that, I'll just summarize in a couple minutes who we are, what we have, and then I'll turn it back over to Spencer. So RedHill is a NASDAQ listed company, US focused in GI and infectious disease. We recently announced top line data in opaganib, which showed some promising signals, even though we did not meet our primary endpoint, and we'll be having an upcoming webcast with some of the data from that study soon. We have a second COVID-19 program, RHB-107 or opemostat, that's in an ongoing phase 2-3 study in an outpatient setting. We think this drug has a lot of promise, so there are a lot of big pharma in this race. We think that we are the David versus Goliath here, and we have a lot of promise with our drug and a very attractive profile in being a novel once daily oral pill. In addition to our other R&D products, we also have a commercial operation promoting 3 FDA approved products, Movantik, which we acquired from AstraZeneca and have now made this a RedHill product, and this is for opioid-induced constipation. Talicia for H. pylori infection, very important indication. We developed this product in-house and are now launching it with proprietary commercial team. And then Cola, which we acquired from Cosmo, along with the strategic investment. And this will be an important product once international travel comes back. Their commercial operation is led by a very experienced Salix team. We had record quarterly revenues in Q2, showing increases in scripts, both for Talicia and Movantik. And we're very excited about what the rest of the year holds, both for our commercial operation and our R&D. So with that, I'd like to thank Benzinga for inviting us to participate, and I'll turn it over to Spencer for concluding remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Guy Goldberg, again, the Chief Business Officer of RedHill BioPharma. Let's move on to our next speaker here, our first live speaker of the day on the Green Track, Bill Hinshaw. There he is. He's the president and CEO of AXLA Health, ticker AXLA. Bill, how are we doing today?
Doing great, Spencer. How about you?
Doing fantastic. I see your slides. Guys, let's bring the slides to the front of the screen. There we go. Bill, I'm going to give you the floor, sir.
Excellent. Thank you, Spencer. Thanks, Benzinga, for having us, and for everybody for your time and interest in what we believe is a very exciting company here at AXLA Health. So today, of course, I'll tell you about the company, our key programs, and why we're excited about right now with AXLA. So let's start with, of course, the fact that I'll be making some forward-looking statements, and I refer you to our safe harbor statements, both on our website and our SEC filings. And, most of your audience will be familiar with Flagship Pioneering as the founder of Moderna. And we were founded by Flagship as well. And why I start with that is at the core of all of those companies is a fundamental big question that, if it's answered, has the potential to be transformational and work at a large scale. And in the case of AXLA Health, what that is what if we could use endogenous molecules to reset, and the key word here is multiple biological pathways at the same time, improve cellular bioenergetics, and by doing so, restore homeostasis, specifically in complex diseases. And it turns out that our compositions of endogenous metabolic modulators can and have indeed done that. So that has allowed us to build a rapidly advancing clinical stage biotech company, as Spencer said, listed on NASDAQ with AXLA. Now, what are the highlights of this? We actually have 2 ongoing major phase 2 programs in important liver diseases. The first is AXA 1665 in a disease called overt hepatic encephalopathy. This is a large, i.e. $1 billion growing market that is underserved by the current standards of care, and our differentiated multi-targeted agent with a safe and well-tolerated oral profile offers the potential to first improve on and then become the standard of care. Now, if you move into the middle with AXA 1125, we're looking at NASH, a very large, complex metabolic disease where 1125 in 2 consecutive studies has demonstrated impact across all the key biologies, done that with a safe and well-tolerated profile. And that data led the investigators that we work with to say that this could be a profound first-line therapy, as well as have important differentiation in 2 major important groups. Type 2 diabetics, which are up to 40% of the population and where we've shown to date differentiated data, and the pediatric population. So this is in a phase 2 trial and advancing rapidly. And then we have an exciting finding in terms of our science, where we have demonstrated the ability to impact bioenergetics and restore mitochondrial function. And that allows us to move rapidly into a clinical proof of concept and then into a registration trial. Now we have cash runway into the 3rd quarter of 22, past key milestones, and we have a strong and experienced leadership team that has allowed us to execute time and time again. So let's look at the science behind Axcella. And that starts with these endogenous metabolic modulators, which are in fact powerful signaling agents and master regulators. Why does that matter, and where are we looking to work? Most of the companies that you're talking to or listening to are actually focused on an important area, which is single targets and single pathways. And that's worked for, quote, relatively straightforward diseases. But there's a big problem out there that is yet unresolved, and that is complex diseases. And that's where Axcella Health's endogenous metabolic modulators, or EMM compositions, come together. And we put together specifically designed compositions of amino acids, which are powerful regulators. They restore mitochondrial function, and they affect important mitochondrial function along with inflammation. And our data has demonstrated important therapeutic benefit areas that you see listed across the slide. So let's then move from the base of the science to the model, because we have several distinct advantages at Axcella. One is the science and how we design. The second is the development model. And what you'll see across this slide is the traditional standard approach, which leads up to 7 years to reach to phase 2 and works through a series of risky steps to get there. In our case, for both of our lead liver programs, we have moved from concept to phase 2 inside of 4 years, reducing the time roughly in half, and most importantly, providing significant information. Because of the nature of our constituents, we're able to test in a non-IND setting safety, tolerability, structure, and function, which allows us to have a lot of information. You see on the right-hand side, we're talking about reducing risk through information. So we have data on safety and tolerability, activity, as well as dosing. And that has allowed us to move very rapidly into these key programs. So this gives us confidence, information, and the chance to work with the regulators and the medical community. And so we've turned that into 2 major programs. Let me start with 1665 in overt hepatic encephalopathy. This is an important liver disease of cirrhosis. One of the major complications is neurocognitive impairment. And this is driven by a number of factors. One is you have reduced liver function. That leads to increased waste products, including ammonia and aromatic amino acids. The muscle tries to help as a metabolic organ, but it ends up creating sarcopenia and wasting away and produces more negative waste products. So it's a truly vicious cycle. Now, the standards of care for overt hepatic encephalopathy work in an indirect way only on ammonia. And the lead compound, lactulose, has a difficulty in terms of you're dosing large volumes of liquid, bad tasting a day to reach a number of loose stools a day. So for these patients, it's a difficult proposition. And so we also see breakthrough while on therapy, and there are no effective treatments for sarcopenia and frailty. So this large marketplace, again, $1 billion and growing, with a huge impact on the healthcare system. You'll see the number up to $7 billion in impact annually just in hospitalization alone. So we have tested 2 consecutive studies to move into our phase 2B. Both have been positive. Let me show just a highlight of some data and the mechanism based on the time that we have. So this shows on the left-hand side the important drivers of the disease: ammonia, reduced muscle function, amino acid imbalance, and neurocognitive impairment. The middle looks at key targets and pathways, and we're able, with the composition of 8 amino acids and derivatives you see on the right, to put together an important composition to address all of these at the same time. Inherently, we're combination therapy in a complex disease. And this has led to many important findings on biomarkers and proof of mechanism. This, however, is the most important data from our most recent trial, the 002 study as presented at DDW. And so we tested 3 different neurocognitive measures: the CFF, the Stroop on-off test, and the most important, which you see at the top in the orange box, the PHES, or psychometric hepatic encephalopathy score. What this shows you are the following key takeaways. Number 1, that with our dose dependency, you see a nice response there. Number 2, that you see that we reach a statistically significant difference in just 16 weeks in this trial that reaches a greater than 2-point improvement in the PHES. That's clinically relevant and comparable to the current standards of care. And number 3, if you look on the right-hand side, that was achieved, again, in just 16 weeks in a majority of these subjects. So this data, along with the mechanism data that we've shown the investigators, had led them to be very excited about the consistency, the magnitude of the data across the different mechanisms, and the safe and well-tolerated profile. They're excited, and that led us to the FDA and the opportunity to initiate the EMPOWER study. So this is a phase 2 clinical study which looks at AXA 1665 in 1 dose versus placebo on top of the standard of care. This will allow us to understand our additional benefit, and we are stratifying for lactulose and rifaximin. So these patients are enriched to have had an OHE event, which means they're more likely to have another one. And so we're going to be able to test our hypothesis in a very efficient fashion and move forward. And we're excited to have initiated this study earlier this year and look forward to updating you in the future about its progress. Now, when we think about another important liver disease in NASH, so this is non-alcoholic steatohepatitis. It is an extremely large disease. We're talking up to 40 million Americans are facing this with no approved therapies to date. Now, they are important comorbidities. Diabetes can be up to at least 40% of these patients. They're coming in on up to 5 to 7 medications, and it's a very complex disease. So there's a lot of combination work already because they know in the industry and the medical community how important that's going to be. Now, unfortunately, also 1 in 10 of our children in America suffer from NASH already, and the lifetime costs are enormous. So in the case of 1125, what we have put together, again, is a composition of 6 amino acids to address the 3 core drivers: metabolism, inflammation, and fibrosis. And again, in the middle of this slide, you will see the key pathways: AMPK, PPAR alpha, NF kappa beta, TGF beta, et cetera. These are all targets of individual drugs. And yet we, because we're inherently combination therapy, can address them all at the same time. And that, again, we have 2 consecutive positive studies with 1125. And I'll show you the key highlight of the data across these mechanisms, which is these are thresholds that if you achieve these thresholds, it correlates with the important regulatory and histological outcomes that the medical community is looking for. So on the top, you'll see all subjects. On the bottom, you'll see the diabetic subjects. And what you'll see is whether it's MRI, PDFF, ALT, or CT1, we are reaching important thresholds in 35 to 45% of the patients in all subjects and up to 65% of the subjects in diabetics. Now, a couple of key statements around this. Number one, this data was done in only, in this case, 16 weeks. We are looking forward to continuing that data because our hypothesis is that the longer we give our product, the likelihood of benefit is going to increase. Number two is, again, you'll see this difference in the diabetic subjects. They're a large population, they're difficult to treat, and the words of Dr. Harrison, who's the most extensively experienced investigator in the field, this has the potential to be a true game changer for these patients. So we're really looking forward to continuing to advance this program. And in fact, that's what we've been able to do with clearing our IND and moving directly into a phase 2B trial called IMPACT. Now, this is going to be a 48-week paired biopsy study looking at 2 doses of AXA 1125 versus a placebo. We are looking in the F2, F3 greater than NASDAQ score 4 range of patients, and all the standard state-of-the-art measures will be taken, including an interim analysis at 24 weeks for a meaningful proportion of patients that will be reporting out middle of next year as our current plans. This trial is doing very well in terms of uptake, and we're excited because we have an efficient trial that is going to showcase the multi-targeted mechanism of our product based on existing data. That's the middle dose that you see in this graphic. And because of our safety profile we've demonstrated to date, we're dosing higher as well. And so we're very much looking forward to bringing both of these programs forward, as well as the important advances that we have from our pipeline that I mentioned in terms of bioenergetics and mitochondrial function. And we'll be updating you later this year on the progress that we plan there. So once we get people excited about the science and the data and the mechanism and the safety and tolerability with such a differentiated approach, we then, of course, get the question of, do you have intellectual property? And the answer is fundamentally absolutely. In fact, we have composition and method of use patents on our lead programs. On the left-hand side, you'll see our strategy to appropriately protect our innovation. The first is composition method of use. The second is a platform or mechanistic approach. And the third is formulation and manufacturing, allowing us to put together an appropriate matrix here in this setting. Now, on the right-hand side, you'll see that we have a global scale to this, and indeed that is the case. So from this standpoint, we're doing very well overall in terms of our science, our intellectual property, and our cash balance puts us at $78 million through June of this year with cash and marketable securities. Again, this gets us past key milestones next year, and we're excited about the progress that the company has made under the leadership team that I'm fortunate to work with. So you can see here some excellent leaders with great backgrounds in companies. And again, our board of directors is a fantastic strategic experience group led by David Epstein, former head of Novartis Pharma, Stephen Hoag from Moderna Therapeutics, Greg Behar from Nestle Health Sciences, and others that have allowed us to put into a great performance and track record to date. So I thank you for your time and attention today. I wish you great health. Thank you for your interest in Axcella, and we look forward to really transforming the lives of people with complex diseases and advancing our phase 2 programs and platform. Thank you very much, Spencer, for the opportunity.
Bill Hinshaw, thank you very much. President and CEO of Axcella Health, ticker AXLA. Bill, thanks so much for presenting today at the Benzinga Small Cap Healthcare Conference.
Absolutely. Thank you. Take care. Bye now.
All right. Have a good rest of your day, Bill. All right. Let's move to our next speaker. I see him in the background. There he is, Tiago Reyes Marquez. Let's go and get his company up on the screen there. And there we go. Pasithea Therapeutics. Tiago, how are we doing today?
I'm very good. Thank you.
All right. Let's go ahead. Yeah, we have the slides up on the screen. I'm going to go backstage, and I'm going to give you the floor, sir.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone. My name is Tiago Reyes Marquez, and I'm the CEO of Pasithea Therapeutics. I'm also a psychiatrist and a professor at King's College, and I've dedicated the past 20 years of my life doing research and treating patients with mental health disorders. And it's always been my life goal to create a better future for patients suffering from this disease. And having said this, I thank everyone for joining us today as I introduce you to our new company and a great investment opportunity as well. So let me just start by introducing Pasithea. Pasithea is in Greek mythology the female god of altered states of conscious. At Pasithea Therapeutics, we are targeting the thought disorders commonly associated with mental health disorders, and we are aiming to be a biotech company at the forefront of research. And we want to tackle one of the world's largest and most concerning clinical problems, that is mental health. And to accomplish this, we have created this complementary two-pronged business model with a single goal of improving the treatments and outcomes in a safe and effective way. So our primary focus is on drug development. Our scientific team is developing new medications to provide better results for brain disorders. And as a secondary focus, we are providing ketamine infusions to treat mental health disorders such as treatment-resistant depression and PTSD. And we have created a clinic-based business model through partnerships to provide an immediate relief for patients, and at the same time to generate a revenue stream to support our ongoing R&D efforts. But I'm going to share more about each one of these business in a few moments. So let me just start with our highlights, and what really makes us different is the depth of our scientific expertise and the fact that we have decades of hands-on experience in psychiatry, neurology, neuroscience, and neuropsychopharmacology. Starting to introduce our co-founder and chairman, Professor Steinman. Professor Steinman is a professor at Stanford, is the chair of the immunology department, and he has a very successful entrepreneurial career. He has co-founded Neurocrine, Center Core, two other immuno-oncology business, and he has been successful in bringing drugs to the market. In his lab, natalizumab, Tysabri, was discovered and sold to Biogen, who created a multi-billion-dollar company for the treatment of MS. So he has the knowledge on how to lead and develop treatments for brain disorders. I've introduced myself, also dedicated my life to research, and I have an extensive expertise in the field of psychopharmacology. And our CEO, Dr. Yassin Bendibala, he has a PhD from UCL in medicinal chemistry, and he'll be helping us to develop and synthesize our novel drug candidates. We have a large market opportunity here that is growing. The number of people facing mental health disorder is skyrocketing. Our clinic-based business model, both in the US and the UK, will allow us to enjoy capital-light infrastructure and providing immediate access to patients, and we're also going to have room to expand into new markets with the platform we created. And finally, we are going to create a diversified revenue stream that will support our R&D efforts, which are our primary focus. So let me just start by discussing the size of the mental health epidemic today, and this will give you an idea of the magnitude of the problem that we are trying to resolve. So in short, a quarter of the world population is suffering at this moment from any sort of mental health issue, and this is not only devastating for the individuals, but also for the society, the families, and the friends. And we expect that in a couple of years, approximately $19 billion will be spent annually on treatment for these disorders, treatment that for the most are not working. And the reason for this increase in how much we are spending with these treatments is because the number of cases of depression and anxiety are skyrocketing, and only in the past decade it has increased over 30%. So we definitely need to find new drugs to help this population. Furthermore, because only a minority of patients actually receive some sort of adequate treatment, such as psychotherapy or any type of antidepressant medication. This means that there is a large percentage of patient population that is either being untreated or doesn't have access to these drugs. And even on those patients who are offered medication, 1 in 3 will eventually stop taking them. The reason for taking them is because current treatments for psychiatric disorders have low success rates over the long term, and they have numerous side effects. And these leave physicians and patients struggling to find any sort of relief. Unfortunately, if you look to the treatment landscape, we've been using the same type of medication over the past 30 years, treatments that target the same pathways, the same neurotransmitters in the brain, and they all share a very similar mechanism of action. So we need innovation in this space, and at Pasithea, we aim to change this by creating novel drugs with new mechanism of actions and hopefully better efficacy rates. So let me just guide you towards our drug development path. We are still on our early stage. We are focusing on what we call a moonshot approach, targeting new mechanism of actions, not just creating me-too drugs. And this is one of our true differentiators. Our understanding of drug design and discovery, and this is being led by Professor Steinman and Dr. Yassin Bendibala, are trying to create new drugs. We have just entered the agreement with Evotec. We're synthesizing a novel drug that is targeting, is aiming for a target into neuroinflammatory pathways for the treatment of depression and schizophrenia, and we aiming to have the first composition of matter in the first semester of 2022. Our secondary focus is to provide treatments with ketamine for patients who suffer from mental health disorders such as treatment-resistant depression and PTSD. And we have entered clinical partnerships both in the UK and the US to administer ketamine to patients who qualify. So ketamine is an FDA-approved drug and is one of the most commonly used drugs in the world, but only recently it has been repurposed for the treatment of mental health disorders. Unfortunately, ketamine is not easy to administer. It cannot be given in a pill form. It's normally given in all protocols through an IV infusion, but it's definitely a remarkable drug. For example, in treatment-resistant depression, it has shown approximately 75% efficacy in addressing this disorder. And remember that these are patients for whom antidepressant drugs have already failed. So as a psychiatrist, we feel that we owe this to our patients to give them access to this treatment until we can develop something better. And through our partnerships of existing network of clinics and capabilities, we're going to be able to distribute ketamine faster and to a larger population of patients. And at the same time, we're going to receive an attractive revenue stream with promising expansion opportunities. So let me guide you to our two markets that we are targeting, and I'm going to start with the UK market. In the UK market, we have partnered with Zen Healthcare to administer ketamine in their clinics. Zen Healthcare is a network of clinics that are present in the most affluent areas of London, such as Knightsbridge, Baker Street, and Marylebone. They have treated thousands of patients over the past years. They function as a conventional clinic with multiple specialties within, but importantly, they have a pharmacy license, so they are able to use scheduled drugs such as ketamine. We have an agreement with Zen Healthcare, and we are going to use a deal structure with Pasithea receiving a 30% share of the revenue going forward. What is really interesting is that the UK market is untapped. So at the moment, there's only 2 other clinics offering this type of treatments, one within the National Health Service and the other one that is located in Bristol. So we are going to be the first players in all of London to administer ketamine to patients who need it, and we are partnering with large networks of psychiatrists and starting our marketing campaign in the UK. In the US, we have structured a way in a very unique way to deliver ketamine to patients who need it. We have teamed up with a leading operator of mobile clinics that is called IVDoc to bring these patients to bring this treatment directly into people's homes. So we are going to be the first players in the US market to administer ketamine at the patient's house. The way we're going to operate is patients are going to be assessed by one of our psychiatrists who is going to act as a gatekeeper and provide eligibility. And then we're going to pass, if the patient is considered eligible, his information is going to be passed to our network of infusion specialists, mainly anesthesiologists, who are then going to be able to go to the patient's house with a nurse and administer this treatment at the patient's house. So this will remove not only the burden of having to travel to a clinic, but also it removes the difficulty for a lot of these patients who are suffering from depression with symptoms such as social isolation, lack of motivation, lethargy, lack of energy, or patients with PTSD who going out of home can trigger a flashback or an acute anxiety response. We're going to be able to help these patients by going to their house. And this will allow us to operate in a very Uber-like and capital-light way. So we're going to be able to enter markets in a very fast way and be present in the largest urban centers. We are going to start to operate from 2 locations, first in New York City and LA, and then we have the ambition to expand nationwide. We have a deal structure with IVDoc where we pay a fixed monthly fee independent of the number of patients that we see, and we're going to leverage on the existing infrastructure of IVDoc. IVDoc is currently present in over 30 cities. They have a network of over 800 nurses, and we're going to be able to leverage on their knowledge of how to operate mobile clinics, and they're going to provide us all the infrastructure to be able to run this operation in a very efficient and capital-light way. If you look to other companies in this space and at this stage, you're going to see that they all have raised a lot of money and achieved lofty valuation. But we believe that we stand in a very unique point in this ecosystem. First, because we have a deep understanding of drug design and drug discovery, and we aim to leverage on Professor Steinman's early success in the field. He has gone through this process several times and created multi-billion-dollar companies. And this is definitely our crown jewel asset, our drug discovery campaign, where we have the potential to generate IP and create value. But at the same time, we're going to be generating revenues from our mobile clinics, providing a consistent and stable revenue stream. If you look to the ecosystem, either companies don't have a revenue stream or they don't have the ability to create IP. And many of these companies in the mental health space, they are going after psychedelics, sharing the same mechanism of action, but the majority of psychedelics are natural products, so they cannot be patented. They become a commodity. So there's no room to create IP here. So just to recap, we are a science-first biotech company with a primary goal to improve the lives of those impacted by mental illness. And we have designed this two-pronged business model that will provide a diversified revenue stream with significant revenue and growth potential. We are aggressively moving forward with our innovative drug discovery efforts. And second, our clinical partnerships delivering ketamine treatments are going to operate in a very capital-light way and going to be able to generate revenues very fast. So we have just recently concluded our IPO at NASDAQ. We raised $24 million, and we are now moving fast towards starting our operations. So just to give you here the roadmap for the next few months, we have signed our contract with Evotec to start synthesize our first drug, and we hope to have composition of matter and then file for a patent by the end of the first semester of 2022. As I mentioned before, we are going after the neuroinflammation space, targeting a novel mechanism of action. We are next week, in a week time, we are opening our first clinic in London, in Knightsbridge, and by the end of this month, we're going to start operating our mobile clinics in Manhattan, as well in some cities in the California state, such as LA and San Francisco. By mid-November, we're going to continue to expand our operations, our at-home ketamine treatments in other cities in California, and opening as well in Illinois. And by early December, we are opening our second clinic in London, in Marylebone. By the end of the year and beginning of the first quarter of 2022, we are going to continue our expansion into US market by opening in cities in Texas and Florida, such as Miami and Austin and Dallas. So I must conclude by thanking for your time and for your attention today, and I hope that you share my enthusiasm for Pasithea Therapeutics as well. Thank you so much for joining us, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Yeah, Tiago, question: of the two markets, the UK market and the US market, is there one that you're more excited about than the other?
Yes, we are more excited with US market for several reasons. First, we have a better, with our partnership with IVDoc, we have room to expand nationwide very fast. We are going to be able to, because we are not located in clinic, we don't have fixed costs with clinics, we are going to be able to enter or exit a market in a very easy way. And we're going to be able to open markets in a very fast way. We are actually recruiting and onboarding infusion providers such as anesthesiology in a very fast pace all over the US. And of course, the size of the US market is much larger. The beauty of the UK is that we're going to be the first players in all of London, so that will allow us a room to grow in that market as well.
That would make sense. U.S. market is much larger, so that would make sense. All right, Dr. Tiago Reyes Marquez, he's the CEO of Pasithea, ticker KTTA on the NASDAQ. Tiago, thank you so much for coming on today, the Benzinga Small Cap Healthcare Conference. All right, excuse me. We had a quick question in the chat before I bring on our next speaker here. It was about the free Benzinga Pro subscription we're giving away. So let me take this time and once again bring up the QR code and the Slido poll on the screen. There it is. All you got to do is scan that code, answer the question on the app. In this case, the question is, what sectors are you bullish on? I think you can pick more than one here. That's why it says sectors. And just by participating, you can win a free 1-year sub of Benzinga Pro. We're going to announce that at 5 o'clock today at the end of the conference. There we go. Healthcare. I guess that's why you're watching a healthcare conference. That would make sense. All right, I'm going to take it off the screen there. I'll bring that poll back throughout the day. Let's bring on our next speaker here, if we can, Rick Schumacher. There he is. He is the CEO of Pressure Biosciences. Rick, good morning, sir.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
I can hear you and I can see you. Go ahead, if you can, there on the bottom of the screen, there's that share screen button. You can click that, the bottom in the middle, and you can bring up your slides.
You can you see my slides?
Not yet. You have to click that share screen button. Or it just says share. It says share in the middle. It's got the plus sign on it.
It doesn't. I'm clicking, but it's not working.
From once you click the button, it should give you an option to share your screen, like a little pop-up window.
I did. It's not working.
It's not working. Were you able to do this in the?
Yes, I was.
You were? Okay, so nothing should be different this time around.
Share screen was canceled.
So click on, yep. So let's try it again then. Click share in the middle, and then it'll give you the option to either share your screen or share a video file. You want to share your screen, and
I'm sorry, but it's not working.
Okay, guys, do we have Rick's slides? If so, can we bring them up?
Can I send them to you right now?
Yeah, you can do that. I'm being told to stand by where we are looking for.
You don't have my latest.
Okay. I would email
VIP?
Yeah, that works. Yep.
VIP events?
Yep, that works. And we'll get that up here. And we'll keep it going. Oh, I apologize, Roy. I didn't see your question before. I apologize. Roy, if I'd seen your question, I would have asked it. I'm sorry. I didn't see your question in the chat, but I always encourage questions from the chat. The more participation, the merrier. Otherwise, it's just me up here. And I'm not doing this for my health, pun intended. All right. My team is on standby for that email. When I get the slides, I will throw them up on the screen. In the meantime, though, do you want to just start by giving us an intro of the company?
Yes. Pressure Biosciences is a company that is listed on the OTC under the symbol PBIO. We are a manufacturer and supplier of instruments, consumables, and very esoteric testing services to companies all over the world and laboratories all over the world. What's different about us is that all of our products rely on the use of very high pressure. And when I talk about high pressure, I'm talking about pressures that are higher than the pressures at the bottom of the deepest part of the ocean, which is the Marianas Trench. 7 miles, imagine 7 miles of ocean on top of you, 16,000 PSI or pounds per square inch. And our products enable scientists all over the world to capitalize and use a very high pressure. And pressure can do things that we use temperature, we use heat and cold, we use chemicals in the lab, but pressure can move at the speed of sound. It's instantaneous. It can be controlled. It just really hasn't been used that much in the past until we came along and found a way to very safely encase this pressure in instruments that can be used by scientists all over the world.
All right. I'm keen to learn more. Your slides are up on the screen. Do you see them up?
I do. How do we make them bigger?
We can just zoom in probably. I think, but I'm going to go backstage here, Rick, and I'm going to give you the floor. And just when you want us to go to the next slide, just say next slide. And
I will do that. So let's go to the next slide. I want to remind everybody that some of the things I say may be considered forward-looking statements. So please do your diligence before thinking about investing in our company or any company. May I have the next slide? as I was mentioning, all of our products rely on the use of controlled high pressure. When you think about the Marianas Trench, 7 miles of ocean, that's about 16,500 pounds per square inch. Our instruments go to 45,000 routinely, and now we're working on an instrument that can go to 60,000 pounds per square inch. Our workhorse is the instrument called the Barocycler 2320. We have over 350 of these instruments all over the world, primarily in proteomic labs, labs that are studying proteins, using the proteins for development of drugs, for diagnostics, for therapies. We're coming out with a new instrument in the coming 3 to 6 months called ultra-shear technology. Ultra-shear technology combines very high pressure with intense shearing forces to allow us to do what we've been told all our life can't be done. It allows us to make oil go into water. We'll talk about that in just a few minutes. May I have the next slide? So we have 3 technology platforms that are related to our technology of using high pressure. We have a total of 29 patents. The first platform is called pressure cycling technology, where we actually turn pressure on and off. We cycle pressure. We're able to control molecules. Scientists in the lab can break open cells to get out DNA, RNA, and proteins. They can control how enzymes work in the lab, and they can discover things that they might not see before using the archaic, what we think archaic means of breaking open cells, of beating them up with tiny little beads or smashing them so that we can open them up and get out those incredible molecules inside. We basically squeeze them like squeezing a sponge with pulses of pressure going up to 45,000 pounds per square inch. We have over 350 instruments in over 200 labs worldwide. Our second technology platform is called Barofold. And when you think about a protein, without going into too much of the science, a protein is a set of peptides that are strings of amino acids that fold on each other. They have a very specific configuration, a very specific way they fold. And if they are misfolded, the protein will not work. It won't be effective as a drug, as an antibody, as a diagnostic. And pressure can sometimes fix misfolded proteins. So we're working with 6 companies right now. Some of them are startups, some of them are multi-billion-dollar companies that are developing protein-based drugs. And when they build the protein in the lab, make the protein in the lab, it sometimes gets misfolded. And if we can fix it using pressure, we can help them get to market. And our game plan here, of course, is to have a revenue stream coming from us being in the production manufacturing stage of that product for the entire patent life of that compound. The third area is, or technology platform, is ultra-shear technology, or UST. In this technology, we've combined ultra-high pressure with very intense shearing forces. And what we do here primarily right now is we make what's called nano emulsions. The world is made up of emulsions. We have emulsions every day. Milk is an emulsion. Many, many things that we see, paints are emulsions. But the problem with emulsions is they settle out. Think about your raspberry vinaigrette before you put it on your salad, and how you have to shake it like crazy before you put it on the salad. We've developed a method called ultra-shear technology. We've already been granted 6 issued patents. We have more patents on the way that help us make oil go into water. They would make a raspberry vinaigrette go into one solution, so you'd never have to shake it again. Paint would never settle out again. May I have the next slide, please? So our customers are a who's who list all over the world. In the center of the picture on the left is a picture of our Warrior, our instrument that is in over 200 laboratories worldwide and has been used in a number of research applications and in quality control for releasing drugs to the market. May I have the next slide? What I want to talk about is really ultra-shear technology, which is an instrument called Baroshear that we're working on. We have 3 prototypes. We have a benchtop, we have a floor model, and we have an industrial scale model. We're looking to get our first ultra-shear technology systems out on the market by the end of this year, the beginning of 2022. Our prototypes have been used to generate some very exciting data, and we'll talk about that now in the next few minutes. But this slide simply shows that whether it's a cream that we're putting in our coffee, whether it's paint, whatever it is, we're surrounded by emulsions. And again, one of the biggest problems with emulsions is that if you let them sit, they will eventually settle out. and that can hurt us. That can make the product not as effective, whether it's a agrochemical spray for a pesticide or a fertilizer, or whether it's something that we're drinking or cosmetics. When they separate out, it can cause a problem with the product. So what we need to do is find a way to make oil go into water and stay in water. May I have the next slide? So here's a picture of a sample of liquid. This is actually a CBD, a mixture of CBD oil and water. And the vial on the left, which is a bit opaque, is when you put the CBD oil and water and you homogenize it and you mix it up really hard. That's what it looks like, and that's unfortunately what a lot of people are using when they're making their CBD products. CBD is a compound that's inside oil. And we as human beings, we are water-based. So we don't absorb oil and we don't absorb things out of oil very well. So there's a lot of literature out there saying that less than 10% of the actual CBD or whatever the active ingredient is that's in the oil is actually absorbed by the body. We have to find a way to make it more water-soluble so it can get around the body and it can be absorbed much quicker. If you look at the sample on the right, that is a post-ultra-shear technology nanoemulsion. What we've done is using our patented technology, we've broken the oil from oil globs, oil drops into millions of oil droplets. All of these droplets contain the active ingredient, in this case CBD, but it could be vitamin D, it could be astaxanthin, a very powerful antioxidant. It could be anything else that is encased in oil. And we've broken it into millions of tiny little oil droplets. And these, because of the nature of these small molecules now, the small droplets, it becomes much more absorbable, much more water soluble, much more what we call bioavailable to the body. We've done studies, and we were very excited to put out a press release 2 months ago to say our CBD nanoemulsion, which you can see on the right, had 14 months of stability. It looked the same in 14 months as it did on the day we made it. This is now at 16 months, and it's still looking the same, as you can see it on the right. May I have the next slide? Astaxanthin, I mentioned, is a very powerful antioxidant. But again, the astaxanthin molecules inside the oil. And it doesn't get absorbed very well. We made a nano emulsion, and you can see the difference. The one on the left is the standard emulsion that is being sold on the market, being used in products that are sold on the market. The one on the right, which is much clearer, which means that the molecules are much smaller, therefore more water soluble, more absorbable, was made through our ultra shear technology. May I have the next slide? This is a depiction of we bought CBD, water-soluble CBD on the market, bought a number of different water-soluble CBDs. When we added it to a beaker of water, it should have gone in and dissolved, but it didn't. You can see what happened on the right. On the bottom, we took the same material, we ultra-sheared it, we put it through our system, and when we put it into water, it disappeared. It became water, it truly water-soluble. So ultra-shear technology is a method that will make oil become dissolved in water. It will allow that whatever the active ingredient is to be much more absorbable by the body, and therefore we're going to get much more out of it, and we'll need less to get maybe the same, if not a better effect. May I have the next slide? So it's a very broad market for ultra shear. We're excited as heck to get the first instruments out on the market. We're generating a lot of data with our prototypes. We have a lot of customers that are asking us, as you'll see in just a few minutes, for access to ultra shear. But the market potential is in food and beverages. It is in pharmaceuticals and vaccines and diagnostics, cosmetics, nutraceuticals. Even lubricants. Imagine your paint never settling out. May I have the next slide? So you can go online and read all. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I have 4 very successful companies, public companies. I'm surrounded by an incredible group of very smart, hardworking people. Please go on our website and take a look at the people that I'm blessed to be working with. May I have the next slide? So recent news, on August 12th, we announced that we had formed a wholly owned subsidiary that we call PBI Agrochem. PBI Agrochem, we've set up a warehouse out in Nevada for processing and storage. We've hired personnel. We have received over $1 million in orders for agrochemical products. These are pesticides and fertilizers. They're eco-friendly. They're green. What's really exciting about this is we've been working on trying to close, and we truly expect to close in the next few weeks, an acquisition of an existing agrochem company that has tremendous products. They haven't been on the market much lately, but we plan to resurrect it with the management of that group, and also we plan to use our technology to make their already good products better. So on August 16th, we announced the first half financials of our company. We had a tremendous first half of 2021. It was the best, second best first half of any year we've had in the last 10 years. Our revenue went from 520,000 in 2020 to $1.2 million in 2021. The second half, we've given guidance that the 700,000 we did last year, we think will more than triple that. We think we'll do more than $2 million. This is additive of the PBI agrochem, the agrochemical products that we'll be shipping out, as well as our core business. And also in the first half of the year, we reduced our operating loss by about half, took it down from about $1.2 million, $1.3 million down to about $600,000. May I have the next slide? We also announced news yesterday that we plan to set up separate, maybe through joint ventures or arm's length transactions. We plan to set up demonstration and tolling sites in the U.S., starting with one on the West Coast and one on the East Coast. These are sites that will allow the ability of other companies to come to the tolling site and get UltraShear technology performed on their products on a fee-for-service basis. At the present time, we have every indication that we have a tremendous group of people that want to purchase or access the UltraShear. We don't think that we'll be able to supply that right away in terms of the number of instruments that are being that we think will be requested. So by setting up the tolling sites, we're allowing groups that either don't want to buy an instrument, can't afford an instrument, or can't get one for a while to be able to access UltraShear technology. So we're working with a couple of groups, one East Coast, one West Coast, excited about setting up these sites. We also announced today that we have nano-emulsified what's called neem oil. Many of your listeners that might be using neem oil at home, it's available in hardware stores. It's USDA and EPA approved. It's used for killing insects. It's used for killing mosquitoes and a lot of malaria borne places around the world. So it's a very popular insecticide, but it has issues. The issues are that it is not that stable, and they even ask you to mix it when you dilute it. Some manufacturers with soap, because that helps to keep it stable. We've nano-emulsified it. We've just been working on this. We have 4 months so far of stability, and at 4 months we got the same kill with the insecticide that we got when we first made it 4 months ago. So it's very effective even after 4 months. It's under 100 nanometers, which makes it a nano emulsion. And we think it's going to be much more stable than what's on the market. So we're looking at this not only for the wholesale market through PBI Agrochem, our new wholly owned subsidiary, but also we're looking for the first time into the retail market because there is a need for a good, stable neem oil product. May I have the next slide, please? This is the last slide. I just want to talk very briefly about some key accomplishments. Again, we had tremendous first half of this year, but we think we're going to have a much better second half. And next year looks to be a very, very exciting year for us because we'll have an entire year of selling all of the new products, all of our eco-friendly products, and we will have our UltraShear technology out both in a fee-for-service basis as well as for a lease and royalty basis for the instruments that we actually get on the market starting next year. We formed a consortium with Ohio State University, and we'll be inviting some of the top and some of the new food companies from around the country, around the world, to come into Ohio State because we're setting up our industrial scale prototype there later this fall. For demonstration to food companies all over the world. Ohio State is one of the top food and beverage company academic institutions in the U.S. We're working with a Danaher company called Leica Microsystems in the area of cancer and therapeutics using our pressure cycling technology. We've been awarded more patents in the last 4 patents in the last few months, and we have more patents that are coming. When we're looking to close our acquisition of our eco-friendly agrochemical supplier. So we're very excited. It's been a great year for us, but we think the best is yet to come. I appreciate everybody taking time to listen to our story.
Thanks a lot, Rick. Question from Roy in the chat here. Are you doing any research on high pressure CBD to raise the absorption rate? There is some discussion about this in the chat.
100%. If you look at yesterday's press release as an example of where a tolling site fee-for-service might be very effective, we had a group out in Montana called Safer Medical of Montana that is developing a spray, a CBD spray. They sent it to us to have it nano-emulsified. We nano-emulsified it. We sent it back to them, and this is all in real time. This is earlier this week, and the CEO of the company used it on he's a veteran of the Vietnam War. He was a helicopter pilot. He wants to give back. He set up a number of things for veterans. He sprayed it on his knee. He said, "Rick, this is the best my knee has felt in years. If you were on the market, I'd give you an initial order of 10,000 vials because of the nano-emulsification, what it's done for our CBD product." And it goes on and on. We have multiple, I probably have 6 companies that have come to us that have said the nano-emulsification of their CBD product has made it more water soluble, more bioavailable, and they're looking forward to getting us on the market or getting the tolling site set up.
Rick Schumacher, the CEO of Pressure Biosciences, trades on the OTCQB. PBIO is your ticker. Rick, thank you so much for joining us today on the Benzinga Small Cap Healthcare Conference.
Thank you, Spencer. Appreciate it.
Right. Appreciate it as well. Have a good rest of your day. All right, let's bring on Steve O'Loughlin. I see him here backstage. He's the CFO. There he is of Actinium Pharmaceuticals. Steve, how's your day going so far?
Doing great, thank you. How are you?
Doing great, doing great. I see we have your slides, guys. Let's bring them up on the screen. There they are. Steve, the floor is yours, sir. Tell us all about Actinium.
Great, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Pleasure to be here. Before I begin presentation of Actinium, just want to cover a disclaimer and safe harbor as maybe making forward-looking statements. I would encourage everyone to reference our SEC filings. Actinium is focused on developing targeted radiotherapies for patients with unmet needs. Radiotherapy is used today to treat over 50% of patients with cancer. It's been used for over a century in medicine, and it's arguably one of our best weapons against cancer. However, it's delivered primarily from outside of the body, leading to toxicity, side effects to normal healthy organs and beyond its intended cancer targets. Actinium is deploying technology known as antibody radiation conjugates. We have a late-stage pipeline led by our pivotal phase 3 program, IMFB, where we just recently this month announced completion of the phase 3 Sierra trial. We're very much looking forward to providing a data update from the Sierra trial in the 4th quarter of this year, leading up to top-line data from the trial in the middle of next year, 2022. We've evolved IMAB to go beyond just bone marrow transplant conditioning to move into areas of adoptive cell therapy like CAR T and gene therapy, where we see a very large market opportunity emerging, and we intend to use IMAB as a universal conditioning solution. In addition to our IMAB targeted conditioning program, we also have our Actimab-A, which is a CD33 targeting antibody with the alpha-emitting isotope actinium-225. We have ongoing combination trials, one with a salvage chemotherapy regimen called CLAG-M and the other with a targeted regimen called venetoclax. We have presented proof of concept from both of those trials, which we believe is very compelling, and I'll highlight those in subsequent slides. And in addition to that, and underpinning our clinical programs, we have our AW technology platform. And this really encompasses our significant experience with targeted radiotherapies. We have treated several hundred patients. We have a supply chain that can bring these therapies to some of the leading comprehensive cancer centers in the United States. We have extensive know-how and IP with over 160 patents. We have a research collaboration with Astellas Pharma, a top 20 global biopharmaceutical company that we're very excited about, as well as an NIH-funded clinical collaboration with Memorial Sloan Kettering in the field of CAR T that I will also highlight. We have a strong balance sheet with over $82 million in cash at the end of the second quarter of this year, which provides a significant runway through multiple milestones from our clinical trials as well as our technology platform. So just a quick snapshot of the pipeline. You see at the top there, led by IMAB and the fully enrolled phase 3 Sierra trial with multiple milestones expected from that phase 3 trial over the coming quarters. And as I mentioned, we've built out beyond just transplant to focus on CAR T and gene therapy. And then with our Actimab-A programs, we believe that we're developing a potential backbone therapy for AML, which continues to have significant unmet needs. So to talk about targeted radiotherapy and what it encompasses, we take antibodies, which are able to seek out cancer cells based on markers expressed on the surface, and we connect them with radioisotopes, which through energy are able to kill cells. As I mentioned, radiation is used extensively in the treatment of cancer. It's been used for over a century. It's a validated modality. However, it's restricted in its applications given the delivery from outside the body. We believe by delivering it at the cellular level, we can bring efficacy to cancer indications that are not adequately addressed by current modalities such as chemotherapy or even some of the newer targeted therapies or immunotherapy. We're applying our targeted radiotherapies to targeted conditioning to enable bone marrow transplant and other cellular therapies. We have ongoing therapeutic combination trials, as I highlighted with Actimab-A. And we've recently announced our intention to move into solid tumors, which opens up very large potential indications, as well as next generation ARCs, including combination therapies. Actinium has emerged as not just a clinical stage company. We've really enhanced our R&D facilities and capabilities. We've built out our own laboratory space, which we're now using to execute not only our research collaboration with Astellas, but also our own internal R&D efforts. And we look forward to providing updates on that before the end of the year. So with IMAB, our lead program being a targeted conditioning agent, I think it's important to articulate why conditioning matters. So currently, if a patient is in need of a bone marrow transplant or CAR T or even gene therapy, in many instances, majority of instances, they need to be conditioned. And what this means is they need to be prepared, essentially removing cancer cells and immune cells to enable the transplanted cells to engraft and do their intended purpose once they're administered to the patient. Now, the way that conditioning is done today is a combination of chemotherapies and external radiation. These are non-targeted approaches that we believe restricts patient access to potentially curative treatment options. They're associated with acute and chronic toxicities, as well as a risk of mortality, or even just a failure to condition the patient adequately to move on. So I will talk on the next several slides about bone marrow transplant in the context of IMAB and the Sierra trial. And if we just think about transplant, the way that the field has looked at this is there's myeloablative conditioning, which is more intensive. And while it can put patients into a remission and prepare them for transplant, it's associated with higher rates of mortality. Reduced intensity conditioning was developed to provide a less intensive alternative. However, the trade-off being there's potentially higher rates of relapse. And as I'll show on a subsequent slide, outcomes are essentially the same, and they're both very poor in our opinion and need to be improved upon. Now, thinking about, what is the potential opportunity here, there's about 175,000 patients diagnosed each year with cancers that are potentially treatable with a bone marrow transplant. These are primarily blood cancers. Yet only 23,000 patients or so actually went on to transplant. So that's a significant number of patients that could potentially benefit from a transplant. And we're looking to enable that and improve access and outcomes with IMAB. So more specifically about what IMAB actually is, it's a CD45 targeting antibody known as apamistamab, conjugated with the radioisotope iodine-131. And CD45 is a unique target. We think it's the perfect target for what we're applying it for, as it's expressed on blood cancer cells, leukemia and lymphoma cells. It's expressed on immune cells, including bone marrow stem cells, but it's not really expressed outside of the hematopoietic or blood-forming system. It's expressed high copies, but it does not internalize. So we believe that lends itself to a radio conjugate as opposed to like an antibody drug conjugate or even just a regular antibody, because we're able to kill from outside the cell, leveraging the energy released from the isotope. And at high levels of iodine-131, we're applying it for bone marrow transplant for myeloablation, that's IMAB, and at lower levels for gene therapy and CAR T, known as IMAB-ACT. We licensed IMAB from the Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center, a pioneer in the field of bone marrow transplant. They've received the Nobel Prize for their work in the field. And before we licensed IMAB, it was studied in about 300 patients, studied in multiple clinical trials in multiple blood cancers. And there was a uniform profile that came from these trials in that IMAB was able to get these patients to transplant. They were able to engraft and had improved outcomes. So if we just look at transplant for AML, acute myeloid leukemia, which is our first indication, if a patient gets salvage chemotherapy or chemotherapy in a bone marrow transplant, which is essentially standard of care today, the outcomes are the same, and we believe they're very poor, with 1 year survival of about 10% and virtually no survival at 2 years. In a previous trial done at Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center, patients who received IMAB and a transplant had 1 year overall survival rates of 30%, so a threefold difference over current approaches. And at 2 years, nearly 20% of patients were still alive. And if you look at this study and you look at the survival curves, patients alive and disease-free 2 years after their transplant went on to live many years thereafter. In many cases, we had survival out over 5 years. So taking that data from the Hutch, we went and met with the FDA and designed the pivotal phase 3 trial, Sierra, which is now fully enrolled. It's a 150 patient study. Patients randomized 1-to-1 to receive either IMAB and a transplant or physician's choice of salvage therapy. The salvage therapy could include up to 20 agents, including some of the recently approved agents in the field of AML, such as venetoclax, FLT3 inhibitors, IDH1 and IDH2 inhibitors. And the primary endpoint of this study is 6 months durable complete remission with secondary endpoint of overall survival. Now, in patients who receive physician's choice of salvage therapy and are unable to achieve a remission and go on to a transplant, there is a crossover component whereby patients can still receive IMAB and then potentially go on for their transplant. We're very proud of the centers who participated in the Sierra trial, 24 centers in the United States and Canada, including many of the leading bone marrow transplant centers in the country, if not the world, MD Anderson, Mayo Clinic, Memorial Sloan Kettering, and many, many other top bone marrow transplant centers. So we've presented data at medical conferences highlighting rates of bone marrow transplant, engraftment, as well as some safety data through 75% of patient enrollment. That is detailed here on this slide. And if you look at the middle column with the headline BMT engraftment, you can see that of the patients who received the therapeutic dose of IMAB, 100% of those patients were able to access a transplant and engrafted without delay. If you contrast that to the bottom box in that column, patients who received salvage therapy in the control arm, only 18% of patients were able to achieve a remission and go on to transplant. That left 82% of patients who are failures for the primary endpoint. And of those 47 patients, 30 were able to cross over and receive IMAB, and 30 of those 30 patients, 100%, were also able to access a transplant and engrafted without delay. Now, we were able to look at patients out 100 days to look at patients who had a non-relapse transplant-related mortality. And in the patients receiving IMAB, only 4%, compared to patients on the control arm of 20%. That left a nearly 5x difference in the number of patients potentially evaluable for the primary endpoint of 6-month durable complete remission, with 43 patients in the IMAB arm compared to 8 patients in the control arm. To get approval, we have to show a 2x difference in the rate of DCR. And as I said, at this point, at this data evaluation, there was potentially greater than 5x. So with the Sierra trial enrollment complete, we expect to provide interim data update in the 4th quarter of this year. That will entail BMT access, engraftment, 100-day transplant-related mortality data, like I just showed you on the prior slide, and then leading up to the top-line data in the middle of 2022 next year. We believe IMAB has a highly differentiated position in AML, especially for relapse refractory patients where a bone marrow transplant is the only potentially curative treatment option. And despite 9 drug approvals in AML since 2017 for the relapse refractory patient population that we're targeting with Sierra, outcomes have not been materially changed. So for the patients with IMAB who could potentially benefit from IMAB, we believe this is a paradigm shift that can increase access to transplant, giving patients a chance to receive a potentially curative bone marrow transplant with a very targeted therapy and allow them to potentially have improved outcomes. Now, I mentioned that we've evolved to go beyond just bone marrow transplant conditioning with inroads into CAR T and gene therapy. We're very excited about our CAR T clinical collaboration with Memorial Sloan Kettering, which has been awarded NIH grant funding. So here we're working with a CAR T that Sloan Kettering has developed. They've studied it and published data in the New England Journal of Medicine in over 50 patients, showing an 83% remission rate, which is on par with the approved CAR T therapies. In this study, IMAB ACT, so a lower dose of IMAB, will be used to condition these patients to see if we can improve outcomes. That would include both lowering rates of certain CAR T associated side effects, such as cytokine release syndrome and neurotoxicity, as well as improving patient outcomes. So we'll be looking at response rates, durability of response, and ultimately survival. And what excites us about targeted conditioning is whether it's bone marrow transplant, CAR T, or gene therapy, these procedures are performed in a very concentrated number of centers across the United States. The top 50 centers do 70% of the bone marrow transplant volume. The 24 centers that participated in Sierra did over 30% of the transplant volume. So this is a concentrated market that will not require a very large sales force. We think this is a market opportunity that we can commercialize ourselves, and we intend to in the United States. However, Europe is a potentially larger market opportunity. So are several other ex-US markets, including certain Asian markets and Latin American markets. There we're potentially exploring partnerships to commercialize IMAB in those territories. But given the historical data that exists from IMAB in multiple blood cancers, we see an opportunity to really expand and put in place a strong life cycle management strategy for IMAB and IMAB ACT across transplant, CAR T, and gene therapy conditions. Now moving on to our Actimab A program, CD33 with the Actinium 225 isotope warhead. Here we have studied this construct in nearly 150 patients as far as a phase 2 trial as a single agent, where it showed very high response rates in patients with newly diagnosed AML, as high as 69%. However, we recognized changes in the AML field with new therapies being approved and combination strategies very much emerging. So to be in line with that, we started 2 combination trials, one Actimab-A plus the salvage chemotherapy CLAG-M, and the other with Actimab-A and a targeted therapy venetoclax, which targets something called BCL2. Now, beyond chemotherapy and targeted agents, we do think there's an opportunity for additional combinations, including with immunotherapy, cell therapy, and as I mentioned previously, we expect to move into solid tumors as well. So we expect to update on those efforts before the end of the year. Now, coming back to our ongoing phase 1 trials, the Actimab-A CLAG-M trial, we've presented data through 3 dose cohorts. And in the most recent 3rd dose cohort, all patients, so 100%, achieved a remission, a relatively small number of patients. But when we look at the trial in totality, 10 of the 15 patients were able to achieve a remission. And of those 10, 7 or 70% were MRD negative, meaning there was no detectable disease at very, very finite levels. So we're very encouraged by this data. We expect to provide an update on the phase 1 trial before the end of the year, as well as in the near future be updating on the future pathway for this combination. We've also initiated a trial with venetoclax, which is a BCL2 inhibitor approved in 3 blood cancer indications, including AML, which is where we're studying it. In the first dose cohort, which was with a sub-therapeutic dose of Actimab-A, there was a 67% response rate, including 1 CR. And what intrigued us about this was the CR occurred in a patient who had very poor cytogenetics, including a T53 mutation, which is associated with very, very poor outcomes in this disease setting. So we believe by introducing a targeted radiotherapy, we're able to not only achieve direct cell killing, but also there's a mechanistic synergy. And in the case with venetoclax, we've demonstrated that targeted radiotherapy can reduce a protein MCL1, which has been shown to mediate resistance to venetoclax. So we believe in this combination, there's both a direct synergy as well as a mechanistic synergy. And we look forward to providing updates on this trial and the dose escalation cohorts that we're currently underway on. So when we look at Actimab, we think that there's a large patient opportunity of about 10,000 patients in the relapse refractory AML setting, where Actimab, either with CLAG-M or venetoclax or future combinations, can deliver strong results and deliver solutions for this patient population that continues to have very high unmet needs. And then finally, when we step back holistically and think about Iomab as transplant conditioning, Actimab as a therapeutic, we look at the market and we see, opportunities as a therapeutic in fit and unfit patients, conditioning for fit and unfit patients, and a concentrated market where these therapies will really be delivered in the top 100 cancer centers, where we believe we can build out a supply chain and commercial sales force. So just to conclude, we believe we have a highly differentiated targeted radiotherapy pipeline. Targeted radiotherapy has been an area of significant interest of late. There's been multiple multi-billion-dollar acquisitions. There's been new company formation. There's been strategic investments. And with completion of the phase 3 Sierra trial complete, we look forward to providing updates on the phase 3 trial, as well as advancing our Actimab-A combination trials in the clinic and continuing to leverage the AUT technology platform to advance our collaboration with Astellas, as well as create new programs and pipeline opportunities in the field of targeted radiotherapy in solid tumors as well as with immunotherapy combinations. So thank you everyone for your time and attention this morning. I am happy to take any questions that the audience may have.
We are unfortunately out of time for questions. Steve O'Loughlin is the Chief Financial Officer of Actinium Pharmaceuticals. URL ticker up on the screen, Steve. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, let's bring on Bret Scholtes. He's the president and CEO of Guardion Health. There, whoa, that was the wrong screen share. Go ahead, Bret, and bring up your slides and then just go in presentation mode on that, and we will. And there we go, perfect, just like that. There we go. All right, excited to hear all about Guardion Health.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Make sure you go back to the slide. You got to keep the slides open on the screen. There you go.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. Perfect.
Really appreciate the opportunity to talk to everybody today, and want to thank the Benzinga team for that opportunity as well. My name is Bret Scholtes. I'm the president and CEO at Guardion Health Sciences. I've been with the company since January of this year. Prior to joining Guardion, I spent 10 years at Omega Protein, which is another nutritional products company. 9 years as the CFO. 1 year as the CFO, 9 years as the CEO. The company was, like I said, traded on the New York Stock Exchange. We sold it to a private entity, and then joined Guardion to look forward to building up another nutritional product company. So I'm going to take the next 20 minutes and just walk you through what we have going on with the company. I think we're at the early stages of something that's pretty interesting. I'll skip over the forward-looking statement, but would encourage everybody to go back and read that. For those of you who are not familiar with Guardion Health Sciences, we're a clinical nutrition and diagnostics company. We offer a portfolio of science-based, clinically supported nutritional supplements, medical foods, and diagnostic products. And the company really changed in June of this year when we acquired the Bioactive line of supplement chews. And I'll go into that in a little more detail, but I want to make sure to point out that I think there was an inflection point that occurred in June, which really fills in a lot of the gaps that we have as a nutritional product company. On the right-hand side, you can see some of the statistics. For those of you who are not familiar with the company, market capitalization just over about $31 million. The share price, and this is pretty consistent with where it is this morning. About $1.28. We had 24.4 million shares outstanding. And as you can see, it's a 52-week range. We are trading towards the bottom end of that, despite a lot of positive things that have been happening with the company over the last few months. The cash balance and short-term investments at the end of June was $12.5 million. And we'll go through that in a little bit more detail, but it's a little bit lower today. The company does not have any debt on the balance sheet. This is just a picture to talk a little bit. I made the comment that the company changed in June with the acquisition of Bioactive. Pre-Bioactive, Guardion was absolutely committed to the clinical side of the nutrition world, invested in science and clinical work, had a strong scientific advisory board that was guiding the company, spent time educating doctors on our products and how they work with the body, primarily on the ocular side of the business. That said, did not have the commercial success that we think is possible. With the acquisition of Bioactive in June, we think that we filled in a lot of those gaps. Bioactive, with the acquisition, we entered the bone health segment. We acquired a strong brand with extensive distribution channels, marketing experience, and the ability to combine the efficacy of a product with a good consumer experience. And again, we'll talk more about that. But as a result of this acquisition in June, I think that we've now absolutely had the foundation we need to build the clinical nutrition company that we want to build long term. And the investment highlights that I have on this page will highlight what that looks like, and then we'll go into each of them in a little bit more detail. Large and growing global nutritional market. If you're at this conference, you probably understand that fairly well, but we'll talk about that for a second. It's a market where there's a lot of large companies that dominate, but there's absolutely opportunities for small, nimble, focused companies if you understand the value creation process. I want to talk to you a little bit about how we view that at our company. Next, science-based mindset. We absolutely believe for long-term growth, you need to have products that are based on science rather than just trends that you're seeing in the market. We invest in that, and that's something that we've done historically and will continue to do going forward. We think it's one of the differentiating factors about the company. Next, strong brand name. We'll talk about that a little bit as well, but a 20-year-old brand, which we think has the opportunity to expand beyond bone health. The products, the core product has very strong distribution. We think that distribution can aid not only with that particular product, but products that can be commercialized, products that are in development. There's a strong consumer efficacy as well as consumer experience as far as taste goes with some of our products, and we think that that is going to benefit us longer term. Organic growth potential and improving leadership capabilities. These 8 highlights are exactly why I think that we are at the front end of something very special, and I want to take just a couple minutes to walk through each of these in a little more detail. So the nutrition market, $150 billion market in 2020, projected to grow at just under 8% to over $300 billion in 10 years, driven by a lot of the trends that you're probably seeing in other companies that you're looking at, but increasing awareness of the importance of nutrition, especially as we age, growing body of research demonstrating the benefits of nutrition. And then we're seeing an aging population, which again are the ones that can really benefit from nutrition. There's a number of others, but those are probably the 3 biggest drivers we think, and they're definitely drivers that impact our company. So this industry, there's no doubt, you look at the consumer healthcare industry, it's dominated by the pharmaceutical players that have consumer sides of the business. It's, you also have the more consumer packaged good companies that are focused on the healthcare sector. But as I mentioned, I think that there's definitely an opportunity for a small, nimble company to play in this if it's focused in the right areas. For us, those right areas are depicted in this chart right here. 6 areas that we put as much of our resources into these 6 areas as possible, and that is understanding consumer needs and then making sure that you take a science-based formulation approach to those needs. Then utilize existing consumer evidence plus supplement it with our own clinical evidence to help understand just the efficacy that the product does have, and then be able to communicate that in terms of strong claims. This is something that the company has had for some period of time. The Bioactive transaction, though, really helps on the back end of this. It's taking that strong formulation, developing it into the right format, the taste and smell profile that you would want, and really having a good product, not only a good formulation, and then finally having a targeted marketing effort to make sure that the product cost effectively gets in the hands of those that have the consumer needs. So that's where we see our opportunity to create value, and that's where as a shareholder you can expect the capital to go into. I talked about the science-based approach. I will skip over this pretty quickly, but the bottom 2 points talk a little bit about how we do utilize science. We do have products where we're just consistently looking at how can we work with KOLs, how can we work with institutions that are in the area to test out the bioavailability of the product. How does it work in the body? How does it compare to other products? We think that that's the basis to making sure that we continue to develop and strengthen the products we have, as well as understand the efficacy compared to the competitors. Next, I talk about the brand. This is the you can see the tub of the core bone health product here, and it's this taste meets healthy that has really driven the brand for over 20 years, even when it was part of the Johnson & Johnson family early on. We think that taste meets healthy is an important component to every product that we produce. And we think that because of that, this brand could be extended beyond just brand health. And that's something that we're working on and excited about. The core product is the Viactive Bone Health Chew. You can see the area, there should be the retailers where it is sold today. Some of the biggest retailers, great distribution, about 5%, a little over 5% market share, which we think is an exciting number. It's big enough to show that absolutely has the ability to be successful in the market. But when you look at a category as big as calcium and minerals, definitely the ability to grow within that segment as well. And we'll be looking to product extensions as well as additional science to help differentiate our product over time. But having this as the core of what we do is very exciting and gives us a lot of optimism for the future. In addition to that core and taking some of the lessons from that core is really the basis for what we see from an organic growth perspective. And organic growth for us is going to be both developing new products as well as commercializing products that are either in the early stages or that need to be tweaked in certain ways to get more commercial success. 3 products I just wanted to highlight here. You can go to our website to get more information on these particular products. But on the left-hand side, the Calcium Plus Bone Plus Immune product, which was just recently launched, starting to gain more and more distribution, which has us excited about the prospects of that long term. And then in the middle on the right-hand side, you see 2 ocular products. These are the products I referenced earlier in the presentation that we think with some changes to the product. It's a really interesting formulation backed by good science. We think we can get more commercial success, especially if we're able to take advantage of some of the distribution opportunities that the Viactive brand brings to the company. So these are 2 products to continue to look out for when you think about the company. And finally, strong, capable leadership team. I gave you a little bit of my background. I'm not going to, because of the time, I'm not going to go through each individual, but we are definitely putting together a strong team that has industry experience as well as strong functional skills throughout the team to make sure that combined we can make this plan become a reality. There is bios on each of these individuals on our website. In addition, would love the opportunity to schedule a follow-up call with anybody to talk more about our team as well as some of the slides I presented to date. From a financial perspective, the company is really just starting to get going from a commercial standpoint, and that was with the Viactive transaction. For the second quarter of 2021, we had $1.2 million of sales. That counted only 1 month of the Viactive contribution. If you look at first quarter of the year, we had about $250,000 of sales. So you can see that the Viactive transaction definitely made an impact on the sales. And we're excited for the third quarter when we'll have Viactive for all 3 of the months of the quarter, as well as going forward as we see some of the highlights we talked about start to work their way into the numbers. From a cash perspective, we had $12.5 million of cash and short-term investments on the balance sheet. While we get this commercial engine going, we are utilizing more cash than we're bringing in. The run rate is probably $2 million or a little less per quarter. That's something that hopefully as we get more commercial success and more of these products come to market, I'm hoping that we can get that cash burned down pretty quickly. But that's where it is currently. And just to give you a feel for what the size of Viactive is, it's only been in our numbers for 1 month, as I mentioned. Last year, it did just under $12 million of sales and just under $1.2 million of operating income, but good growth rates. So we're extremely interested in what that could do for the company and also how it can spur growth in other areas for us. The priorities that we're looking at are, I think, to put them into 5 main categories. I talked about the brand strategy. We think that the Viactive brand is large and can do a lot more than just bone health, and we think that can drive our organic growth strategy. And so we're doing work to understand just where the limits would be with that. From a product strategy standpoint, I talked about the different components that we think you need for a successful product. We'll be going back through our products to understand how we can improve tastes or the formats or other things that we can do to differentiate the products better and get more commercial success. From a sales channel perspective, we'll be looking at how do we get more of our products into more distribution channels, as well as looking to open up new distribution channels. For example, direct to consumer is a very small part of what we do today. A lot of what we do today is traditional retail, but we have seen e-commerce start to be a larger and larger part of our business. So Amazon.com, Walmart.com have been growing at a good pace. And like I said, I think there's the ability to open up a direct-to-consumer sales channel as well. From a portfolio and business line perspective, I 100% believe that you have to be focused in areas where you can create a competitive advantage. And if you cannot create a competitive advantage, you have to really think hard about whether you should be involved with that. And so we're currently going through the process of looking at our portfolio and business lines to evaluate them and make sure that each of those areas can create a competitive advantage and is serving of our shareholders' capital. And lastly, from a scientific perspective, we'll look to continue to do work on our products. So from how do those priorities turn into actual items? I think over the next few quarters, you can look for a few things. First, improved communication channels. As some of these priorities turn into strategies that are executed upon, you can look to us communicating that so you can track our progress besides just looking at the financial progress. We'll be looking to complete and implement the business unit line review I mentioned. We'll also be looking to roll out new products, and so hopefully there'll be some launches that you can track along the way to track our progress on an organic growth standpoint. There are going to be opportunities to continue to be more efficient with what we do and optimizing internal processes. And so I can promise you that we're spending time, really looking at everything that we're doing and whether it's something that is adding value or not. And if not, getting out of that. You can see us continuing to ramp up our commercial activities and expanding our current business lines, as well as implementing improved commercial systems and potentially acquisitions. So I appreciate your time today. Again, these are the highlights of why I think it's a really interesting time to take a look at Guardion Health Sciences. And finally, I'll show you, this is the investor relations contact. If you contact Scott or you can contact me directly, would very much like to set up a time to meet and go through all this in a little bit more detail. I know this is abbreviated, but hopefully at least gives you a flavor for Guardion Health Sciences and where we're going. With that, I will turn it back over. I very much appreciate the opportunity to be with you today.
Thank you so much, Brett. We got time for like one or two questions here, so I'm
Okay.
gonna go quick. This is from the chat. When can we expect Guardian's other products to be distributed through the Vlactive channels?
So right now, what we're looking to do is first looking to the format of the particular products, the cost structures, and making sure that they can compete well in some of the other distribution channels. I think that's a 2022 is when hopefully you can see them start to work their ways through those channels.
And there was a question about let me just get here. The question from the chat: where is Epic V?
Epic V, for some of you who have followed the company, you may be aware of this. This is an energy drink, and it is part of the product development process. It's in that product development process. We are currently evaluating a number of products and when their particular launch dates would be. So from Epic V perspective, it is part of the product development process, but at this point in time, I don't have any particulars about when it'll be launched. But we definitely see opportunities in areas like where Epic V is, and trying to figure out how to launch a product that has the highest probability of success.
All right. There's a few more questions. Unfortunately, though, we're up against the clock here. So, Bret, thank you so much for coming on today, GuardianHealth.com, and thanks a lot for coming on to the Benzinga Small Cap Healthcare Conference.
Thanks for the opportunity. Have a great day.
All right. We got to go to our next speaker here. It's actually a one-on-one conversation. Let's bring on Javier Haas, who is the managing editor of Benzinga Cannabis. Javier, there he is. You're on mute, my man. And tell us who you're talking to today.
Man, we have an amazing guest. I mean, many people might not know this, but there are companies in the healthcare sector working with psychedelics. Yes, you heard that right, psychedelics. And today we will be talking with Rob Barrow. He's the CEO of Mind Medicine, or MindMed. This company trades on the NASDAQ of all exchanges under the ticker MNMD, and is valued at almost $1 billion. This is, again, a psychedelic company. How surreal is all this?
What a time to be alive. Let's get Rob on. There he is.
What a time to be alive. Rob, welcome to the Benzinga Small Cap Healthcare Conference. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks so much, Javier. Thank you. No, I appreciate being here.
So, I mean, just let's get right into it, because this is surreal to me, right? In so many ways. So can you explain a little bit about psychedelics? How are they mainstream medicine? How is it different from just dropping acid in college or whatever, right?
Yeah, no, I think it's a great question and incredibly important for everyone to understand the differences. I think most everyone knows about the use of psychedelics recreationally, but those who don't know the history, LSD, for instance, was discovered by a scientist at Sandoz, Albert Hofmann. And so a lot of historical research has been done in this area, and certainly where we're going is studying psychedelics in a completely novel way, in a medical environment where you have trained therapists who can deliver the therapy, who can oversee the safety and ultimately give psychosocial support through the delivery of care. And really, we've seen just a revolution over the last several years. FDA has been incredibly supportive. We're seeing growing support with NIH, and just an incredible abundance of organizations entering the space, and ultimately a really great opportunity to bring these forward as new therapies. And I think it's really worth pointing out too that there's been a relative lack of research in this drug class over the last several decades because of geopolitical kind of concerns, not scientific ones. And so we see it as an enormous opportunity to really apply rigorous scientific inquiry and investigation of pharmaceutical scientific practices to bring the classic psychedelics to market, but also improved iterations of these products in second, third generation forms.
It's super interesting. I remember I was sharing the story with you a few days ago, right? Maybe 4 years ago, I went to lunch with this guy in New York, and he was wearing a suit. He looks like completely normal, right? Like just standard guy. And he told me psychedelics are the next big thing, like cannabis or whatever. And I was like, not at all. I don't see that happening. He was completely right. Right now, you are the CEO of $1 billion psychedelics company. And it's really becoming a real thing. So what is MindMed doing, right? Can you tell us a little bit about MindMed, how it comes to be, a little bit about what you're working on, what you hope to accomplish, who your supporters are?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm always happy to tell the MindMed story. So MindMed was the first publicly traded psychedelic company, initially listed on the NEO exchange, and then earlier this year, as you mentioned, we uplisted to the NASDAQ. Really, our focus, again, is to build a CNS-focused pharmaceutical company with a real opportunity in this drug class, in the psychedelic drug class. We just see a remarkable background of evidence, and we want to bring these forward, again, as first generation, second generation, and third generation psychedelic products as we think of them. So first generation being the classic psychedelics, ones that everyone's heard of, psilocybin and LSD and the like. Second generation are maybe innovative dosage forms and delivery platforms that we can administer these in more widely accessible ways that don't require hallucinations, for instance. And then we think of third generation products as completely novel new chemical entities that we can bring into the pipeline through good medicinal chemistry, and then iterate on the classic psychedelics and that knowledge, but bring new products to market, and ultimately have this growing field of assets that we can bring forward into the longer term and be really long-term value creation for us and for the entire pharmaceutical industry. We are centered around 4 main disease areas, and all of these are supported by some historical evidence with psychedelics. Most of the focus recently has been on psychedelics like psilocybin in psychiatry, depression, anxiety, we certainly have a focus there in psychiatry, but we're also looking outside of psychiatry and into treating addiction and use disorders and treating pain conditions and treating neurological conditions. And so we're really building an organization and a breadth of a pipeline that has considerable opportunity outside of just psychiatry and the classic use cases.
That's super interesting. And the approach that you take is also very, like pharma-like, right? I know you like to say something like, MindMed is the pharma company for the psychedelic sector, right? And it has to be with, a little bit to do with the team and the approach, right? Can you elaborate on that and how this approach, makes you special, makes you different, and you ultimately, ended up, resulting in you being the first publicly traded psychedelics company in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. We are, as you said, building a pharmaceutical company, and we've been recruiting top talent out of pharma, out of big pharma, for instance, AstraZeneca and Sanofi and Janssen. We've been really building an unmatched team in this sector. And really, while there's just a ton of historical research from the academic sphere on psychedelics, it really takes an organization that knows the landscape. And really, when you zoom out and you say, you don't look at everything through the lens of psychedelics, but you say in the broader world, how can these therapies be brought to market and how can they ultimately be deployed and scaled? That requires an entirely different approach and lens than what maybe has been done historically. So we are very much evidence driven. We are building we have a management team and are building an organization that is continually growing, that is built by drug developers, that is driving this through standard regulatory processes. We have frequent engagement with FDA. We have that long-term vision to really roll these out at scale and ultimately bring them through the regulatory process, which is a very technical and challenging operation that we're building here. And we just see an enormous potential, and it really requires that level of expertise and drive to make this come to reality. It would be a shame if the opportunity were missed because teams aren't built around them that actually know the drug landscape and have the experience in the pharmaceutical industry to bring these products to market.
Yeah, and you mentioned, regulations, the FDA. That must not be simple, right? We're talking about certain substances that are still controlled by the DEA. It's like, what does the landscape look like from a regulatory perspective, and like, how are you approaching the FDA? Going like, okay, we want to research acid for depression, right? We want to research psilocybin for certain conditions. Like, how is that approach, and how can you do it?
Yeah, I think it would be surprising to many that FDA is so receptive, but I think they can just really be applauded for what they do. And we as an organization, and I personally have this tremendous respect for FDA and everyone that works there. We've seen them be objective, which is what all of us should be asking for, right? We're not asking for any passes, we're not asking for any shortcuts, and we're not trying to do this in what is historically done with cannabis. We're not trying to take this through a non-regulated or legislative process state by state. We're taking this in the front door of FDA, going in saying, here's our plan. I've had the fortune of going and sitting down at DEA headquarters to discuss this. I've had several opportunities to engage with FDA around this topic. And what we've seen is that they've been really forward thinking about it. I think that they see an enormous opportunity and are being rigorous scientists and medical professionals to really take a hard look at the drug class. Again, no one's getting any shortcuts, but that's all we can ask for is objectivity and overall openness to providing the evidence of safety and effectiveness, and ultimately bringing these products to market through that approval process.
Indeed, and it almost seems like working with psychedelics for you is coincidental, right? It's a pharma approach, or is it not? I mean, what do you feel is the situation there? Why do you end up with psychedelics, and how does this fit into, right? Like, we're in a healthcare conference, a mainstream regular healthcare conference, right? So how does this play in?
Yeah, well, I think it's one of those situations where political climate over historical political climate has ultimately overruled rigorous science, and ultimately that's what we as an industry and we as an organization are here to do is that rigorous scientific investigation. we think this fits very, very nicely into the framework for mental health. I mean, there's been relatively little innovation over the past several decades in mental health treatments. There certainly have been some, but we see a number of patients with inadequate relief, and the overall psychiatric community and medical community more broadly is very open to the potential here. If you can have a drug that you can deliver and it has a short activity in the body, it's only present in your body for one day, let's say, but then you have clinical benefits that last many weeks or months. That's a really unique treatment paradigm. That really is different than any other psychiatric drugs or many other drugs we have generally. And so when you look at the opportunity, when you look at the historical evidence, it is so compelling. Really, it fits perfectly in healthcare. There are certainly challenges that are unique to this because it is a bit of a different approach, and it requires forward thought and really thinking how we can leverage the system that exists and scale it into the broader world. But again, that's ultimately what the pharmaceutical industry is here to do, and what we're here to do as an organization is bring new therapies to market and get them out to the public at scale.
Are you chatting with doctors at all at this point? Like, do you see them at all open to these therapeutic alternatives, or are they reluctant? What's the situation there?
We've seen an enormous amount of interest from, and I focus on psychiatry because that's really where this all was sort of reborn several years ago. But even outside of that, I think you can look at recent additions to our scientific advisory board and recent changes and funding that some of the scientists have been receiving. We just see an enormous interest. There's some medical education conferences that have even formed symposia around psychedelic research. And so when we look at psychiatry, they are very much interested in adopting this kind of approach. And I've seen, certainly there are some skeptics, and we're here to change their minds with, again, strong data that is compelling and will convince everyone of the therapeutic opportunity if we're ultimately successful in doing that. But really, overall, we've seen a wide open arms of the medical community to exploring these and generating evidence.
And what about like from the policy or side? There's a question in the chat, and drawing some parallels with cannabis and saying like Congress won't include reform for psychedelic medicine, even for PTSD treatment. So the question they ask pretty fairly is, so what hope is there? Like, how will all of this play out in your view?
Yeah, we're gonna bring these products. We and other organizations. I look at our colleagues, for instance, at MAPS, who are developing MDMA for post-traumatic stress disorder. They're the closest to filing an NDA, it seems, and we applaud all that they're doing. And I think we look at the broader industry and wanting to see a lot of success with a number of different compounds, both those in our pipeline, but others that are developing other compounds as well. So. What hope is there? We have to follow the process. I think it's really important that we lean into the regulatory process. We lean into the frameworks that currently exist. By trying to sidestep them, while it may seem like an attractive short-term option, it really risks, if we are long-term exposed to the changing winds of geopolitics, that's a broader risk for access to psychedelics long-term. And so we're going to take these in through the front door again, go through these difficult and rigorous process that it takes to get drugs approved to establish the safety and effectiveness. And in so doing, we will ensure effectively the longevity of access to these therapies and have the underlying evidence that is required to have broader uptake in the general community, but also in the medical community.
Indeed, and it's not just you and I who are bullish on this sector, as Roy mentions in the chat as well. This was a pick by Kevin O'Leary of Shark Tank as a sector to watch. So you've been warned. Let's talk a little bit about MindMed again. MNMD on the NASDAQ. Can you tell us a little bit about your product pipeline, your different clinical trials? A little bit of a deeper dive into your different products and development and what you're hoping to accomplish with each of these trials.
Absolutely. I like to say we have the broadest and most compelling clinical pipeline of any organization in the psychedelic space. And we're really excited about what we have coming in the very near term and longer term. So one of the studies that has received the most attention is our LSD program, which we're developing for anxiety disorders. And we're launching a relatively large phase 2 study of LSD and generalized anxiety disorder and looking to move that forward into the clinic. So that is, again, one of the higher profile psychedelic programs we're developing. But as I mentioned, we are somewhat agnostic to whether drugs make you hallucinate. And we have another compound that is really interesting called 18MC, and it's a derivative of a classic psychedelic called ibogaine. The problem with ibogaine that some organizations are developing is that it is cardiotoxic. It is a proarrhythmic drug that risks people developing cardiac arrhythmias and then in some instances dying from those arrhythmias. And so we have a molecule in 18MC that has the same effect on treating opioid use disorder and other use disorders at least in rodent models of self-administration and preclinical models. But it does not have the same proarrhythmic risk. It doesn't have the same cardiovascular risk. So through good application of medicinal chemistry and pharmaceutical science, we have this 3rd generation psychedelic product, one that is inspired by a classic psychedelic, but has dealt with the underlying issues of that classic psychedelic. And ultimately, we see as an enormous opportunity to bring forward into opioid use disorders. We're finishing up a phase 1 study of 18MC currently, and then moving that into a clinical trial, phase 2 clinical trial for opioid withdrawal and use disorder ultimately.
That's amazing. Anything else that you're excited about? And what does the future hold for MindMed? What do you see in for the company in terms of organic growth, on M&A, on potential international expansion, right? Or I assume you're thinking about all of this. This is pretty universal in terms of the need, in terms of the addressable markets, in terms of the development process, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, and so I highlighted our most advanced programs. We also have a phase 2 study of LSD and adult ADHD that we're conducting. And we have a number of collaborations in place, one with University Hospital Basel in Switzerland. And there we're looking at collaboratively clinical trials of other psychedelic molecules like DMT and mescaline and other interesting approaches to other therapies that are relevant to the delivery of psychedelics. Like we have a study with LSD and ketanserin that we've referred to as sort of a trip ender that's being assessed currently. And so through that collaboration, we have a number of opportunities to assess these compounds, both in new indications, but also completely novel compounds that are not in our pipeline that we could ultimately bring into our commercial pipeline if we're successful in these early phase studies, which we're really optimistic about. And then we have a number of other collaborations with medicinal chemistry groups and with formulation groups, looking at either novel delivery platforms or completely novel molecules that are in early stages of research and development, but that we ultimately view bringing into the drug pipeline over the next many years. And really, again, as we think about the growth of MindMed and who we are as an organization, we're building a pharmaceutical company, and with that comes lead assets that are advancing later into clinical development, but also an entire pipeline behind it of opportunities that can drive development programs and new products for many years to come.
Man, oh man, how exciting. What a time to be alive, as Spencer just said. Rob, where can people reach you? Interested investors, whether it's retail, institutional?
Yeah, encourage everyone to go to the website, mindmed.co. We have an active social media platforms, Twitter, LinkedIn, and encourage everyone to follow along. I think, again, we're really excited about the developments in MindMed and what we have coming in the near and long future. And thank everyone for all the support we've had to date, but also for tuning in and watching as we progress here over the next several years.
Fantastic. Robert Barrow is the CEO of MindMed, a NASDAQ-traded psychedelics company valued at almost $1 billion. You can find the stock on the NASDAQ under the ticker MNMD. Robert, thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure. Thanks so much, Javier.
All right. Thanks to Rob. Thanks to Javier. Yeah, I mean, it's mind blowing, and
it's exactly that. It's exactly that, like mind blowing.
Like, I can't even. I'm trying to think. Like, if I told my parents like 5 years ago, or you told your parents 5 years ago, like, hey, in a few years there's going to be like actual like medical clinical studies on the medical uses of, forget not even marijuana, but like psychedelics, right? LSD, like they would not believe it. I wouldn't believe it either, frankly.
What if I told them I would make a living of it?
Again,
that would flip them.
Cannabis is one thing, but you're going to psychedelics, right? But it's real. It's real. There are medical use cases. It's happening.
Exactly.
It's not a question of
just in a similar fashion to cannabis, right? Without, saving the many differences, we are reconceptualizing, understanding from a different perspective how these compounds work, right?
Sure. Yeah, there was an entire generation that's going to grow up and think of cannabis and psychedelics, and their first thought will not be, oh my God, it's bad. Their first thought will be, oh, like this is a thing that people use for legit medical reasons, and that's fantastic. If it works, it works. I mean, that's all. It's all the proof is in the pudding. So Javier Haas, once again, guys, Javier will be at the Benzinga Cannabis Capital Conference October 14th and 15th. I think those are the dates, or is it 13th and 14th? No, 14th. It's 14th and 15th at the Marriott Marquis in Times Square, New York City. And I will see you there, Javier.
Indeed. We'll be talking cannabis, stocks, investments, science, policy, but overall, how to make money off this booming sector.
And if you want to know more about the Cannabis Capital Conference, well, just watch this commercial. There it is up on the screen, bzcannabis.com. All right, let's keep this going. Before I bring on our next speaker, this is my hourly like push. Let's get some more likes. Let's go. I have not looked at the number. I'm not going to look at the number right now anyway. I know it's not where I need it to be. Let's get some more likes on that stream. Thank you very much. All right, let's bring on our next guest, Timothy Coe. There he is, the CEO of Entheon Biomedical. Timothy, how are we doing today?
I'm doing great. Let's get those likes up.
Let's get those likes up. Let's get those slides up, guys. Let's bring up Tim's slides. There they are. Tim, tell us all about Entheon and what you're working on.
My pleasure. Thanks for letting me on here. I'm Tim. I'm the CEO of Entheon Biomedical. Entheon, we're trying to develop the new dimension in addiction treatment. Just before we start off, Entheon is powered by an unwavering commitment to significantly improve the odds of beating addiction and improving patient care. I lost a brother to addiction, and my story is representative of hundreds of thousands of stories of families that are struggling with finding their loved ones solutions at work. So Entheon is developing a personalized system of medicine within the psychedelic therapy space. We're seeking to increase precision and safety, utilizing DMT and a variety of diagnostic tools meant to aid the process of assessment and prescription. So the precision medicine platform that we have in development is comprised of two distinct parts. Obviously, we have a DMT-based drug delivery system that seeks to leverage the very unique pharmacokinetics of dimethyltryptamine to create flexible therapeutic programs. And the intention there is to optimize dosage and duration of treatments to suit individual patient needs, understanding that people that suffer from addiction issues have a wide spectrum of difficulties and personal health sort of nuances. Our companion precision medicine platform is intended to predict mental health risks, as well as characterize different metabolic factors that may affect care. The intention is to aid in drug selection as well as the personalization of therapy. And we want this to be applicable not only to DMT, but also to other classes of drugs as the psychedelic medicine space evolves. We currently have ketamine available for administration, and we see over the next 5 years or so a multitude of new molecules coming online. So we're really trying to develop out the tool set that physicians can use to better make those medical decisions. So the situation that brings us here is quite dire. I talked about my personal scenario, but that's lived out hundreds, if not millions of times over across the world. Within the US, approximately $740 billion a year is put towards, is the estimated cost of treating drug addiction. And, it's comprised of healthcare costs, policing, a variety of things, lost productivity. It's a massive burden in terms of societal load. Globally, approximately 2% of the world's population suffers from some form of addiction, and 11.4 million people approximately die prematurely as a result of drug addiction. Again, within America, approximately 21.2 million Americans have some form of substance use disorder, but sadly, only 1 in 10 of those people actually receives the type of treatment that they need. From a statistical perspective, it's pretty grim. We see that instance rates across these various addictions are in the millions. And of course, death is a terrible statistic to track, but sadly, that is one of the ultimate outcomes of untreated addiction. And part of the problem here may boil down to the fact that, in spite of these huge this huge public health crisis, the actual amount of people that receive treatment is really quite low, 4.4 and 17.5 respectively across alcohol and opioids. Smoking, of course, there are options available, but in spite of their plentitude, we still see these massive numbers of deaths. And again, the economic impact is in the hundreds of billions. So some of this may boil down to the fact that treatment options presently are not very promising. The reality is the frontline defense for a lot of these addiction issues is residential treatment. My brother was in 6 or 7 different treatment centers before, ultimately we lost him. And the reality is that for residential treatment, the efficacy is low as 5 or 10%. And often families or individuals will go to multiple drug treatment centers with no real effect, and they may ultimately lose their lives to addiction. And when that's compounded by the fact that the cost of these things can range anywhere from $5,000 to $30,000 per stay. Families are still willing to pay that because, of course, you'd pay anything, but ultimately, it's sadly quite ineffective. 12-step recovery is an option that's free to society, and it's done some amazing things, but there are some excluding factors that make it alienating and sometimes ineffective. It is shame-based in many people's estimation. It does engage this process of self-discovery that seeks to unpack some of the psychological and emotional causes, but there are certain treatment barriers such as trauma or cognitive reasons why an individual may not be able to engage in that type of work meaningfully. Then, of course, we have medication-assisted therapies that seek to remove the drug of abuse and replace it with something else, whether it's a synthetic nicotine or a synthetic opioid. Not paired with other types of therapies, these things alone are not effective, and we see high rates of relapse when people stop using these things. And often these things, replace one dependence for another. So yeah, substance use disorder is an inherently complex issue. Removal of the substance alone does not guarantee abstinence, and actually addicts are prone to relapse if their core issues are not addressed, and which is the reason why we see such high rates of relapse. So the root of addiction is thought to be psychological and emotional in nature. A lot of these sort of therapy processes and self-discovery processes seek to get there, but though these therapies attempt to address these core issues, they often prove insufficient, as sort of denoted by the statistics. Serotonergic psychedelics actually possess a huge potential to directly drive at these core issues. There is a long history of evidence that points to the potential effect of psychedelics in the use of treating addictions. LSD was the sort of psychedelic of the time in the 60s and 70s, and before it was banned, there was actually quite a bit of research happening, and a meta-analysis of studies that took place over the 60s and 70s finds that there was a 58% reduction in addiction or alcoholism-related outcomes following dosing with LSD. Ayahuasca similarly shows a reduction in severity of alcoholism-related issues, and psilocybin, I think, very shockingly and positively, recently demonstrated a really high rate of abstinence following psychedelic treatment. That work was done by one of our scientific advisors, Matthew Johnson, and it's very promising. And we're seeking to do something similar with DMT. So what is it about psychedelics that is so hugely potential in terms of affecting these transformations? Well, we think it boils down primarily to the effects of entropy. So to understand this, we sort of need to understand what the addicted brain functions like. The addicted brain functions in a way that's quite similar to someone that's suffering from something like major depressive disorder, in that that brain state is characterized by a state of high habituation, high pathology, and also from a state of subcriticality. This means that, sort of the person operates in a form of autopilot, where their belief set is very firmly established and pretty impenetrable. Psychedelics are really promising in they introduce entropy or randomness. Entropy in the thermodynamic sense is sort of, has negative connotations, but within the context of neuroscience is actually a very useful and powerful effect in that it creates a randomness that forces the brain into a state of heightened plasticity, increased neuroplasticity or neural connectivity, which moves the brain into this state of, criticality, where they do have to engage with the stimulus that they're encountering. This results in something called a pivotal mental state, which is marked by a ton of novelty, sometimes even visual novelty, which results in, generally learning, reordering of beliefs, actions, and behaviors. And another way to look at this is through this too often pointed at brain homology scaffold. On the top right, we see the non-psychedelic brain, sort of characterized by a few dozen neural connections. You can think of these as our sort of like autopilot, sort of day-to-day thinking. In the brain of someone suffering from addiction, that default thinking can actually be quite detrimental, as it is sometimes characterized by distress or negative worldview. When psychedelics are introduced, we see this massive explosion in terms of neural connectivity. And so it's in that state where a person can relive experiences, reconsider traumas or connections, and actually, due to the recruitment of different cortical regions or different neural regions, have entirely new experiences and really reconstitute their belief system. So the molecule that we've selected to take into clinical development is DMT. So DMT elicits the desirable entropic effects of classical psychedelics, but has the unique pharmacokinetic qualities that make it a very promising molecule for clinical use. So a little bit of background into DMT. I think by now a lot of people know what it is, but it's a classic serotonergic that works primarily on the 5-HT2A receptor, similar to LSD and psilocybin. It's been present in and used within South American indigenous medicine for hundreds, if not thousands of years, pretty extensively scientifically studied. It's present in hundreds of, or dozens, if not hundreds of plant species. And very importantly, it's endogenous to the human body, meaning that we produce it. Some people believe it has some feature related to sleep or even death and delivery of meaning in death. But this also means that we're experts in terms of metabolizing it through the process of monoamine oxidase. We are absolute pros at dispelling this from our body. So that makes it very safe. And the other thing is that it is very short acting. And that's a feature that we're seeking to leverage within our development. Some little science fact sheet here. DMT has some very interesting differentiating qualities. It is a very potent, has very potent activation of 5-HT2A receptors compared to other psychedelics, meaning it's very strong in terms of its effect. It has very rapid pharmacokinetics, reaching half-life at 5 minutes, compared to, say, 50 minutes with psilocybin, meaning that it allows for near real-time clearance of the drug when intravenous infusion is stopped. And there are also neuroplasticity and neurogenesis qualities that make it very promising in terms of really cementing some of the acute plasticity effects that are achieved within that transformational experience. So really cementing those positions in a positive sense. And there are also anti-neurodegenerative and anti-ischemic qualities to DMT that are also quite interesting. From a phenomenological perspective, there are some neurophysiological phenomena that are quite interesting to observe as well. the main takeaway here is that there's something called Limpel-Zeph intensity, which is a measure of entropy. And we see that with DMT, there's a massive explosion in entropy. And that's evidenced, the sort of effect of that is evidenced in something called reverse cortical traveling waves. That shows a change in predictive coding. And we can think of predictive coding as just being that default system. We actually see reversals in that indicates that the individual is critically engaged and learning. So the DMT experience is many things, least of which is it's odd. So there are generally some very unusually vivid visual images, as well as some somatic or bodily effects. And there are also a wide and powerful range of emotions, far outside of the scope of what the individual is probably used to feeling. And this is indicative of that highly entropic effect, where there are neural connections made that are outside of the scope of what's typical. And this often results in very much deep clarity and insight into one's life and relationships as one looks at their sort of internal composition through a new lens. And this really does often result in dismantling of deeply held beliefs, which is very important for substance use disorder sufferers that maybe have erroneous or detrimental beliefs. So yeah, DMT possesses some very significant therapeutic advantages over classic psychedelics. In short, some of these classic psychedelics have a very long window of engagement, anywhere from 6 to 8 hours and even longer. This makes it quite difficult to scale, as psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy is requiring physician oversight for that whole process. There are also very limited means of ending a negative adverse event. We're going to be dealing with some pretty difficult subject matter in these experiences, and it can inherently be overwhelming. And should that person really reach a point of distress with some of these longer form psychedelics, there is no meaningful way of stopping that other than to use heavy sedatives or anxiolytics. There's also a lack of precise dose control. Once the dose is taken, there's no way to modulate that. DMT, on the other hand, in the way that we're delivering it intravenously, we can create far shorter session lengths, allowing for higher throughput. And it also gives us the ability to end the session quickly if medically necessary. It also does give us the ability to titrate or modify the dose if we find that the individual is responding unexpectedly to the dose that they're receiving. This allows us to create flexible therapeutic designs, interspersing short psychedelic sessions with that very important integration of psychotherapy. We're able to move progressively and gradually towards therapeutic effect rather than throwing someone into the deep end and having them unpack 6 to 8 hours of very intense subject matter. So this may potentiate less time needed within the psychedelic state. So obviously, we're very committed to the development of DMT, but we're also very much committed to the development of a personalized psychedelic medicine system. Entheon RX is our focus there is to commercialize DMT-based molecules. We have a clinical trial in late Q4 of this year at Center for Human Drug Research. That's a safety trial focused on pharmacokinetics and pharmacodynamics. We're also investigating DMT-based new molecular entities, as well as delivery systems to suit different patient populations. Entheon DNA, we have 2 subsidiaries within the genetic space. We have currently some direct consumer genetic tests available for purchase related to psychiatric risk factors, as well as metabolic factors that may modify treatment in terms of how people respond to those drugs. And we're also working on a healthcare provider-oriented panel. Entheon IQ, we have a observational study for which we just received IRB approval. That's to look at biomarkers associated with the ketamine experience. We're doing that with our partner in Austin, Heading Health. And we're also expanding our data analysis of DMT-based biomarkers to really understand the true biomarkers associated with these states, to give physicians greater insight as to what their patients are going through in this highly subjective, often difficult to describe experience. And we're also looking to characterize mental health phenotypes, understanding that different people with different brain physiologies will respond differently to different types of treatment. So for the Entheon RX programs, we believe DMT can help with regard to a variety of addiction disorders, as well as to some behavioral addictions, whether it be food, gambling, or sex. And we see the potential to expand this to different mental health indications. Our Entheon DNA and IQ platforms, we believe, are relevant not only to DMT, but to a variety of other drug classes within the psychedelic space. looking at genetic risk and metabolic factors. We think that we have sort of product relevance within not only serotonergic psychedelic therapies, but also ketamine therapy, which is where we're putting some of our effort. And within EEG, again, we're looking to monitor various psychedelic drug states, as well as characterize different phenotypes to help precision guide some of those therapies. So yeah, the Entheon precision medicine platform is premised on some very important operating assumptions. Mental illness, I think we all know, can and does prove fatal if untreated. Efficient diagnosis and prescription are therefore crucial in light of that. And traditional prescription models are reliant on heavily subjective measures, sometimes verbal tellings of symptomology. And we believe that genetics and neurophysiology may determine individual responses to treatment, but also that many psychedelic therapies will be available in the future. So our intent is to predict how likely someone is to have or develop psychiatric disorders, to mitigate the probability of negative adverse events, and to match patients to personalized treatments that are more likely to work while causing fewer side effects. And we also intend to track and metricize positive effects so that we can actually get some empirical data around what works and what doesn't, and start to build an understanding of what treatments are appropriate for which patient populations. So the intent is to provide healthcare providers objective tools to aid in assessment, monitoring, and follow-up. So yeah, we believe that the psychedelic treatment paradigm exists within 3 distinct buckets. Assessment and preparation, for which we're developing genetic tools and EEG tools to help personalize therapies. Drug administration, where we're developing DMT-based drug solutions, as well as EEG monitoring tools to increase precision and safety. As well as within integration, we're developing EEG collection tools to support the very necessary ongoing psychotherapy that is used to unpack the sessions. We want to create things that are empirical, that the tools that give empiricism to the longitudinal tracking of treatment efficacy, and as well as to guide ongoing therapy to see if there's any degradation of therapy quality from which therapists can suggest changes. Very briefly, our R&D timeline is just a snapshot. We have a clinical trial planned for Q4 of this year. That's nearing, that's very imminent. We're doing some in vivo work with regard to DMT for subsequent clinical trials, getting ahead of that for potential FDA engagement. We're also doing some observational work within the ketamine space and looking to expand our EEG biomarker projects into different drug classes. And in Q3, we're targeting to do a multitude of phase 2 studies, efficacy studies specific to different drugs. The Entheon umbrella is comprised of a wonderful array of partners and subsidiaries. And yes, the team, in my estimation, is some pretty handsome fellas, as well as some very accomplished people representing cannabis, traditional biotech, wearables, cancer research, and some of the biggest pharmas that you can think of. And our scientific advisory board is obviously among the most accomplished and pioneering within the psychedelic research space, and they represent specialization in psilocybin, DMT, patient care, neuroimaging. All of these people combine to keep the Entheon story, very scientifically robust and scientifically exacting. So yeah, Entheon's integrated approach to precision medicine is paving the way for psychedelic psychiatry. We're leveraging the unique pharmacokinetics of DMT to create safe and adaptive drug experiences. We're pairing that with genetic biomarkers to predict drug selection and response, and adding to the mix EEG biomarkers to guide therapeutic programs, inform physician and patient state during experience, and to track efficacy over time, all told that combines to create a personalized psychedelic-based psychiatric care system. And just, I think, given the context of the conference, the psychedelic drug market is projected to grow at a compound annual growth rate of 12.36% over the next 8 years to reach 10.75 billion by 2027. So there's very much room to grow. So we are trading on the CSC under the ticker ENBI on the Frankfurt Exchange, as well as the OTCQB. Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to share a little bit about Entheon.
Thank you, Tim. Wow. Is very interesting. Just one quick question from our chat from my man Mitch. He's wondering how you derive your DMT.
Our DMT is synthetically derived.
Okay.
It is very important for us to make sure it's to a purity level that is sufficient for human use.
Man, applaud all the work you're doing. addiction, obviously serious thing. So Timko, CEO Entheon Medical. Thank you so much, Tim. That was very enlightening. Thank you.
Absolutely appreciate it.
All right, let's stick with the theme. Let's stick with the psychedelics theme, and let's bring on Doug Drysdale, the CEO of CYBN. There he is. Doug, how is your Thursday going?
Doing great, Spencer. Thank you. Thanks for the introduction.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, guys. Let's go ahead and get Doug's slides up. There they are. And Doug, tell us all about CYBN, what you work. Well, I mean, I know what you're working on. I can tell by the name, but tell us about the company.
I will do. Thank you, Spencer, and thanks to everybody that is listening for your interest in CYBN. What we're doing at CYBN is working to revolutionize how mental health conditions are treated. And that means potentially moving away from chronic at-home treatment of conditions like depression or addiction towards potentially intermittent treatment with prescription psychedelic therapeutics under supervision in a clinical setting, with the potential to provide remission from depressive symptoms or addictive cravings for perhaps weeks or months at a time from just 1 or 2 doses. Now, clearly, if we're able to do that, if we're able to make it through the regulators and bring approved treatments to market, then we would really be providing healthcare providers with very powerful new tools to tackle the mental health crisis. And we're starting from a really strong foundation. So some terrific studies out of Johns Hopkins and NYU demonstrating proof of concept and efficacy, impressive efficacy using psilocybin and other psychedelics in conditions like depression and addiction. We're also, from a drug development point of view, fortunate to know a lot about these molecules, these classical psychedelic drugs, whether it's LSD, psilocybin, MDMA, DMT. Many of them have been discovered for decades, so we know a lot about their chemistry, about their metabolism, and also about their toxicology profile, their toxicity. However, we still have a lot of work to do at CYBN to turn these classical psychedelic drugs and take all that knowledge and transform these molecules into useful, scalable, and approvable prescription pharmaceuticals. Many of these molecules have challenges that we're working to overcome, whether it's bioavailability or duration of action. And some of these treatments are very long acting. MDMA, maybe 10 hours. An LSD session might be 8 hours. So an oral psilocybin session could be 6 hours. And that clearly creates challenges for mental health infrastructure, for clinics in terms of delivery of care. And so we're looking to reduce those timelines. As well as with psilocybin, looking to overcome the challenges of it being a prodrug. Now, psilocybin is not the active ingredient. Excuse me, it is converted to psilocin, and that conversion through the liver, and we know this from development of many drugs over the last several decades, that liver metabolism can be highly variable between patients. And so you might have in clinical sessions with the same dose, one patient on oral psilocybin that has a very moderate psychedelic effect, and another that has a very powerful psychedelic effect with the same dosing. So these are challenges we're working to overcome to make sure that these treatments at the end of the day are approvable. Now at CYBN, we're working on 4 active drug programs targeting depression, addiction in the form of alcohol use disorder, anxiety disorders, and other treatment-resistant psychiatric disorders. Our first program, CYB1, is a sublingual film formulation of psilocybin targeting major depressive disorder. And I'll go into why we selected a sublingual film and the rationale for that and the benefits that we think it can bring. And that product has been approved, has received IRB approval to begin a phase 2 study. And I expect that we will see PK data, excuse me, that's data showing us what that onset of action, what the duration of action is around the end of this year. We've also been working with other molecules that we've created from our library, other tryptamines, and tryptamines are molecules like psilocybin, LSD, DMT, they're all tryptamines. We've been taking short-acting tryptamines and applying deuteration. I'll get into what that is in a little while. But that duration is enabling us to selectively modify the duration of action of these molecules. And we've seen great proof of concept in our preclinical studies around those molecules. We're now up to about 60 preclinical studies that we've run in the last 12 months. The CYBN team is growing. We're at about 50 or so people right now. So we're really expanding to build a strong hub. But we're working through many partnerships around the world, close to 50 partnerships across North America and Europe, helping us to build our network of partners that can help us synthesize molecules, run preclinical studies in small and large animal species, and then expand our capabilities into human studies. Some notable partnerships that we have are with Catalent in the UK, where we're taking their orally disintegrating tablet technology, their Zydis technology, applying that to CYB3, targeting alcohol use disorder. Another partnership with Covance, where we're undergoing many preclinical studies there with their phenomenal team also in the UK. And lastly, a partnership with Greenbrook, Greenbrook TMS, who have 149 mental health centers around the United States, where they are experts in the delivery of care for depression and see tens of thousands of patients on an annual basis. And I'll get into some of the advantages of that partnership a little later in the presentation. Clearly, all of this work is generating, excuse me. Sorry. Clearly, all of this work is generating lots of IP. We're up to about 16 patent filings so far, and I see that continuing to expand, covering novel molecules, methods of use in psychiatric disorders, and also drug delivery technologies. To manage all these programs, we need to be well capitalized. The company's raised $120 million to date. We're certainly very well capitalized for the next 2 years plus. And we recently listed on New York Stock Exchange, the NYSE American, in early August, which has given us an expanded base of expanded access to investors going forward for continued funding. The team is incredibly strong. The team comes from a wide range of pharmaceutical companies across the spectrum and has managed collectively more than 60 IND programs with the FDA, so lots of experience developing drugs through the regulators, including a development of esketamine for Janssen. So the only team really that has in this space that has developed a commercialized psychedelic drug, as well as many other pharmaceutical products over the years. And here's a quick snapshot of some of the team members. But as I mentioned, we're now up to about 50 or so people today across North America and Europe. Now, clearly, there's a massive global unmet need here. I read recently that the total addressable market for all of the indications that the psychedelic sector are pursuing is something in the region of $300 billion annually. And when you consider that the total combined market cap of public psychedelic companies today is only around $10 billion combined, then there's clearly an enormous opportunity in terms of value creation over the next several years. Specifically looking at the indications that CYBN is targeting, these affect around 700 million people globally. 300 million people around the world suffer from depression. Alcohol use disorder is the third largest preventable cause of death annually, killing 3 million people a year. Opioid use disorder is also an indication that we may pursue in the future, and opioids have taken more lives than the HIV/AIDS epidemic. And anxiety disorders are by far the most prevalent mental health disorder, with prevalence of almost 12% of the population. So and there's clearly an enormous need for these kinds of treatments. As we take a look at our pipeline, I'll start from the bottom up. CYB5 is a discovery program. We've been here looking at phenethylamines. These are molecules that are MDMA-like, excuse me, or mescaline-like. And here we've been screening and creating novel molecules that have a shorter duration of action and made some interesting discoveries that I think make these treatments more efficient in their delivery. And I expect that we will select both a lead candidate from this program and an indication sometime in 2022. When I look at the next two molecules that we have in our pipeline, CYB3 and CYB4, these are both deuterated tryptamines, and I'll get into what deuteration does in a little while. We're combining these novel molecules with different drug delivery technologies, Zydis ODT technology, this orally disintegrating tablet technology from Catalent. Here we're targeting alcohol use disorder. And we're making tremendous progress with this program, with this particular molecule. And I expect that we'll be in a position to move towards human studies very quickly, with potentially an IND filing around the first quarter of 2022. CYB4 is about 1 quarter behind that. Here we're combining this molecule that does not have any oral bioavailability with an inhalation platform designed to deliver very rapid delivery into the bloodstream, very rapid onset of action for anxiety disorders. Again, moving very quickly through preclinical studies, large animal toxicology, and should be in humans by the midpoint of 2022, midpoint of next year. Our CYB1 program is a sublingual film formulation of psilocybin. And here we're targeting major depressive disorder. And we've received approval, IRB approval, to begin a phase 2 study. And I expect that we'll see PK data for this molecule around the end of 2021. Now, let me talk a little bit why we selected a sublingual film formulation. Psilocybin is a prodrug, and when given orally, travels down through the GI tract and gets metabolized by the liver. Incidentally, about 50 to 60% of the drug is metabolized away and never makes it to the site of action. That journey down through the GI tract and through the liver means that patients are waiting an hour or an hour and a quarter to get to peak effect. So they're sitting in the clinic waiting for the medication to kick in. And then this conversion of psilocybin to psilocin creates a reservoir effect where you're seeing a continuous ongoing conversion from prodrug to active drug over time, which makes oral psilocybin very long acting, which is why you're getting this 6 hours or so. Also, the reliance upon the liver to convert psilocybin to psilocin means there's enormous variability between patients, which may create challenges with dosing. It may create challenges with regulators. We will see. So the concept behind the sublingual film, which is designed to be placed underneath the tongue, in contact with the sublingual membranes. The object there is to deliver active drug rapidly into the bloodstream, rapidly to the site of action. And because we're bypassing the liver and bypassing that first pass metabolism, the hope is that we'll be able to dose far less active drug. And so we expect that active drug to be metabolized away through the body after having an effect far quicker than with oral psilocybin. And also not having that reservoir effect, that liver conversion effect, should also help with shortening the duration of action. So as I said, we should have PK data for our sublingual film around the end of 2021. Very exciting. And we selected major depressive disorder based upon this particular study, among others. This is a study by Alan Davis at Johns Hopkins, was published in November of 2020. Looking at patients with MDD. And what the investigators saw here was a response rate of 71%. So that means that 71% of patients had a clinically significant reduction in their depressive symptoms at week 4 after just 2 doses of psilocybin. And as the author says here, this is around 4 times greater, this effect size, than you might see with traditional therapies like SSRIs. So clearly, if we're able to replicate these kinds of results in larger, well-controlled, randomized studies, then these really are powerful tools that we can give to healthcare providers to help with this mental health crisis. Moving on to our deuterated program, we're really taking 3 approaches to optimizing those molecules. The first is medicinal chemistry, and the second is drug delivery technologies, and the third is utilizing other technologies to help with delivery of care or drug development, like digital platforms and and neuroimaging. With our this medicinal chemistry, what we're doing with deuteration is selectively substituting hydrogen atoms on these tryptamine molecules with deuterium, which is heavy hydrogen. And this substitution leads to these molecules resisting enzymatic breakdown in the body. So they're really resisting breakdown by monoamine oxidase. And by selectively substituting these hydrogen atoms with deuterium, we can modify the duration and optimize it to fit in with a regular treatment paradigm. The goal here is not to have treatments where clinics are required to keep a patient in a room for a whole day, which clearly would be economically challenging for them, but to provide treatments that fit within a regular therapy treatment paradigm. So maybe that's 45 minutes to 2 hours, something in that time slot. And through this different selective substitutions, we're able to optimize that duration. We're then combining these molecules with drug delivery technologies, whether it's ODT or inhalation, in order to optimize the delivery into the body and into the site of action, and then working with other technologies. What we've seen so far in our preclinical work is really clear validation of the business model of this development model. And so with our deuterated tryptamines, we've shown that we are clearly able to modify the duration without impacting 5-HT receptor binding. And I would see that as being analogous potentially to efficacy, and without impacting toxicity. So checking those 3 boxes is a really important step in preclinical development, and we expect to continue to remove these molecules through those models and into man, as I mentioned, in the first half of 2022. So very, very exciting. I just want to wrap up by talking about 2 important partnerships, 2 of the 50 partnerships that we've created today. The first is with a company called Kernel, who are based on the West Coast. And the Kernel team has done a phenomenal job in miniaturizing neuroimaging technology. In this case, it's functional near-infrared spectroscopy. And what that miniaturization has done is enabled them to create a wearable helmet, where real-time brain activity can be recorded using this device. We're sponsoring a study with the Kernel team, a feasibility study using ketamine, where we expect to measure that real-time brain activity with healthy volunteers while they're undergoing psychedelic experience. And we're hopeful that this data, this information, will help us create more targeted psychedelic treatments in the future. We expect data from this study before the end of 2021. And lastly, a partnership with Greenbrook. Greenbrook now operates, actually says 129, but are operating 149 mental health clinics around the United States, and are clearly experts in delivery of care with depressive patients. As we have built our network of partners across North America and across Europe, it's clear to us that the number of experienced investigators, experienced therapists, and experienced clinical sites is lacking. Clearly not that many sites around the world that have psychedelic experience. So our plan here, our goal with this partnership, is to provide CYBN with access to clinical infrastructure that can enable us to supplement the existing infrastructure that's out there today. Certainly before the end of this year, we'll identify at least 1 or 2 centers of excellence where we can combine CYBN's knowledge of psychedelics and our Embark psychotherapy program with Greenbrook's expertise on the ground to create centers where we can train therapists, train investigators, and potentially access the patient population as we look to scale up clinical studies over the next several years. So to summarize, clearly the CYBN management team is very experienced, have a strong track record in delivering FDA approvals, and we have a strong and expanding IP portfolio. We've seen positive preclinical results now across more than 60 preclinical studies over the last year. We're excited to see PK data from our sublingual film formulation by the end of 2021. We have a deep pipeline of additional molecules that we expect will continue to generate new opportunities. And we look forward to near-term human studies, CYB3 and CYB4, in the first quarter, second quarter of 2022, respectively. And with that, thank you very much for your interest in CYBN, and happy to take any questions.
We don't have time for questions now, but Doug, don't go anywhere. I want to keep you on the screen, and I want to bring on Simeon Schnapper, managing partner at JLS Fund. I want to bring Rob Barrow back from MindMed. Let's get your Ronan Conforti on from Novamind, and Dr. Joseph Tucker from, see, there they all are, from Enveric. There everyone is. Time for our first panel of the day, addressing mental health through emerging therapies. Simeon, you are moderating this panel, so I will open the floor up to you and let you take it away.
Fantastic. Spencer, thank you so much, and great to host such accomplished leaders in the mental health through emerging psychedelic therapy space to the greater Benzinga audience. So we have about 40 minutes, give or take. We're going to ask each of the participants to introduce themselves, give a 30,000-foot view of their company, short and sweet. Then we'll go into some Q&A and dialogue around some top-level categories we're all have been discussing, and probably leave the last 5 or 10 minutes for any Q&A that comes in from our Benzinga audience. So my name's Simeon. I'm with JLS Fund, and I'm just going to jump right into it. And since Doug, you just presented, your vocal cords are warmed up, and sorry if this feels a little repetitive, but do you mind introducing yourself and giving us the high-level intro of CYBN?
Sure, Simeon, thank you for that, and nice to see peers on the screen here. Yes, as I was just presenting, CYBN is working to develop prescription psychedelic therapeutics from the classical psychedelic drugs that we know and have been around for several decades. And we're doing that using medicinal chemistry and drug delivery technologies in order to create optimal treatments that could be used ultimately in the clinic to treat conditions like depression, addiction, and anxiety disorders. And I'll leave it there because I think I just gave the full presentation on the CYBN story. So back to you, Simeon.
Excellent. Doug, thank you so much. Just to rapid fire through these, and as I see Rob next on my screen, Rob Barrow from MindMed, do you mind introducing yourself and telling us a little bit about MindMed?
Yeah, thanks so much, Simeon. So I'm Rob Barrow, CEO of MindMed. I think similarly to what Doug said, we're a pharmaceutical company developing psychedelics, and we have a number of drugs in our pipeline. We have a number of external collaborations that really give us the most breadth of psychedelic molecules to bring forward into our pipeline. Ultimately, we have programs that are going right into phase 2 for opioid use disorder and withdrawal, and for generalized anxiety disorder, and a deep pipeline of preclinical and near clinical assets that we're assessing as well. So really, we've been building talent in our organization out of the pharmaceutical industry, and really trying to bring these novel treatments forward through regulated pathways.
Fantastic. Rob, thank you so much. Yaron Conforti, the CEO of Novamind, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Simon. Good to be here. My name is Yaron Conforti. As mentioned, I'm the CEO of Novamind. I'm a co-founder as well. We founded the company in 2019 with a focus on the infrastructure that's required to facilitate psychedelic medicine. And the way we do that is currently through a network of psychiatry clinics and clinical research sites. So we help patients with a full spectrum of psychiatry services specialized in psychedelic assisted therapies, which I'll talk about later. And on the clinical research site, we provide research sites that host preclinical through phase 3 research trials, some of the leading drug developers in psychedelic medicine.
Fantastic. Thank you, Yaron. And last but not least, Dr. Joseph, if you don't mind.
Sure. Thanks, Simeon. Appreciate that. Nice to be here with everybody again. So I'm Joe Tucker, CEO of Enveric Bio. We actually just recently merged with Enveric. We were I was previously the CEO, co-founder of a company called MagicMed, which is now part of Enveric Bio. And what we're doing here is similar to the other folks working on developing new molecules, new drugs for mental health in particular. I would say Enveric has a slightly different focus, if you will. We started with the premise that new molecules are going to be very important in the future. So we started by developing a lot of new molecules prospectively. But currently what we're doing now is focusing that and really trying to pick a very specific spot where we think we can do the most good and have the greatest impact. And that's really around cancer patients, and which I'll get into. I have a presentation later in the day. So I'll just stop right there and turn it back to you, Simeon.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Joseph. So I thought we'd dive into some top level categories and just do a, conversational dialogue. Also, for those that are watching, feel free to post any comments. I already see a few coming in. That'll be questions we'll take at the end of it. But let's talk about delivery of care. And since everybody has some component of psychotherapy and how psychotherapy or psychedelic assisted therapy has to do with everything you're working on, maybe just a general question, and I'll start with Doug again in order. What is the importance of psychotherapy with all these emerging therapeutics coming online?
Yeah, I think it's very important. And I know that there are some groups that are pursuing psychedelic drug development without psychotherapy, but that's not the approach that we are taking. As we've looked across the history of psychedelic studies, admittedly small studies, academic studies, those studies that had no psychotherapy or reduced psychotherapy have not delivered the same impactful results as we've seen in some of the better studies. So at CYBN, we're committed to applying psychotherapy along with our treatments. We've created our own in-house psychotherapy platform program called Embark. It's a 6-domain best practices program. And the goal there is not to recreate the wheel, but to provide consistency of training for therapists and consistency of delivery of care, especially in these stages where we're running clinical trials. The last thing we want is for the psychotherapy to be a variable in those studies. So yeah, we're very much committed to adding psychotherapy along with our studies and ultimately with delivery of care.
Fantastic, Doug. Rob, what is your take on psychotherapy and the emerging space of psychedelics?
Yeah, no, I think we have a bit of a different approach. And again, we come at this as a pharmaceutical company, which is to say that we're developing treatments that need to be getting out to the broader world. We think that psychotherapy is incredibly important. I think when you look at the evidence, and again, you zoom out and don't look at it exclusively through the lens of psychedelics, but you look more broadly in mental health, we know that psychotherapy works very well. It makes SSRIs work better. It makes mental health outcomes better. The problem is you don't take Zoloft or Prozac and get prescribed or reimbursed for dozens of hours of therapy. And so ultimately, when we bring new therapies through towards an approval, we certainly have a safety and psychosocial support surround that's going to be important for our clinical trials. But also we need to prove with robustness that these drugs can actually get out to market. And there's actually some prior evidence, a pretty considerable body of prior evidence showing that a whole range of psychotherapy or lack thereof can translate into clinical benefit in a number of disease indications with LSD and psilocybin. So really what we're doing is taking a somewhat more pared down approach and saying, how can we bring new therapies to market and let the practitioners go out and deliver them in the most effective way? We have an approach to say that we have digital health and digital medicine tools that we're developing in-house that I didn't touch on before. We have an entire team of technologists and a digital medicine program to build out technology to try to facilitate the broader uptake and scalability of these therapies. But ultimately, there isn't a great regulatory precedent or pathway, frankly, for having psychotherapy labeled onto a drug. I welcome any precedent, but I'm not aware of any in as much as the psychedelic industry has been pushing it. And so we want to take standard approaches to drug development that ultimately can get across the finish line and then can be uptaken by the broader medical community and through the delivery of care.
Fantastic. Rob, thank you. Well, I'll hold my follow-up questions to give everyone an opportunity, but Yaron, would love to hear your thoughts on this top-level category.
I'd love to share them. No, it's an interesting context, of course, because we do operate different businesses, each of the gentlemen on the panel, and accordingly, you're going to have some different views. So it might be unsurprising to hear from me, insofar as Novamind's focus currently on the psychiatry clinics that facilitate the legal psychedelic medicine today, and are in fact being tooled and designed at scale to facilitate the psychedelic medicines of the future. So what I'll say about our view is that it's very much focused on an evidence-based world, and also just a pragmatic view of what the next, I'd say, 5 to 10 years looks like in terms of psychedelic medicine. So that looks like MDMA and psilocybin. What Rob said, I think, is absolutely correct. I don't think there's a precedent for prescribing therapy with medication. I think that's precisely the new paradigm when we talk about it in pragmatic terms, where medication and pharmacology is well understood as a response to mental health conditions. So is therapy, various forms, cognitive behavioral and psychotherapeutic interventions. Combined, it's absolutely new territory. He's correct, there's no precedent. I believe these molecules are precedent setting insofar as adjusting them to an FDA and policy-driven environment where they can truly scale to a large population base. But with all that said, I think that what we're preparing for is based on an evidence-based world. And the evidence is very, very clear in terms of the data, of course, led by MAPS and following up with people in the private sector like Compass using psilocybin and Usona. The evidence base is there. We know the efficacy when you pair these molecules, this pharmacology, let's say, with the therapy, it works. So we're absolutely, from Novamind's perspective, focused on delivering that. I think people ultimately, outside of our industry's somewhat myopic view, are concerned first and foremost with safety. And I think that the infrastructure that we're preparing, that we're using now, in some cases with ketamine, I can talk about that later, maybe in terms of the parallel experiences and how it provides a stepping stone to future use administration of MDMA and psilocybin. But suffice it to say, we're building that infrastructure with a view that you absolutely have to pair the medication with therapy to get the type of efficacious results that we're seeing in the real world data, some of it in phase 3.
Excellent. Thank you, Yaron. Yeah, I'll come back to this later, but watching, how each of these companies, and again, a lot of this audience are retail investors, so they're looking for those signals of who to invest in and where, and who's playing the smart moves, not only today, but a decade from now. I want to come back to, some of the partnerships. Obviously, congrats on, the Cedar side and how you're working that model, and on the Doug side, everything that we learned in the last presentation around Greenbrook and TMS. But I would be a horrible moderator if I did not let Joseph chime in on his thoughts on psychotherapy.
Thanks, Simeon. And it's funny because I was listening to my colleagues here, and agreeing with all of them. I think that everybody's right. From our point of view, near term, really, what's going on is, in my opinion, it's psychotherapy that's being enabled, assisted, does a better job with the psychedelics being used as well. But I mean, psychotherapy is largely the active agent here, right? In the current paradigm that we're talking about. So in the near term, MDMA, psilocybin, that's where it's going to be for the next few years. Having said that, you can see a lot of benefit, a lot of ways you can improve it, a lot of ways you can get to larger patient populations, penetrate the market more deeply with improved molecules, and ultimately, to Rob's point, down the road, true scalability and the ability to have the largest impact on the largest number of patients comes, in my opinion, from completely new molecules that are, completely new drugs that surpass or circumvent the issues of what I call the Gen 1 and Gen 2. So I actually do see a progression here over time, Gen 1, 2, 3. And, all of us are basically picking a place, I would say, within that. you know, and at Enveric, we see all of them. So we absolutely support the classics. We support and are interested in Gen 2s. And, you know, we've made a big stand in what I call the Gen 3s as well. So I think everybody's right. And everyone, you know, within a certain sector and a certain time frame.
Fantastic. Yeah, if time allows, we'll get into, you know, philosophy on the drug development and the distinction between Gen 1, 2, and 3. I've started hearing Gen 4 recently, which touches upon longevity and brain-to-computer interface and CRISPR, but it hasn't quite entered this narrative. Well, let's spend another minute just on, you know, kind of this top-level category under delivery of care, and talk about you know, the challenges. There's this, you know, this tension between long-lasting treatments and in and out, and that changes sometimes policy, that changes balance sheets. Let's just have a general discussion on, you know, the length of some of these treatments and the challenges therein, whether it's from traditional psychiatry and, you know, really hardcore indications, or, you know, something more akin to fast acting and very fast treatment, regardless of what the indication is. So let me start again. Let me start with Rob this time. But, you know, generally it's like, what are the challenges of long acting treatments for depression, MDD, PDD, any indication under the mental health umbrella?
Yeah, it's a great question, and ultimately it's one, you know, it's a burden we're all going to have to get through and get overcome to get these out to the broader medical community and population. Really, I think there's a couple of things to emphasize. There is variability in the length of treatment. That is very clear, and that's true across every single molecule. I mean, DMT being one of the shorter acting on up to LSD, which we're developing, which is an extremely long acting. There's also a entirely different evidence base for these different molecules, and we see an enormous body of evidence for LSD and psilocybin historically, and not so much for some of the shorter acting ones. So whether or not DMT works, I don't know. It's ultimately needs to be investigated for all of the molecules to definitively establish it. There's a lot less evidence for, you know, rapid act or you know, short-lived, short half-life molecules, and whether that translates over into clinical benefit. It's a great question and something we all need to be asking. I do think it is important to emphasize, though, that even when you look at something like esketamine and the challenges they've had with uptake and scalability, and that's a 2-hour observation window, and it's repeated administration, but you've seen a lot of challenges in the uptake of esketamine. There's a broad market dynamics at play there with the availability of off-label ketamine and such. But when you look at that, I mean, even a 2-hour observation window is something to overcome and something that can be a barrier. So if we are going to have a path forward, I think it really has to be thought of a different way, more creatively. It can't be, well, you know, we're going to reduce psilocybin from 8 hours to 6 hours. That's not going to do the trick. It really needs to be overall thinking holistically about how can these be done at scale. And you know, our vision, our view of how this evolves is that you really have to remove to the greatest extent possible the overly labor intensive aspects of this, right? So that psychotherapy, for those who can afford it, absolutely, it's a great thing. I mean, I think you look at those of us on this phone, we could probably go out and afford to have a psychotherapist sit there for 8 hours. That's not true for everyone with GAD or MDD. And so we need to be thinking much more broadly. How can we get these out, reduce the number of highly degreed healthcare providers that are sitting in a room for 8, 10, 12 hours at a time? How can we you know, develop practices, technology tools, education, everything we can possibly do to make these more scalable by reducing the personnel burden, and ultimately by creating a path for payers to reimburse it. I mean, it's great to think we're going to get new drugs approved and get them reimbursed, to then ask payers to reimburse dozens of hours of psychotherapy. That's a heavy lift for the insurance industry, and one that really hasn't been done before. We want to take on one large challenge at a time, which is bringing an entirely new class of molecules to market.
Wow. Excellent, Rob. Well, let me pass it to Yaron to answer the same question, especially because you touched upon ketamine, which is a big part of, you know, nascent side of, at least what I've observed from the sidelines, of all the great progress Novamind is making. But Yaron, do you want to comment on the challenges of long-acting treatments and anything you see live in the field?
Absolutely. I think, again, as a baseline, I'll speak to the group and to our audience from perspective of practitioners today. And Rob mentioned as example esketamine, or known as Spravato, which is a prescription form of ketamine. And he also mentioned that it becomes somewhat complex when you compare that to with ketamine, which is an off-label environment, which in and of itself is very unique. And I don't believe should be used to map out the future of MDMA and psilocybin and other molecules in administration. With that said, I think context matters. So what I mean by that is that Rob's point that optimizing these models for care delivery is bang on. And the reasons he points out for needing to do that, for leaders like ourselves and the other companies to address that, is because otherwise simply it won't work. It has to work on an economic level, it has to work on a policy level. It also has to work on a quality of care delivery and a standards level. I think that what we're doing today, we're realizing the context being that we're providing these treatments, things like Spravato, which we just mentioned, and ketamine-assisted psychotherapy, KAP falling into the off-label environment, and Spravato, in our case, we've done thousands of administrations at our clinics, and it's 100% insured. Okay, so it really represents a paradigm of the psychedelic medicine where payers are covering, and it's providing treatment to people in many cases who are desperate. So if the context is that Spravato was in fact the first FDA-approved prescription drug that the world has ever seen, that is a fast-acting treatment for depression, right? This is what Spravato is. And the people we're administrating it to, some of them, some people may know this, Spravato has been approved for certain indications, one of those indications being suicidal ideation. So if we're administering using just that example, people will use it for different indications and under different programs as directed by our psychiatrists. But in that paradigm, the waiting times, the 2-hour waiting times that Rob's describing, in the context of a paradigm where that patient really did not have access to anything that provided any level of efficacy for them, right? They fell into the treatment-resistant category. So for all those reasons, in this paradigm, Spravato has emerged, Spravato was approved, and Spravato is being provided at scale when appropriate to clients and patients at our clinics. So while it may not be optimized, it fills a void, obviously, for certain people, and there's a lot of people across various indications that can benefit from that and other applications and molecules. So I'm using Spravato as one example, pointing out that it's not optimized and agreeing with Rob in terms of how it's delivered at scale, but that it fills an important void and that it relies on the industry's ability to optimize the care delivery models, balancing the things that we've talked about rather than going to one extreme or the other.
Excellent. Thank you, Yaron. Wow, time is getting short and there's a lot of audience questions coming in. So I do want the opportunity for both Joseph and Doug to comment on, the importance and challenges of long-acting treatments for whatever the indication is. So Joseph, do you mind commenting?
Yeah, no, happy to. And I'll be brief so that we can get to the audience questions, always the most interesting part of a panel. Actually, so again, I agree with my colleagues here, and they've addressed it so well. Not a lot to add, other than I think what we're starting to see, and Yaron really indicated this, is I think there's going to be a lot of unique niches, a lot of specific, specialization where the right molecule, the right approach is going to be for each different sort of indication. And so I think we're going to have many different correct answers at the end of the day. Some cases where the time frame that's being looked at is a complete bar, and we're going to lose the majority of the people that we could actually be helping. And in other cases, it's not so important. Other factors are more important. So I would just put that down for consideration.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Tucker. Doug, you have the final word on this point before we jump into some audience participation.
Sure. Look, I think all the comments here have been spot on. When we speak to our clinical partners, those that operate private depression clinics or addiction clinics, they struggle to see how a full day session for a patient works in their business model, right? And yet when we talk to other payer provider kind of combined models in the US, they're still very excited about these molecules. That the concept of having highly durable effects, and even with psychotherapy, and the concept of avoiding some of the comorbidities that come with depression and addiction because of those durable effects, they're excited. So there's a balance to be found, and we don't know yet. We don't know yet what that balance is. We don't know what the optimal duration is. We don't know whether 20 minutes is okay, or do you need 3 hours or 6 hours? We don't know. So we've got a lot of work to do, I think, and that's part of the stages that we're all getting to now, is figuring out what really happens when you put these drugs into the clinic. But I will say, I think that there are things that we can do to be creative. Definitely some digital tools that are being created that can assist with therapy or with ongoing tracking of patients, or with integration to help reduce some of that infrastructure burden. And then maybe other approaches, like we're developing a treatment for alcohol use disorder. Well, many of those patients are used to group therapy. They're used to 12-step programs. So is there a role for group therapy in some of these indications? Maybe not all, but maybe some. So I think the jury is still out here. It's going to be driven somewhat by economics, particularly, I think, in the US, the way that payers are very aggressive here, but also by the science. And we may aim for a 1-hour session. It may not work, or it may be just fine, or it may be that you reduce the durability of effect from months to weeks, and maybe that's okay if patients can get in and get treated. And so I think the jury's still out on this, but if we're taking feedback from our clinical partners. They're telling us what they want. We're listening to payers, what they want. And at the end of the day, you have to design these treatments for the patient, absolutely, but also for providers and for payers. You've got 3 audiences to keep happy.
Well said. Before we jump into audience questions, and there are several, just looking at the time, we have a little over 10 minutes. I do want to bring up one question that's been plaguing me, and it's a comment that somebody made, I think about 6 months ago, on the digital tools. And the comment, and I'm not going to get it verbatim, but it was something about the training of psychotherapists, and that great bottleneck and the need for that, regardless of what the new protocol will be, around whatever the new molecule is, around whatever the indication is. But it was a statement around the digital side of it, which was the PTSD incurred from the AI psychotherapist will require even more humans to do psychotherapy on someone who's been taken through the AI psychotherapy and has PTSD from that. So just to comment on, just specifically to the psychotherapy and where we can depend on as we, transition into the singularity in the next couple of decades. Digital from the psychotherapy side, not the kernels, not the brain imaging, not those digital tools, but just that stuff, as we're all living in the world of apps with, several hundred applications, many of which will strive to accommodate psychotherapy, reminders, nudging, coaching, etc. What are some thoughts on that statement that's been out there in the last 6 months? And I'll direct that to anyone who wants to jump in, and it could be all of you or one of you. Then we'll wrap up with the really fun questions coming from the audience.
I'll jump in and be very brief and just say that what we're doing certainly is not developing psychotherapy apps. And I think, again, it's a really important distinction to draw. And I think we've got an interesting mix of the 4 of us here. MindMed is a pharmaceutical company. We have to think really creatively about how we get it out in the broader world and lean on the infrastructure that is there, but we're not developing AI psychotherapists. That is not at all what these digital tools are. I think when we think about digital tools, they are there to facilitate the delivery, not to replace human interaction. I mean, that's definitely a topic for an entirely different industry from what we and I do.
Excellent. Any other comments from anybody on that?
Yeah, I will say that drug development and clinical studies are already hard enough, very challenging, and we've got quite untraditional treatments we're trying to study here. So I think the last thing you want to be adding into your clinical studies is AI or VR or some kind of interaction with the patient that becomes another variable. So we would absolutely advocate for keeping that out of the clinic. Now, there may be tools that can help to support around the patient for retaining contact or tracking mental health, or maybe helping with integration, and we're working on some of those things as well. But yeah, I don't think we'll be adding VR or AI into our clinical studies anytime soon.
Great. Great. Well, let me transition just to some of the audience. I always love moderating for Benzinga because it's always, retail savvy, investor, more capital markets. But I love the ovation of Perplexity, who's suggesting, and I'll let you both comment on it. Obviously, there's so much activity in this space, but there was a comment from Perplexity about at what point, Doug and Rob, will CYBN and MindMed merge? And maybe I'll keep that answer.
We can't answer that either, but so Simeon, we can't answer that even if there was an answer to it.
Well, that being said, let me jump to a few of the other ones that are pretty good. Let me see. Suicide ideation. I think it to some extent covered that. Roy, I'll follow up directly with you on a shared database. There's a lot of public resources out there. Let me start because this could probably eat up the majority of the remainder of our session here. And this is coming from Marco Cloud. It's a really poignant question, and it's one that revolves around decriminalization. So right now we have 4 leaders that are very much on the same narrative I witnessed a couple of years ago, which was, i.e., how will this get out? How will this be mainstreamed? And I really thought the fastest, most effective way will be the medicalization, full clinical trials, full FDA approval, getting all the data. But as I talked to legislators, as I was in Michigan last week, I talked to legislators in Maine. Obviously, we're all aware of what's going on in Oregon, which seems to be the leading narrative around Measure 109. Maybe we can wrap this up just with an open mind about how both tracks might be a possibility of bringing these therapeutics to the greater population. But what are your thoughts on, the current status and progress of everything in the 8 distinct areas that are focused on decriminalization? And how does that impact any of your models, your perspectives, and your philosophies on how you continue to scale your entities? Maybe start with Rob, since you're at the top of my screen.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I think philosophically, each of us can have our personal opinions about criminalization of a number of things, and it kind of ventures into personal politics. I mean, in terms of what we're doing in the path forward, I think there's 2 really key things to highlight about taking a legalization approach that are problematic in the long term. One is that it can take very long. While it might seem fast, I mean, if you look at legalization of medicinal cannabis, I believe California started this wave in 1996, and it's 25 years later, and we still don't have federal uptake, and there's still a whole shadow financial. I mean, there's a lot of complexity historically that had to evolve in order to get any sort of uptake, and it was a state-by-state process, and still there are some states where that's not the case. So, when we think about scale and we think about helping patients, that's an entirely different ballgame. And I think the second is that you think about longevity. I mean, personally, if I believe, which I do, in the potential of this drug class and these novel therapies, you don't want to leave it up to the political winds. You don't want, today it may be favorable, 5 years it may be favorable, in 20 years it may not. And when you think about how do you ensure patients have access for the long term, and you're actually bringing in an entirely new class of drug to treat patients who have serious psychiatric and other indications, the way to do that is to get therapies through an approval process. I guess the last thing I'll say is that Schedule 1 of the Controlled Substances Act just states that drugs have no recognized medical use. We can disprove that. I mean, that's what we're setting out to do, is to disprove that, and ultimately through that process, through convincing FDA of the safety and effectiveness, having the therapies that we're developing scheduled differently. And ultimately, when there is a recognized medical use, that's true for eternity. That doesn't mean that the political climate can't change and that there couldn't be an entirely major overhaul that after rescheduling prohibits them again. But that's a bigger lift than this route. We see a more efficient, more well-established, and a process with greater longevity if we go through a drug development medical paradigm.
Well said, Rob. Doug, Joseph, or Yaron, since we only have a few minutes, definitely want to hear your responses as well before we wrap up. So, Doug,
I'll jump in happily, Simi, yeah, sure. There's a direct connection to how we're building our business in real time. So that is we look at the policy moves, and the expectation is that policy moves very slowly. It's going to take a long time. We are operating, because we come at this from a psychiatry perspective, in terms of facilitating experiences, we adhere to the highest standards of quality and care. So all of our clinics are currently based in the United States, which obviously means we're limited in the molecules that we can provide our patients access to and experiences with. And the psychedelic side, that's ketamine and Spravato. So to use an example, one of the new clinics we're opening up in Utah, still in Park City, in fact, is going to have a retreat setting that lets us, take our clinical capabilities in a set and setting that's a different environment, and do that again legally in the United States at the present day using ketamine. Going forward, when we look at priority states, and we are in the midst of an expansion that we're planning across the states, in many different states to start, when we prioritize those states, places like Oregon, because of 109, become a big priority.
You're on mute, Simeon, but it seems like your own dropped off.
Looks like your own dropped off. Well, then, in our remaining couple of minutes, Doug or Joseph, do you want to opine on this very interesting?
Sorry that I froze there, and I'll just, sorry guys, I froze for some reason. But the end of the thought is that, giving the example I gave of what we're doing in Park City, we'll be able to do that. Imagine we can do that in Oregon with psilocybin. So facilitating that kind of ability to iterate different molecules, different treatment modalities, that's going to push everybody further faster.
Fantastic.
Yes, I mean, I can quickly comment. Look, personally, I'm a supporter of decriminalization of drugs. Clearly, the war on drugs hasn't worked, and clearly it's had an asymmetrical impact on populations of color. We've seen in the US, we have 5% of the world population and 25% of the world's prisoners, largely from non-violent drug crime. And it's just time we stop putting people behind bars for possessing small amounts of these drugs. I see that as a criminal justice issue. I don't necessarily see it being attached to what we're talking about today. I mean, it has a connection in that it's a measure of sentiment, I think, and positive support for an openness to these kinds of drugs. When I think about psilocybin, and most of the discussions here about psilocybin being decriminalized, practically, I think it's very difficult. And I know that Oregon's looking at this, other places are looking at this, but when you look at the interspecies variability of how much the content uniformity of fungi containing psilocybin, it varies enormously. When you just look at interpatient variability of how people metabolize psilocybin into psilocin, and we've seen this in many drugs that have liver metabolism, there's a very significant amount of variability. So you run into all kinds of safety and consistency challenges potentially if it becomes a free-for-all, you go and these treatments aren't highly regulated and supervised at the moment. So I think it's a difficult pathway, and I can understand that the level of interest there is in that path, but I still believe that the greatest level of access, reimbursability, consistency, safety comes from the pharmaceutical group at this time.
Excellent. Thank you. That's a very strong opinion, and bonus points for using the word interspecies in this panel. Well, we have time for one last answer. Dr. Joseph, we're going to wrap this up. You get the final word on this topic. The floor is yours, sir.
Awesome. Thanks, Simeon. Yeah, I agree with what we've heard just now, of course. I would say, in my opinion, there's a lot of risk to go down the decriminalization path, as highlighted in particular by Doug just now. Think back to what shut the whole psychedelic sector down in the first place, and it was, the unregulated experimentation. You decriminalize it. There's all this excitement around it. Who's to stop that happening again, and really getting in the way of turning these, very potent neuroactive pharmaceuticals into the, part of the pantheon of drugs that we have today? That would be a terrible thing. The best part of decriminalization, I think, in my opinion, is really the destigmatization that comes along with it. That the drugs that we're talking about here, ultimately, patients need to want to take them. And so to the extent that we can remove stigma associated with this class of molecules, I think that is probably the biggest benefit, in my opinion, to come out of decriminalization.
Awesome. Thank you, Joseph. And to the entire panel, Doug with CYBN, Yaron with Novamind, Rob with MindMed, and Joseph with Enveric. Thank you all, and thank you, Benzinga, for letting us have this forum. I wish you all a great rest of the fleeting week, and see you soon. Thank you, guys.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Simeon. I am going to ask, Yaron, I'm going to ask you to hang out.
Sure.
And also, Dr. Tucker will be back in a couple hours. So, Yaron, if you can go ahead and share your slides again for us,
Sure.
So we can bring that up. And yeah, echoing what the chat is saying. Just round of applause for that panel. Seriously, this is like, I probably shouldn't say this, but that was the thing I was looking forward to most today. So thank you for that. Just a ton of insight shared between the four of you. So thank you very much. But that being said, it is time to move into the Novamind presentation with Yaron Conforti, their CEO. And let's get back to talking about these companies specifically and what they themselves are doing, and how they're working on this topic. So as soon as we get your own slides up, I'll bring them up on the screen for you, and we'll keep going on that. But if you're not going to hit the like button after that, then I don't know what to tell you. Honestly, I really don't. I mean, that was great. I mean, how often do you get four executives from four public companies talking about this issue? Again, there's kind of been the theme of the morning on this track, at least, was what we're calling emerging therapies. And yeah, it's going to take some time to get there, but we're on the path, right? So that's better than being not on the path. So go ahead, Yaron, and if you can, bring up your slides.
Yep. Can you see that now?
Nope. Can you click if you click the share button in the middle there?
Did indeed.
Share screen and then find your slides within that. When I see them, I will bring them up. There we go. Excellent. I do see that now. Perfect. Look at that.
Great.
Yeah, there we go. Can you just click hide on the thing, the little pop up there? Great. All right, I'm gonna hop backstage here. The floor is yours, sir.
Okay. So I hope, again, thanks for the compliments, by the way, on that panel. I enjoyed it. I hope anybody that was watching that panel did as well. And I suppose that would be a good segue into the presentation that I'm giving to introduce some people to Novamind, those that don't know us yet, to inform others that know about us. So we'll get right into it. This is a snapshot of our company and the presentation in some ways. I'm going to describe the businesses that we're operating now. We are a quickly growing network of psychiatry clinics and research sites. So we've been specialized in ketamine-assisted psychotherapy for many years now. The clinics have been operating since 2016. In 2020, we had 20,000 visits to our clinics, and in 2021, we're anticipating 65,000 visits to our clinics. So it's a significant year-over-year increase. We're expecting that trajectory to continue, and I'm going to be talking a bit about how we're scaling up that model that's working very well. So we are, of course, preparing, as talked about in the last presentation, in some detail for the expected approval, FDA approval, and availability via prescription of MDMA and psilocybin. And we expect that in a regulated environment, our physical infrastructure will provide some of the leadership necessary to bring those therapies to people at scale. So I'll talk later about our research division, which is the other part of Novamind. In addition to our psychiatry clinics, we operate clinical research sites that provide clinical trial services to leading drug developers. And again, we focus and specialize and have a track record in psychedelic medicine. So breaking down, as I've talked about, the two components of our business, we've been operating since 2016. Our psychiatry clinics are very differentiated from many outpatient mental health or psychiatry clinics that people may know. We offer the full spectrum of psychiatry services. That is, there's multiple modalities to essentially match clients with the modalities that are appropriate for them. The clinical research side of the business, as I mentioned, facilitates clinical trials. As in the case with providing psychedelic medicines to patients in the clinic, when you're doing clinical trials, it requires specialized infrastructure, specialized trained practitioners, and the processes and the protocols to complete those trials effectively. So we play an important role there, and I'll talk about some of the work we're doing shortly. This is a visual representation of what we're operating today. So we announced, in fact, today our 6th clinic opened in Utah. It's also a research site that's in Murray, close to Salt Lake City. Our headquarters is in Toronto. We're expecting to expand into different states in the very near term. And again, this is part of a larger plan to expand across the US with a model that's already working quite well. Getting into what I described as our differentiated psychiatry clinics. We are really trying to, I mentioned it earlier, the ethos is to meet the patients where they are. Understanding that there is no one single solution to the mental health crisis, and understanding that it's effectively a tailored approach, that results in the most efficacious outcomes based on the data and based on the people that we're treating. So broken down on this slide, it starts with a diverse population base. I mentioned anticipating 65,000 visits to our clinics this year. There's a wide demographic there, from adolescent to geriatric and many walks of life in between. The categories of care, the provisions, the services that we provide are listed here. There are others, but in many cases, I like to remind people that there's many permutations, in some cases combinations for treatment. So what we've done here is listed out so people get an idea of what these modalities are available and what we specialize in. And in some cases, people will start with psychotherapy or medication management, and depending on the impact of that particular treatment for them, they'll move on to other treatments. So again, our approach is to provide the full spectrum of psychiatric services and to provide specialization when particular modalities match the patient. The treatment plans that you see on the far right side of the page, again, are indicative, and a customized approach is taken for each patient or client. Dealing specifically in the context of psychedelic medicine, so it's clear for everybody who's looking at this presentation and wants to understand what psychedelic medicine is available today. Again, as one of the leading operators in the United States, we are adhering very closely to the highest standards of quality of care and, of course, the policy that regulates us. So today we can offer ketamine-assisted psychotherapy. Ketamine is available off-label, as many people know, and Spravato, which is a prescription form of ketamine, we also provide, and in fact have a lot of experience with, as our CMO, Reed Robison, was an early leader in the clinical trials for Spravato, and he led an important ketamine study in Utah. On the right side of the page, differentiating what we do offer at scale in our clinics today, on the right side, differentiated is what the future looks like. So MDMA is anticipated to be the first psychedelic ahead of classic psychedelic or true psychedelic ahead of psilocybin. And there's a long pipeline that I'll speak to in terms of clinical research that we're also involved with and look to be involved with in the future that will bring these other compounds to market, hopefully. This next slide is a look at one of our clinics. So you've got a picture on the left there. And again, pointing out that with over 7,000 ketamine therapy treatments, as well as approaching 5,000 doses of Spravato, we are very much leaders in this practice and specialized in these alternative mental health modalities. And the clinics and the business model that goes with the clinics, as can be seen by our recent quarterly earnings reports, is growing and worked very, very well. So we do have wait times at all our clinics. Again, today marks the opening of our 6th. We'll have certainly 8 by the end of the year, and we'll likely expand out of state by the end of the year as well. To focus a little more on the clinics themselves and how they operate. The clients, it's a revenue mix on the right side that gives people an indication of how these treatments are funded. And we're operating in an environment where the ability to have the payer contracts that we do to be in network, which effectively makes you a preferred provider with much more predictable rates and relationships with the payers, is an enormous advantage to us. We, in fact, built a call center and client care center dedicated in part to facilitating the insurance reimbursements. And in many cases, there's other aspects of our infrastructure that help both the patients and ourselves. So we advocate for improved payer contracts, and we were able to do that because we're operating at scale. So it's a slide to give people some insight into how these treatments are reimbursed in some cases. The government line on the right represents Medicare or Medicaid, and in some cases state level plans, and self-pay is generally cash pay, people paying out of their own pocket. This slide is an exciting one for me to talk about. I'll do so briefly. We're planning a November launch for our Park City clinic. Park City, Utah is a world-renowned destination. It's a beautiful place to be, and we're developing a clinic that has a very particular footprint to it, in that it'll allow us to facilitate group psychedelic therapies among other innovative treatments. So it's very well understood in psychedelic medicine that the set and setting can have a significant impact on outcomes. And so with this Park City retreat, it's effectively a clinic with retreat capabilities, We'll be taking those capabilities from the clinic and optimizing them in a different set and setting. I'm going to move now to talking about our research capabilities. As I mentioned previously, we operate a clinical research, contract research organization composed of what stands today as 3 clinical research sites, and that network of clinical research sites is growing. So here, good visual representation are the services we offer to drug developers, in some cases private sector, in some cases not-for-profit, and in some cases academic institutions. We serve all those clients and have a history of serving them. Everything from clinical trial design, patient recruitment, managing the screening and enrollment, and ultimately reporting the patient data and helping these drug developers advance their clinical trials. So it's a full service psychedelic medicine contract research organization. We have the ability to provide that full spectrum of services, and we have the staff and the experience to do it. below, I'll leave people to read some of the details of the services we offer. And I'll mention and show you on the next slide that, again, that expertise, the track record for our clinical research capability is evidenced by the partners we've served. So I mentioned that we were involved through Dr. Reid Robison, our CMO, in the clinical trials for Spravato. As well, we're doing work now with the Ketamine Research Foundation focused on palliative care. We recently announced a trial with Karuna Therapeutics, which is focused on schizophrenia, and on Bionomics as well, you'll see listed there, that has a PTSD therapy. So I'd encourage people to look at our news releases if they want some more details. We've announced all the clinical trials that we have now. We have 8 going, and we expect to be announcing more in the near future. It's an exciting part of our business, and certainly our partners in terms of drug developers see a lot of value and are benefiting a great deal from that large and diverse patient population that we have access to through our clinics. I've mentioned some of this, including the pivotal study that resulted in the approval of Spravato, and as well as some of the high-level names, including the Merck phase 2 clinical trial focused on TRD. So to be clear, we operate in the CNS space, central nervous systems, as well as specializing in psychedelic medicine. And we tend to get involved in the mental health therapeutics that are ultimately going to help our patients and clients. Talk a moment about psychedelic therapy protocols. Something that's not always well understood. First of all, defining what is a psychedelic therapy protocol. So on this slide, we've taken some time to explain that these are evidence-based psychotherapeutic interventions. So when you add the evidence base and the data that we're informed by, in our case with ketamine, for example, we are able to optimize our own procedures, our own SOPs for screening, preparation, dosing, and integration. And if you're able to do that while focusing on, in many cases, underserved indications, and again, even in the case of ketamine, using existing legal molecules, you can start optimizing and creating protocols focused on indications, things like palliative care, things like eating disorders, or things that we are actively working on. And combining those therapies, the protocols, which again, therapeutic interventions that are curated for the indication with the molecules themselves, lets us treat people in real time currently, where again, in many cases, there's few or no alternatives available for people suffering in those particular categories of indications. There's a couple examples on this slide that I won't go into detail, but I encourage people to look it up. Frontline KAP is something we've designed focused on frontline healthcare workers, obviously a underserved and highly affected group in the pandemic environment in particular, and as well as emotion-focused and group ketamine-assisted therapy, which can be applied across multiple indications. Our leadership team, I'm really proud to talk about this. Of course, my partners in the business, Reid Robison, I've mentioned a few times, is the founder of our network of psychiatry clinics and our clinical research organization. Paul Thielking and Pierre Boumansour, with their respective domain expertise, joined me in the senior management team. And what we have is a group that really has, again, the ability to bring their own domain expertise and the fit and the contribution from each of us resulting in the early success of Novamind is evident. So we're supported by a great team under us, and can't put everybody's picture from the organization on this page, but you have some view into the backgrounds of the leadership, and as well this team is growing. Our board on this slide, and as well our scientific advisory board. Again, I won't go into great detail about any particular person, but the model has been that we seek to partner with people at the board level and at the executive level who have their own domain expertise, who can bring that to the organization, and that we can effectively leverage that in bringing this model of care and delivery forward. A look at the group of companies that we're often compared with. It's not comprehensive, but we've made a point of showing graphically our revenue momentum compared to some of the other companies in our field. We again continue to lead in terms of our ability to scale our platform. Last quarter, we reported close to $2 million in the quarter, and we will be reporting our year-end financials in October because our year-end, in fact, falls in the middle of the year. So the chart's been adjusted to match the particular company's fiscal year ends with the calendar year end. And you can see, obviously, that we're growing. You can see the direction the momentum is heading in, and we expect that to continue. Quick look at our stock. We began trading publicly in January of this year. Prior to that, we were a private company and financed privately throughout our development. Until going public, we recently were included in the Advisor Shares Psychedelics ETF, which we're happy about. Received our DTC eligibility and OTCQX listed, so much easier to trade our shares in the States than it was previously. And with that, we'll be doing much more marketing and awareness around our company and our financial performance so that US investors stay aware and hopefully get involved. Finally, a summary of the presentation and our company, reminding people again that we've been operating these clinics since 2016, as well as the clinical research sites. There's a very, very strong management team in place that has a track record already for scaling this organization and previous ones. We're aggressively expanding. We announced our 6th clinic today, 2 more certainly by end of year, and in fact expecting to expand out of state by end of year as well. And finally, reminding people 65,000 visits to our clinics in this calendar year is our expectation. So certainly showing leadership in the people that we're treating and helping, and ultimately this is our goal. So thanks everybody for taking the time. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Yaron. Unfortunately, we are out of time for questions. We've up against the clock. We have our next speaker here, but Yaron Conforti, CEO of Novamind. There it is on the screen, the URL, the ticker, trades on the OTCQB market. Yaron, thanks for spending a good chunk of time today on the Benzinga Small Cap Healthcare Conference.
Thanks for having me.
All right, let's bring on Ben Lightburn, the CEO and co-founder of Filament Health. There he is, Ben. Good. Oh, it's not morning now. Good afternoon. How are we doing?
It's still morning PST, so that's fine.
Good morning. Good morning, Ben. How are we doing?
I'm doing very well. Thank you.
Okay, guys, I see we have Ben's slides. Let's get them up. There they are. Ben, tell us all about Filament Health, what you guys are working on.
Happy to do so. So good afternoon and morning, everybody. My name is Ben Lightburn. I'm CEO and co-founder of Filament Health. We are a naturally focused psychedelics, drug discovery, and extraction technology company. My own background is I'm from the startup community in Vancouver and internationally, and I've spent my whole career actually commercializing novel extraction technologies for taking high-value compounds out of the natural world from plants and fungi and commercializing them in a number of different industries, like the pharmaceutical industry, the nutraceutical industry, the cosmetics industry, food and beverage industry. The core team of Filament came with me from a previously exited company called Matza Innovation, where we had developed a technology for replacing solvent extraction for the manufacture of dietary supplements and food ingredients. And it's really with that experience of building an extraction company and selling the company that we have turned our attention to psychedelics. As we know, psychedelics are a very promising potential antidote for many of the mental health problems that we face in society today. Rates of depression, addiction, PTSD, the opioid overdose epidemic, all of these things can potentially be alleviated by psychedelics. We believe, however, that without a natural psychedelic option part of the mix, that consumer uptake may be less because, as we know, people prefer natural products in all aspects of their life. And that's really why we decided to start Filament, was to bring a legitimate, responsible GMP natural extraction option for pharmaceutical grade natural psychedelics. Because when you hear natural, you often think, well, natural just means nutraceutical, or natural cannot be pharmaceutical. And in fact, nothing could be farther from the truth. Over 40% of all pharmaceutical products that get approved have some kind of natural or botanical origin. And in fact, the largest selling cancer drug of all time was actually a natural extract of the yew tree, as a compound called paclitaxel, marketed under the brand name Taxol. And applying this framework of the natural world as a potent source for pharmaceuticals to the psychedelics industry becomes even more interesting. It's important to remember that all psychedelics were once natural compounds. They were discovered in the natural world. But because of prohibition, very few of them have been studied clinically. We all hear about psilocybin and LSD, but what about 5-MeO DMT? What about bufotenin? There are many other compounds left in the natural world, and all it takes is a company like ours to establish the technologies necessary for transforming them from a variable psychedelic biomass raw material into a pharmaceutical grade extract. And that's what we're doing. The other thing about natural that we like to talk about is this idea of the entourage effect. While we don't actually have any evidence so far that it exists, the important thing to talk about is that, well, when you make a natural extract, you're extracting more than just the primary compound. In the case of psilocybin from magic mushrooms, when you make a magic mushroom extract, you're extracting not just psilocybin, you're extracting baeocystin, norbaeocystin, psilocin, norpsilocin, all these other compounds. And it's very possible that these other compounds, either alone or in combination with the rest of the compounds, may have some kind of therapeutic benefit compared to just the psilocybin. Most companies in the industry are manufacturing psilocybin synthetically. And when you manufacture psilocybin synthetically, you only make psilocybin. You're not making any of these other compounds, which, as we have to remember, in nature, they evolved over millions of years, probably to serve some purpose. So they certainly bear studying. And without a natural extraction process, we're never going to have the opportunity to study them. A little bit about where we do all of our work. We're one of the few companies globally to possess a controlled substance license, in our case, a Canadian Health Canada dealer's license, as well as be GMP certified. What this allows us to do is produce clinical trial candidates for our own clinical trials, as well as potentially supply other compounds for their clinical trials, so other companies for their clinical trials. We're currently underway in a number of such negotiations and hope to have some details to be able to publicize soon. The other thing that we do in our lab is we do propagation research, extraction research. We are developing a whole suite of technologies necessary for extracting high-value compounds from psychedelic biomasses, and in fact, applying for intellectual property protection on those technologies. And we're excited to announce recently we were granted the very first patent for the extraction and standardization of natural psilocybin from the magic mushroom. I mentioned that we produce clinical trial drug candidates for our own clinical trials, as well as for those of third parties. So I'm just going to talk a bit about our clinical development program. We have 3 very exciting drug candidates, PEX10, PEX20, and PEX30. PEX10 is a standardized 25 milligram oral capsule of psilocybin. It's important to note that although it's standardized to psilocybin content, because it's a botanical drug, it actually contains all of the other natural secondary metabolites that are present in the magic mushroom. So just because it has 25 milligrams of psilocybin doesn't mean it doesn't also include all of these other compounds as well. PEX20 and PEX30 are standardized to a compound from the magic mushroom, which is not psilocybin, that we are very excited to study in the clinic because we think that it might have some significant benefits compared to psilocybin. These benefits may include faster onset time, a higher peak intensity, lower gastrointestinal side effects, and probably a more consistent and stable dose. PEX20 is this compound in an oral capsule. PEX30 is this compound in a sublingual tablet. Our phase 1 trial, for which we have already submitted an IND application to the FDA and expect to have IND authorization quite soon in the near term, is going to be a phase 1 trial which will examine the effects of all 3 of these compounds in a within subject design. So we'll look at the effects of PEX10, which is oral psilocybin, against the oral and sublingual preparations of our second compound. The phase 2 trial, which is being set up in parallel to the phase 1 trial, is going to administer our 25 milligram oral capsule of psilocybin in patients with major depressive disorder. But one really unique thing that we're doing in this trial is that we're using ketamine as an active placebo for the psilocybin. And the reason for doing this is to overcome a major deficiency common in all psychedelics research, which is the problem of poor placebo control. With psychedelic therapy, it's very obvious for patients and therapists to know whether or not the active or placebo dose was administered. By employing ketamine as a placebo, we can maintain in the clinic confusion amongst the patients as well as the therapists, whether they've received the ketamine dose or the psilocybin dose. Additionally, we know and we recognize the fact that ketamine is an effective antidepressant agent, but also that the antidepressant effects of the ketamine wear off after a few days or maybe after a week. Current research is showing that the antidepressant effects of psilocybin can persist for many months, 6 months, maybe even a year. And so we seek to show a very good separation in the data between the ketamine group and the psilocybin group, and really hope to have the most robust psychedelic assisted therapy, psychotherapy, clinical data out of any trial that's been conducted. One of the things that attracted us to approaching the psychedelics industry from a natural angle is the ability to generate a large amount of intellectual property. Because of prohibition, none of the technologies necessary for extracting, standardizing, purifying, all the compositions of matter, none of these things which in any sort of normal industry would have been described long ago, none of these technologies have actually been identified, described, and in many cases, what little literature you can find in journals or on the internet that's been published is actually wrong. So that's given us an opportunity to go out and generate a lot of IP around all of these different kinds of technologies, because when you are producing, say, for instance, a magic mushroom extract, the number of ways in which it is viable or feasible to make this extract is actually limited by the nature of the biomass, the nature of the target compound, and by the nature of the final preparation that you must achieve. So what we've done, in fact, in the lab is identified all of these feasible methods. We've identified 3 of them, and we've been able to patent one of them, and we have obviously patent applications on the remaining 2. So we believe before long, we will have essentially patented all of the economically feasible ways to make a magic mushroom extract. And we believe this gives us a very good moat around any company wishing to manufacture naturally or come to market with a natural product. If you compare that IP strategy, which obviously we believe is very strong, to the IP strategy of a synthetically focused company like, for instance, Compass Pathways, they have a patent, yes, but it's on a very specific form of polymorphic crystalline psilocybin. And this very specific patent doesn't preclude anybody else from having their own polymorphic form or a slightly different composition of matter. And in fact, Compass freely admits that on their website. So the point is to say that a patent on any one crystalline form of polymorphic crystalline form of synthetic psilocybin really isn't that valuable, because many other polymorphic forms are possible. Contrast that again to natural, where there really are a limited number of effective ways to manufacture the product. And we've been able, because of prohibition and because of our expertise in this area, have been able to go out and essentially claim them all. Just going to skip over some of this because we are running out of time. I mentioned our first patent issuance. This is very exciting because it's really a validation of the strategy that we embarked upon at the outset. The first patent we were granted covers the extraction and standardization of natural psilocybin from the magic mushroom. And the reason why this is so important, we think, is because it will set us in very good stead for the rest of our patent application portfolio. If we received a patent on method number 1, it stands to reason that we have a reasonably good chance of getting the patent issuance for methods number 2 and 3. I should also add that more than just extraction is necessary to produce a pharmaceutical grade extract of these kinds of substances. You need to purify, you need to standardize, you need to have compositions of matter related to the different delivery methods that you're going to employ. All of these other things are the subject of many other aspects of our IP portfolio. One of the important reasons for, yet another important reason for embarking on a naturally focused company is this idea that without a natural angle, without a natural option, consumer uptake will be less. If these psychedelic substances continue to show the efficacy that they have done so far in early clinical work, it's important that consumers have as many options as possible. And there are certainly a subset of consumers that will feel much more comfortable with a natural option versus a synthetic option. Not too many people out there prefer synthetic caffeine to natural caffeine. Not too many people out there prefer artificial food dye to natural food colorings. And really, that's the option so far that we're being presented with in the psychedelics market, an option that only consists of synthetic compounds. So we feel it's our responsibility to bring a natural option, especially because it may increase consumer adoption, especially in any non-pharmaceutical future markets that arrive. So far, the only legal market is the pharmaceutical market, the pharmaceutical development market. But what we're seeing in places like Oregon State and others is that some kind of adjacent market will arrive. And in those kinds of non-pharmaceutical situations, we do believe that natural products will be the clear choice, especially as we believe that they can be made cheaper than synthetic and certainly with fewer chemical residues and questionable byproducts. Quickly on the team, the core scientific and operational team has come with me. Very fortunate to have had that happen from a previously exited company. This is a company that was fully Health Canada certified, had a 35,000 square foot manufacturing facility, and processed multiple tons of biomass per day. So large scale manufacturing is certainly within our DNA, as it were. And we've added a significant amount of experience in terms of capital markets, in terms of FDA regulatory development, as well as in intellectual property development. On top of that, we've layered a really strong board of directors. Greg Mills, who's the chair, for instance, was the former head of RBC Global Equities. Maureen O'Connell, who's our audit committee chair, is the former CFO of Scholastic. And Chris Wagner has significant experience in big pharma and in biotech. I should talk a bit about a Filament Foundation. The founders of Filament have pledged 10% of their founder shares to the Filament Foundation. The Filament Foundation has been set up in order to make donations to other entities in the ecosystem which are supportive of psychedelics, especially of natural psychedelics. This is our way sort of giving back and supporting the community. Oops. And with that, I'd like to conclude and turn it over for any questions, if there are any.
Thank you very much, Ben. We do have time for a couple of questions, 1 or 2 questions quick. Let's go quick. Can you just speak a little bit more about the natural versus synthetic and why you've chosen to go the way you have?
There's a few reasons. Number one is that people want natural, right? It's not hard to find examples where there's a vast consumer preference for a natural option. I mentioned coffee and caffeine. Not too many people taking synthetic caffeine in the morning, but just look to the cannabis market, right? See what percentage of cannabinoid sales are synthetically produced. It's a very small percentage. People prefer products that were extracted from nature. That's the primary reason. The second most important reason was the ability to claim a whole bunch of IP. As we know, these natural compounds are not patentable in and of themselves because they are found in nature and because they've just been generally known for a long time. But what it is possible to do is patent methods for their manufacture. In our case, for natural manufacturing, there's actually a limited number of ways in which it's possible to make these products naturally, and we've been able to identify what they are and then file for patent protection on them. And recently, actually, haven't been granted a patent for one of those methods. Additionally, we believe we can manufacture these products for a lower cost and certainly with fewer chemical residues and byproducts. But perhaps the most important advantage, which will take some time to prove, is perhaps there's actually greater efficacy in a naturally extracted product because there are multiple compounds that you extract along with, say, the psilocybin when you make a magic mushroom extract. We don't have any evidence yet, but obviously one day we hope to have that evidence. And if we can prove greater efficacy than with a synthetic product, well, that's obviously the very best reason to pursue natural.
All right. Ben Lightburn is the CEO and the co-founder of Filament Health. Ticker's up on the screen. URL is up on the screen. Ben, thanks so much for coming on the Benzinga Small Cap Healthcare Conference today.
My pleasure. Thanks so much.
All right. Let's move on right along to our next presentation. We are right on time. Amro Albana, CEO of Aditext. Let's get him on. Oh, I think we just lost Amro's. Nope. We got it back. Amro, can you hear me?
Spencer, can you hear me? I can.
I hear you, and I see you, and I see your slides. Great.
Wonderful.
All right.
All right. Ready to go?
Ready to go.
Great. Good to see you again, Spencer. Thanks for the opportunity. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. I appreciate your interest in Aditext. And before I jump into the presentation and every slide, let me tell you how I divided up this presentation. Number one, I'm going to talk about the DNA of Aditext as a company, who we are, what our mission is, where we're located. Number two, I'll discuss our innovation platforms from immunotherapies to immune monitoring. And finally, I'm going to end with commercialization, which is really key focus for us as a company in terms of how do we take these amazing innovations that we've been working on to commercial markets. Again, my name is Amro Albana. I am the co-founder and CEO of Aditext. So with that, let me begin with our company. As a public company, we're traded on NASDAQ Stock Exchange. We right now have approximately a market cap of $33 million. Our share price hovers around 160, 180. Outstanding shares at this point, probably about 22 million shares. And the cash in hand, as we reported last quarter, was about 8.6 million. But please keep in mind that we also announced publicly another round of capital of $11 million to satisfy a term of an LOI to acquire a biopharmaceutical company. Our mission, we innovate and commercialize promising innovations that are focused on the prevention, treatment, and monitoring of immune-related diseases. We don't accomplish that mission, or we can't accomplish that mission by ourselves. We actually managed to bring in and attract partners, global partners that are leading in the field of immunology, from Loma Linda University, one of the leading medical schools here in Southern California, Stanford University Immune Tolerance Network, and on the commercialization side, we work very closely with Becton Dickinson as a vendor on our flow cytometry specifically, and other partners to help us bring promising innovations to market. Our product development center and R&D center is based in Silicon Valley, California, Mountain View, California. Our immune monitoring center is located in Richmond, Virginia, and many of our other business functions, including legal, business development, finance, accounting, and others, are located in New York City. Our corporate leadership We managed to attract a great group of people. Actually, the slide really doesn't do it justice. This is just few people that represent our corporate leadership, but the focus here is to build it to the finish line, to the commercial market. That applies to our independent board as well. We have a board with strong background and diversified background in finance, in business, in legal, in public affairs, and other areas, certainly biotech and life sciences. So with that, let me begin talking about our innovation platforms. The two that I'm going to focus on today are Aditix Core, which is the immune monitoring side, how we can begin to understand someone's immune profile and immune status. And the second platform is focused on therapeutics, treatment, which we call Aditix reprogramming. So beginning with immune monitoring. So look, for the last couple of decades, we've been talking about precision medicine. The field of the medical field has been talking about precision medicine. And in our view, you cannot really begin to talk about precision medicine until we begin talking about precision profiling or understanding someone's immune profile, so we can begin to make better decisions as far as approach and course of action given the individual's immune profile. So we developed Aditix Core. The origin of Aditix Core was actually a partnership with Stanford University. We licensed an IP focused on identifying, quantifying immune cells as well as their activities. And this is, as an example, really understanding Aditix Core is its unique ability to be able to identify and quantify multiple immunoanalytes to give us a better picture, a meaningful picture of someone's immune profile. I'm going to get into that a little bit more when it comes to commercialization, but let me give you an example. COVID-19 is a perfect example. Early 2020, we started hearing about how antibody tests could be useful in the fight against COVID-19, but we quickly realized that really antibody tests are not sufficient enough to give us the full picture of someone's immune profile. Our immune system is very complicated. It's not a matter of true or false. It's not a matter of positive or negative. You really have to be able to measure multiple analytes and look at multiple analytes all at once with high specificity, high sensitivity, and high precision in order for us to understand how someone's immune response is given a particular threat or a particular pathogen. So that's Aditix Core. We see Aditix Core obviously applying to infectious diseases. COVID-19 is a big area right now for us with Aditix Core for COVID-19. But beyond infectious diseases and beyond COVID, we would want to understand someone's immune profile when it comes to diabetes. Imagine if we can measure someone's susceptibility to diabetes or a newborn baby susceptibility to type 1 diabetes, so we can take an appropriate course of action. Team in Richmond, Virginia, this is where our Aditix Core monitoring center is located. We assembled a great team that understands diagnostics, understands the market. They come, some come with background from the Mayo Clinic and other areas. And we are working very closely with our team at Aditix Core Immune Monitoring Center to really begin launching Aditix Core into commercial markets with COVID-19, infectious diseases, and others. That gets me into therapeutics. Before I begin talking about our therapeutics, so there are 3 major areas of medicine that could potentially be addressed by immune tolerance. Those are organ rejection, are caused by one common cause, which is our immune system overreacting to a specific cellular tissue. So when it comes to organ rejection, our immune system does its job and it begins rejecting a transplanted organ. It recognizes that it's a foreign organ, it will begin to reject it. In autoimmune diseases, our immune system somehow forget to treat it as a foreign tissue. In allergies, our immune system will overreact to an external substance or an allergen. An immune tolerance field has been focused on can we retrain the immune system to make it recognize that something is self, immune system as a whole? Can we actually retrain the immune system? But the three questions that have been out there, even though the immune tolerance technology and research have been shown to be possible in research setting, from a commercial point of view, the question is, can it be turned into a product? Will it require additional hospitalization? And is it economically and logistically feasible to produce? And we believe a product or a technology that can answer those three questions will be a major disruption and a major breakthrough in the field of immune tolerance. And this is really what we've been working on. So we've been developing a new class of therapeutics designed to retrain the immune system to make it recognize a specific cell or tissue as self. At a very high level, this is obviously a therapeutic. It's made up of two main components. One component is designed to initiate apoptosis, which is the natural process that our immune system uses to retrain itself and reminds itself of what is a friendly. And the second piece is antigen-based DNA to instruct the immune system with this specific antigen that this specific antigen is friendly. We have significant IP portfolio developed around this technology. At this point, we have a bit more than 100 patents issued in the US and internationally. Similar to XCUR, we have an amazing team that is leading our therapeutic side. And without really getting into the resume, our team understands science, they understand commercialization, they understand IP, and they understand how to bring a new product to market, especially in the form of partnerships with other larger pharmas in the field, which is really our business model, not to take therapeutics all the way to the end, but to really get to a point where we can show safety and efficacy and establish some of those key relationships that we need in order to bring it all the way to full commercializations. So with that, I discussed the company, I discussed some of the innovation that we're working on, but ultimately, as I always tell my team and as I always share with our shareholders, ultimately, we must transition from a great story, which we are, to a growth story. And the only way we can do that is to begin moving towards commercialization. So when it comes to the field of immunology, you're looking at autoimmune diseases, infectious diseases, allergies, organ transplantation, CNS, such as multiple sclerosis. There are many areas that our technologies can apply to. And now we are beginning to really focus on initial key areas where we can translate our innovation into commercialization in this area. So starting with infectious diseases, COVID, everybody heard about it, everybody's talking about it, and it really reminded us how vulnerable we are when it comes to infectious diseases. Early 2020, when everybody was focused on infection control, we actually said at the time that when vaccines become available, our mindset is going to shift from infection control to protection, from infection status to protection status. So even when vaccines become available, we now need to start making decisions based on someone's immune, to start looking away from population type decisions where it's one size fits all. So that's exactly what's been happening. Now that we have vaccines, many questions are coming up. One of the primary questions right now is, who is going to need a booster shot? And we believe that the key to this answer is it's got to be based on individual immune response. So if somebody has a weak immune response, it would be sensible to start prioritizing them when it comes to booster shots. But if somebody has a very strong, robust immune response, it would only make sense to make them lower priority when it comes to booster. And of course, that's just one example. So how do we handle XCUR? XCUR actually is pretty simple. It's a transactional based. It is not a kit that we put on the shelf where people buy it. It is designed to be a lab-developed test. And what that means, our channel partners, be it a hospital, a lab, collects a sample, sends the sample to our Richmond Center. We process the sample, and we send them back results. Right now with Aditix Core for COVID-19, we're looking at 10 different analytes, 3 antibodies, and each one against 3 different antigens to give us that high specificity and high sensitivity that we're looking for. In addition to that, we're adding neutralizing antibodies to give us a better, more complete picture about someone's immune response. In addition to that, we're adding cellular immunity to begin to understand the durability and the long-term effectiveness of our immune response against COVID-19. 3 examples of Aditix Core reports for COVID-19. On the left-hand side on your screen, somebody who has no exposure whatsoever. In the middle, this is a report for someone who had natural exposure. And on the right-hand side, this is a report for someone who was or developed immune response through vaccines. Beyond COVID-19, we're looking to develop Aditix Core for type 1 diabetes. This is something that we're currently working on as the second application for Aditix Core as a platform. We announced just a few months ago the establishment of our Aditix Core Immune Monitoring Center in Richmond, Virginia, with a capacity to process 10 million Aditix Cores annually. And of course, our goal is to go beyond the 10 million as our next milestone. We've been just recently, obviously, we've been working operationally on how we can scale Aditix Core, including working on our reimbursement strategy, private reimbursement, as well as on the public side with Medicare. Finally, on the therapeutic side, we're advancing 3 programs. We're advancing our program in type 1 diabetes, in psoriasis, in skin allograft, and as you saw probably recently, we also started preclinical work, exploratory work in multiple sclerosis in the CNS field. This is the final diagram to kind of show the progress in each program. Again, 3 major programs going forward: psoriasis, type 1 diabetes, skin allograft, and we're targeting second half of 2022 to begin clinical trials. And in parallel, we will be working on multiple sclerosis in a preclinical setting. So with that, really, I want to summarize our company as such. We've been working on advancing our innovation platforms from the monitoring side as well as the therapeutic side. And right now, the focus, now and especially in 2022, our focus is on commercialization. How do we commercialize Aditix Core and get into meaningful revenues with Aditix Core, starting with infectious diseases and followed by autoimmunity and type 1 diseases? And then number 2, our commercialization strategy for the therapeutic side is to advance the 3 indications I mentioned earlier into clinical trials, pending, of course, regulatory approval by second half of 2022. With that, I'm going to conclude my presentation and thank you again for your interest in Aditext.
Thank you, Amrel Albana, the CEO of Aditext right there. Ticker up on the screen, ADXT. And yeah, thank you, Amrel. Let me just
good to see you, Spencer.
Good to see you as well. Have a good rest of your day. All right. It is 2:13. Our next presentation isn't until 2:20. We've got CYBIO coming on, Evan Levine. So we have a few minutes here, guys, to hang out. First thing I want to say is, if you're watching this at home, the fact that this conference is going on today in both tracks, right? This one and the less fun track, we're still going. Even though Slack, which is what we use to communicate, is down for everyone. So we have no way of talking to our team right now, but we're still going. And there's been no disruptions. I think that's a testament to the speakers we have and the processes we have in place. So shout out to shout out to everyone on the team who's working through that today. A couple quick things I want before I get to Evan here in a moment. It has been a second, many seconds actually, since I've brought on the Slido. As a reminder, you can win a free 1-year subscription to Benzinga Pro. All you have to do is scan the QR code up on your screen. And yeah, this one got mostly answered. Sure. Let's go to this one now. Scan that QR code in about 3 hours, a little less than that, around 4.5 hours maybe. We will randomly select someone out of a hat, a virtual hat. And we'll give one person a free 1-year subscription to Benzinga Pro, $1,200 value for literally doing nothing. Literally doing nothing. Oh, sorry, Forever Truth. Didn't see your question in time. Don Brown, when is Sorrento? Sorrento, I don't think is on my track. I'm not as familiar with the other track, Sorrento, Don. But the description, the agenda is in the description of this video. I think Sorrento was on the other track. Yeah, I don't see Sorrento. Okay, I'm so offended right now that no one has selected. I'm what you're most excited for. Let's get this off the screen. I don't need anyone telling me. Oh, wait, my fault. See, thank you, Chelsea. Sorrento was yesterday. Don. Don, go to just go to our YouTube channel and go to videos, and you should see yesterday's tracks right there on the videos tab. As a reminder, everyone, Benzinga is all about offering information to investors, and we have a free resource for all the healthcare biotech investors. It's an FDA calendar. This is pretty much the most important thing that healthcare investors need, right? It's all about the calendar. It's all about the pipeline. What is the FDA calendar? How do you find it? Oh, I'm so glad you asked. I'll tell you. Actually, I won't tell you. This will tell you. Benzinga.com/FDA should do the trick. Or even better, I'll show you. I'll literally walk you through how to get there. Ready? Here's what we'll do. We'll go to a browser tab. And let's pick a browser. Okay, let's just pick that one. Bring it up on the screen. Look. Benzinga.com. Tools on the top right. Boom. FDA calendar right there. Bada bing, bada boom. That's simple. One click, and you're there. All right, I haven't been looking at the likes. Where are we at? The other track, the less cool, the blue track, has 101. We have 100? Oh, we're down by 1. Come on. We can fix that. We can easily fix that right now. Get me over the blue track. This is the green track. This is the money track. Let's get over 101. And while you get us over the hump, I will bring on, because I see him here now, Evan Levine, the CEO Chairman of Therapeutics. Evan, good afternoon, sir. How are we doing today?
Good afternoon, Spencer. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you for coming on, guys. I see Evan's slides. Let's get Evan's slides up on the screen if we can. There they are. And Evan, the floor is yours, sir. If you can maybe just hit that hide button so we don't see that annoying pop-up. And I'm going to get out of here, and then the floor is yours.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And I was able to catch the last few minutes of your speech there. And I truly appreciate what you just did for the viewers. I mean, FDA and biotechnology are hand in hand, or other major regulatory bodies. If you're not prosecuting, your efforts through a major regulatory body, then there is really no pathway to, commercialization. So Therapeutics is a pure play biotechnology company, and the name is actually quite deliberate. It's a portmanteau, and it's we didn't just throw the words biotechnology and psychedelic together. This was well thought out, and it stands for psychotargeted biosynthetic therapeutics, which is our foundational technology in the area we're working with. Our original indications are looking to develop new therapeutics for mental and neurological health. Incidentally, we are listed. We're a public company. We are on the Toronto Venture Exchange under PSYB. We're also on the OTCQB under PSYBF. As I just said, we're a public company, so I do caution you to review our safe harbor statement. I will be making forward-looking comments during this presentation. So I'm going to try and expedite this a little bit to offer some time for Q&A. But I've been working in life sciences in different areas, from investment banking to portfolio management to actually executive operations most of my career. And this is actually one of the most exciting things that I ever could have worked on. So we are building therapeutics out of molecules that have been in existence for thousands of years and have been in use in different methods for thousands of years. So just specifically, I'll discuss the magic mushroom. So magic mushrooms are evidenced in early cave paintings that they were ingested. We know that they were ingested by both humans and animals. Fast forward to biblical times, they're mentioned in the Bible. Fast forward to Native Americans using and ingesting these for spiritual purposes. Move to Francis Crick, who claims that he invented the double helix while using lysergic acid. Then in the 1930s, Dr. Albert Hofmann was able to synthesize a couple of these molecules, LSD and psilocybin, and thousands of patients were actually treated or in clinical trials through Sandoz for indications that we're looking at today: depression, anxiety, PTSD, and substance abuse. And there was a lot of promise to it. But these drugs also evidently cause a euphoria. So they made it into the recreational market, which then got the entire research effort almost got turned off by the Nixon administration with the Controlled Substances Act in 1970. That didn't stop the research. It just pushed it underground. And through the next iteration of time, Steve Jobs was evidently a big fan of LSD. Johns Hopkins set up a center for research in psychedelics. Fast forward to recently, Compass Pathways is now in the clinic studying psilocybin for treatment-resistant depression, and brings us to Therapeutics. So these chemicals, drugs, compounds that we're discussing, started off, by spiritual healers. And spiritual healers didn't know if they were treating anything. They just know that if you ingested this type of compound, that there's some type of immediate effect. So that was a good thing. However, the drugs that we're looking at that exist in these plants, they're not here for any particular reason except to defend the plants. This is a survival chemical, but no different than a lot of other plants, such as something more mild like poison ivy. But we now know in more recent times that there are treatment opportunities for this, and I welcome this entire new industry that's studying these for a lot of different indications. So we are not working, we're not in farming, we are not agriculture. So we are using the genetics of these plants and different fungi. So we get the genetics, and we are doing this combinatorial method of combining these and studying them for different treatment reasons. And why? Agricultural products are highly variable, but with our ability to biosynthetically produce many of these compounds, we could get specified component ratios, predictable composition, and they're reliable. We could get certified purity, and we could make them approvable versus and reliable versus any type of farming product. And how do we do this? So we have a very austere methodology of developing drugs at Therapeutics. This all starts off in silico. We study these in computers. We move to in vitro. The way we come up with our portfolio is to study receptor binding across a whole portfolio of different molecules. We then move to in vivo. We put these in animals. We have experience in strain development, optimization. We've moved to commercial manufacturing on 2 different products, and now we've just initiated our clinical regulatory effort. Delivering formulation as necessary, and we continue to file intellectual property on a regular basis. So the foundation is that we have the global exclusive rights to a platform technology that is able to biosynthetically develop these drugs from genetically modified bacteria. And we believe that we have the biosynthetic space blanketed with intellectual property, and we continue to file on a regular basis. So we have full translational research here from bench to bedside. We have our own laboratory with scientists working every day looking for new molecules. We have our own vivarium on a daily basis. As appropriate, we are taking these molecules and testing them in different behavioral models and rodents. And we have our own internal clinical team, regulatory. We have our own program management. We have our own biostatistics, and we are readying for the clinic. So expertise in strain engineering, as I said, we have the global exclusive rights to this platform technology. We are blanketing the space with patents. We have moved 2 of our molecules from the laboratories into commercial manufacturing. We're dealing with 3 different CMOs at the time, and we're working on large-scale manufacturing right now, which we're going to be putting out news as that develops. Clinical regulatory. The whole purpose of this is CGXP process moving into the clinic. And if you look at our news flow, we just filed our first interaction with the FDA last week. We filed and requested our first pre-IND meeting. Now, why invest in Therapeutics? We have the platform technology. It's very rare to acquire such an opportunity. We have the exclusive rights to this. As I said, we are filing intellectual property on a regular basis. And because we have such a large portfolio and we're doing this in a combinatorial strategy, we have multiple shots on goal. We have a highly experienced team. Our chief medical officer has run thousands of trials and has hundreds of approvals under his belt. So except for external manufacturing, we do most of our activities in-house at Therapeutics. We're in the process of preparing our IND packages. I said we just submitted our first pre-IND correspondence with the FDA and look forward to a very healthy and long-term partnership with them. We're fully capitalized. We just went public about 7 months ago, and we went out with a triple oversubscribed institutional round. And we have a protected cost advantage, not just in the fact that we can do most of these activities internally and we don't rely on outside services, but biosynthetic production has far more advantages, in our opinion, than a lot of different competitive methods. Now, I created this slide specifically for psilocybin because psilocybin was the first drug that we synthesized with genetically modified bacteria. And we have our advantages. So our competition would be the chemical synthesis, which is now being developed in the clinic right now by Compass and Usona. Over the chemical synthetic, there are a lot of toxic components, heavy metal solvents, reagents that go into this that have underlying waste disposal issues. It takes a lot longer to produce this chemically. It's a lot more expensive, and there are multiple unstable intermediate reactions on the way. We have made a much more efficient psilocybin and these side products in a very short period of time for a small fraction of the cost against the chemical synthetic. And now we are in commercial manufacturing, scaling up our methodology. The other couple of competitive methods, and certainly there are other ways to do this, is a yeast synthesis. It would be similar to bacteria. We believe that we have advantages over yeast based on all the published information we see. We believe we have better yields, but yeast synthesis is another methodology to produce some of these products. And then there's extraction. So extraction leads you back to having to farm whatever product, whether it's a plant or a fungi. It takes some time to grow these. And there's multiple fold variation when you farm products that you get. And it takes weeks to months to grow these. So extraction is definitely a way to produce some of these drugs, but we believe that we have the most advanced method to do this using bacteria. And we could make multiple products doing this. So I described, we have a very deliberate and austere methodology. We go through target concept identification. We do thorough in vitro screening before we ever put these into animals, before moving to CGXP design and manufacturing to going to governmental agencies asking for permissions to do this. And our ultimate goal is marketing approval through a recognized regulatory body. So target inception. Right now, we have 88 molecules in our portfolio, and 40 of them are being studied, very closely right now. So this is getting built, and the result of this is we can create analogs off of many of these alkaloids. As I said, it starts off in silico, and then we look at the receptor binding, and that's how these are created. And all of these molecules have the opportunity to be dosed in an interaction at different ratios, different specificity, and that's like the real future value. So I start off with psilocybin. For us, psilocybin is the foundation of the company. It's the beginning, but it's looking for next generation, more advanced psycho-targeted therapeutics that address these clinical unmet needs. So how do we do this? We leverage receptor binding data. We take compound 1, we study it. We look at the clinical symptoms, what remains. We take compound 2. We combine them. This can be done over and over, and there are unlimited permutations in the portfolio that we have, and the portfolio is ever growing. So the type of data that we're looking at for signals in wanting to move something out of our laboratories into commercial manufacturing and spend that effort and that capital is we're looking for efficacy data. At the end of the day, that's the only thing that's going to matter. And this is the only data we've put out so far publicly, but we have a tremendous amount more that's coming and that we've developed internally. But this is compound 1 and compound 2. So compound 1 is psilocybin in this case, and compound 2 is another alkaloid within the magic mushroom Norbeo system. There's scant literature on it. Nobody's ever studied it. We believe that we're one of the only groups probably in a large industry that's actually looking at these and filing intellectual property on it. But what we have demonstrated so far internally is that we could dramatically reduce the amount of psilocybin and increase the amount of something that exists in a very small amount of magic mushroom and get a more efficacious response. Now, there's a lot more data that needs to be studied, but this is a clear and exciting signal that we could re-engineer what occurs in nature, change these ratios, and get possibly a more promising compound. And what do we do from there? We move it into manufacturing. So the way our foundation works is we're leveraging synthetic biology and metabolic engineering, and we're using a fermentation-based strategy with bioreactors. So we start off with whatever our substrate is, and our first case is 4-hydroxyindole. We insert it we combine it with genetics. We put it in a bioreactor. It produces precursor 1, precursor 2, 3, 4, our final product, and the final product also converts itself into other opportunities. And then we take a look at these, and this is how we build our portfolio. Again, we're not just in the magic mushroom. We are working in multiple plants and fungi, building out this next generation of possible candidates for the clinic. So 2 molecules have left our facilities now, commercial manufacturing. So we're using Curia. They are 3,000 person company in 20 different countries. They're working on our process development scale up. Berkeley National Lab under Department of Energy we're working with, and Bios Industry in Europe. So these are all 3 commercial manufacturers. We have successfully tech transferred. We've developed the strain banks for them, and the analytical methods are done. So you start off with baseline fermentation, you build the process, you isolate the drug and purify the drug, and you work up to pilot scale manufacturing. And that's the type of news that you should be seeing next coming out of CYBN Therapeutics. And then we move to regulatory. There are several regulatory bodies on the planet that we feel that we should be involved with in order to develop our drugs, and looking at FDA, EMEA, Health Canada, and we have a very, very deliberate process in doing this. As we've already put out an announcement that we have put in our pre-IND meeting request to the FDA. We have been building our pre-IND package for the last 1.5 to 2 years. We've been developing our CMC package. We expect our first pre-IND meeting to be upcoming just a few weeks. From there, we're going to be submitting an IND to the FDA, possibly the EMA as well. and developing this drug. And the goal is to be in clinical trials next year for product number 1. And from there, we will layer on this combinatorial approach in the future as the data is appropriate to move forward with it. And during this year, we continue to file patents. We continue to make API. We started with the pre-IND. We're going to be submitting our package, and so that's exciting. So as a biotechnology company, we are working on marketing approval of this. Here's a list of the patents. I believe we have 11 submissions so far. Our first 2 were combined into a non-provisional, and we've been filing patents on compositions, on methods, on production over the last couple of years, and we're building out what we believe is a real formidable portfolio. So we went out about 7 months ago. We engaged 8 Capital and Canaccord to go public. We set out to do a $5 million raise, and we got over triple subscribed. We got orders for $17.5 million. This was all 80% institutional round led by 2 venerable healthcare dedicated funds in New York City. We took about 14.5 million of it, we priced at 35 cents. We went public, and right now we're trading on, we started off on the Canadian on Toronto Exchange under PSYB, and we recently added the OTC, which is PSYBF. But our goal, as soon as practical, is to move our stock to the NASDAQ. Company is led by myself. I have extensive experience in life sciences, from investment banking, from portfolio management to actual operational experience running a global oncology company. I've run phase 2Bs, I've run phase 3s, I've run bioequivalent studies. I've done this in North America, South America, and Europe. I've got extensive experience interacting with the FDA, EMEA. And this year we were very fortunate to have Dr. Michael Spigarelli join us. Mike has run thousands upon thousands of studies. Extraordinarily experienced. He has hundreds of approvals under his belt, from therapeutics to diagnostics to every area of medicine. And Noah Davis, who does our financials and our marketing, we've been working together on many projects, many years, and we've been building this company. He's a founder as well. We've been building this company. Also, we have a couple of outside directors. Bob Oliver. Bob is probably one of a dozen plus guys on the company who was CEO of a major pharmaceutical company. He was CEO of Otsuka North America. The parent company is out of Japan. Bob was responsible for a $6 billion a year revenue book while he was CEO of that company. And Nitin Kaushal, who runs our audit committee, he's outside director. He's on multiple boards, like multiple NASDAQ boards, and he oversees our financials. We also have a clinical advisory board. At this point, everybody on this board actually is participating with hands on the company. So Dr. Andrew Jones actually is in process of developing new molecules on a regular basis. Dr. Matt McMurray works at Vivarium, and he's doing the animal studies on a daily basis. And Dr. Joan Robbins and I have worked together many years. Joan and I, at my last major pharmaceutical company, we were the ones who ran those phase 2s, phase 3s, and bioequivalent studies globally. So again, key highlights: platform technology, intellectual property. We have multiple shots on goal. We have a fantastic team. INDs are in process. We're fully capitalized, and with the protected cost advantage, and we could do a lot of this internally. We look forward to all future interactions with the FDA and going into the clinic next year. So with that, I would like to open it up.
Thank you very much, Evan. Here, I'm going to go full screen there. Thank you very much, Evan Levine, again. SciBiolife.com, ticker is up on the screen. Evan is the CEO and chairman of Therapeutics. Mohit, just to second what you said, I mean, the interest in psychedelics is really something else. If you didn't know it and before today's conference, you should know it now. It's been the unofficial theme of the day. So great stuff, Evan. Thanks a lot for joining us today at the Benzinga Small Cap Healthcare Conference.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right. Hey, it is time for our educational session. We're going to take a quick break from the company presentations, and we're going to bring on a couple people, friends of mine. They need no introduction, so I don't think I will give them one. It's just,
what the heck?
There's Neil.
You'll give an introduction? I feel so disrespected.
Mark Petrino is the head technical analyst at Benzinga's Trading School. Neil Hamilton is the host of our Get Technical show. He's the EVP of growth at Benzinga. Neil, Mark, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. Thanks for having
our
me.
show. What's the plan here? What are we talking about?
We're going to talk about healthcare stocks, and we're going
Nice.
to talk about how we can look at them and see if we can come up with ideas for technical trading strategies.
Excellent. I see Mark's charts. Let's get them up on the screen. We are starting with the XLV, everyone's favorite, maybe not favorite, but one of the well-known healthcare ETFs. I'm going to see myself backstage here and let you guys take it from here. But Mark, enlighten us on
All right,
what
go,
the chart is
Spencer,
saying.
go.
All right,
So,
fine.
Real quick announcement. For those of you that are interested in joining the trading school, I just want to let you know that registration is closed. We are over capacity. So Mark is the instructor there. This is going to be a little preview of what that class is like. We are not accepting students at the moment, but we are creating a form. So if you want to be notified about Benzinga Trading School enrollment opening back up, we'll get that to you. That's what I'm here to say. All right, Mark, go for it.
Cool. All right, everybody. Well, I'll just give you a brief little background of myself. I came out of the institutional trading world. I used to work for, my first trading job was with Mario Gabelli, the guy who hired me out of business school. And then I spent some time working with Stevie Cohen at SAC Capital, who is the subject of the show Billions. And I've never seen it, so please don't ask me if it's accurate or not. I doubt it is. Then I was also the head trader at 3 different hedge funds that were all big funds that all managed over $1 billion. And I decided to make the move over into teaching because I see a lot of misinformation out there and a lot of, scammers and people that are just trying to make a quick buck. So what I want to do in this little session we have here is kind of walk you through the mindset of how someone like myself, an institutional trader, looks at the market. Like, what do I do when I come in at 7:30 or at 6:30 or 7 in the morning and I look at the stocks? So let's just keep the conversation relevant to healthcare. The first thing I'm going to do is look at some of the sector ETFs. This right here is the iShares Biotechnology ETF, because these ETFs track the sector as opposed to attracting a particular stock. So it's kind of like you got to work from the top down. It's kind of like the analogy of, those Russian dolls where you open one and there's another one and there's another one and there's another one. So the first thing you do is look at the sector to get like a broad perspective. So this is IBB, and this is something that really stood out. So I want to just kind of go over this because this chart can teach a lot, and there could be a potential trade coming here as well. So the most fundamental rule of trading or dynamic of trading is that you have to understand that certain price levels are more important than others. All right. Say that, like write it down and say it to yourself 10 times fast. Certain price levels are more important than others. Sometimes we know why, sometimes we don't. Usually there's support or resistance around a nice round level like $100. We call that important psychologically because people like placing their orders at nice round levels. Now let's look at this biotech ETF, okay? We can see that this $158 level is clearly important. You don't need to be a market guru to see this, okay? When the stock ran up to it in March, it got there and rolled over. Then the stock ran up again to that same level in late April. And both times when it got there, it ran into resistance. This 158 level is called resistance. Resistance is a large group of sellers that are all trying to sell at the same price. In this case, it's 158. Now, when a stock gets to a resistance level, there's more shares for sale than there are to buy. There's more supply than there is demand. This is why when a stock gets to a resistance level, it stops going higher. The buyers can buy all they need to. They don't have to pay higher prices anymore because there's more than enough shares for sale to fulfill all of their orders. There's more supply than there is demand. Lots of times stocks go down after they run into resistance. That's because members in the crowd, they get a sense that there's a big seller around which created the resistance, so they want to kind of get out in front of it. So lots of times when stocks get to resistance levels, they sell off, and we see that that happened here with the iShares Biotech Fund 2 times. And again, the way I teach the trading school, and one of our philosophies or thoughts is that it doesn't need to be complicated. Your trading strategy can be really simple. Wall Street likes to make stuff complicated so they can charge high fees. But in my 25-year career on the street, the best traders that I knew were humans. They still outperform the sophisticated computerized trading strategies. But anyway, so let's get back to this $158 level. All right. So we can see it went down. Now it broke through in June. And now look what happened. It's pretty interesting. But you can see this on a lot of different price charts. What was a resistance level has now become a support level, right? Once again, the $158 level is important, but it's important for a different reason. Now it's become support. What is support? It's the opposite of resistance. Support is a large group of buyers who are all looking to pay the same price. At a support level, there's more demand than there is supply. It's the exact opposite of a resistance level. This is why stocks stop going down when they reach support, because the sellers can sell all they need to. There's enough demand to absorb all their shares. They don't need to sell at a lower price. Okay. Lots of times stocks bounce off of support levels like we saw here. Now, the obvious question is, how can this happen? What is going on here? How is it that a level that was resistance can turn into support? The traditional reason given for this is seller's remorse, right? Investors sold, and this damn fly has been in my room here for like 3 days. Investors sold at 158, and they thought they made the right decision when the stock went lower. It dropped to 148. Investors sold. They thought they made the right decision. Stock dropped here all the way down to 143. Now, what happens when the price breaks through and goes higher? A lot of these sellers say to themselves, damn, I made a mistake. I shouldn't have sold. That was a dumb thing to do. I'm going to buy my shares back, but I'm only going to buy my shares back if I can buy them for the same price I sold them at. So as a result, we have remorseful sellers placing their buy orders at the same level they sold at. In this case, it's $158. So what was resistance became support because there were so many buy orders that it converted the level from resistance into support. So this is an important thing to understand about trading. Probably one of the main things to know is to understand that certain price levels are more important than others. Sometimes we know why, and sometimes we don't know why. In this case, why is it 158? I really have no idea. I mean, 158 seems like an odd number to be important, right? One would think it would be like, well, why isn't it 150 or 160? Well, I frankly don't know, but you don't really need to know. You can just look at the chart and see that it is the case. Now, this thing has been getting crushed over the last few days, right? It was on September 23rd, it was trading around 174. Now it's trading down around 162. But this caught my eye. And the reason why is because it's dropping to a level, it's getting close to what could be support again. Because levels that are support can remain support. See, it's support here on 2 occasions. Levels that were resistance can remain resistance, 2 occasions here. This is what they say when markets have memories. So when a stock reaches a level when a stock goes down and reaches a level that was formerly support, there's a good chance there's going to be support there again. This is what people mean when they say the old saying that markets have memories. So the stock is getting close to support. Now, when traders develop trading models, they use a set of parameters or conditions that must be met in order to enter the trade. The successful traders and the hedge fund guys, they're not just guessing. When they make a trade, they know why. And it's not because someone said something in some chat room somewhere. They have a set of parameters. If condition A is met and condition B is met and condition C is met, the thing goes on your radar screen. This is now on my radar screen for two reasons. One, it's getting close to a level that was support, and it might be support again. The second thing we want to discuss is momentum. And momentum is a measurement of how far a stock has moved in a particular time period. And this stock is very oversold. This means that it's trading at an extreme below what would be its typical trading range. So this attracts attention because traders will be expecting a reversion. Now, this indicator at the bottom here is a simple, what's known as an RSI indicator. It's a relative strength index momentum indicator. It measures momentum. As we can see, when it gets down to this is the default of 30, but when we get down to around 31, 32, we can see that's a buy signal. Okay, again, it's almost like the baby got thrown out with the bathwater kind of a situation. It gets overdone. People panic. They say, you know what, just sell my stock at any price. I'm sick of watching it go down. I don't want to lose any more money. And they just hammer the market, and it results in oversold conditions. Other traders see that and they come into the market because they anticipate a reversion. So that's what happened here. Now, you can see here we're oversold. We're not as oversold as we are there, but it's getting close. And if this thing drops down over the next few days, a few points, my guess is that this indicator would show that it's oversold. So now we have two parameters. We have the first parameter, the first, wake up call, so to speak, is, hey, knocking on the door. This thing is getting close to an important level. In this case, it's support. The second thing is, hey, this thing is oversold. Okay. So this combination of being oversold and getting to support means there's a good chance the stock might rally. Okay. Those are two positive dynamics. So this is what we call in the trading world a setup, or a setup. Some people have setups that can be as simple as one signal. Here, the setup is two signals. Remember, close to support and oversold. Some sophisticated quantitative funds have hundreds of parameters that they analyze. But I've never seen any proof that the really sophisticated funds, a lot of whom, by the way, have gone out of business, that were the Wall Street darlings of the AI craze a few years back, have long gone under. In my experience, the best thing to do is to set up with the system with, two, maybe three or four or five parameters, because again, it doesn't need to be overly complicated. So now what's the next part of a trading system? The first part, remember, is the setup. The second part is a trigger. Okay. The trigger is the condition that must be met that makes you actually go online and put in your order. That's the setup is the ready, set, and then the trigger is the go. Now, I've drawn a downtrend line here. Okay. And all charts need to be looked at through the prism of what does this tell us about the supply and demand dynamics. When a stock is in downtrends, It's a graphical illustration. This line graphically illustrates that the bears are in control. The stock is going lower, okay? Now, say it gets down here and it gets to support and it's oversold. Do we buy it then? No, because there's a chance that this support can break and the thing will keep going down and we get run over, is the trading term. I got run over. You buy a stock and it keeps going down, or or another term is catching a falling knife. This happens because people guess. I mean, I guess it's not a complete guess if you see it gets to support. So someone with a little bit more, who's a little bit more risk tolerant might look at this and buy it just when it gets to support. Like that might be their trigger. It could be a parameter and a trigger at the same time. But in this situation, I wanted to put this downtrend line in because a good trigger here would be to wait for the stock to trade on the other side, or the ETF to trade on the other side of this line. That would be a graphical illustration that the bears no longer control the market. Okay, just kind of imagine it visually. If for it to cross the line, it would be over here. So that kind of shows it stopped going down. All right. So that could be the trigger. That's the thing that says, all right, well, the bulls are about to take over or at least equalize with the bears. And that is the trigger to get into the actual trade. It would be the crossing of this trend line in this specific example. And there are a lot of different ways to set up triggers and setups, but I just want to keep the really simple fundamental things in front of you to show us, or to show you how hopefully you can develop some profitable trading strategies and forget like some of the nonsense that you see on other websites and online and so forth about magical and mysterious trading systems. So again, this, a trader would just be watching this. It's on the watch list. You're not really doing anything. You're on the sidelines. If it gets down here and then this breaks, that's your trigger, and then you enter the trade. Now, once you're in the trade, once you've actually bought it, that's when it gets difficult. Okay. It's easy to buy things. It's hard to sell things. That's because, well, I'm sure if you're listening to this show, you're probably familiar with the strategy or familiar with this dilemma. But when you enter a trade, you should not enter a trade unless you know where you're going to sell it. You need your exit strategy before you get into the trade, because successful investing is just as much about, obviously everyone wants to hit a home run and, buy the next Microsoft when it's a penny stock and so forth. But investing is, you have to kind of go into it with a defensive mindset. You have to have a stop order and you have to know where you're going to exit. And it's hard for people to do because they're going to be taking a loss. Like, for instance, in this situation, you could say, all right, well, if this downtrend line breaks and the stock gets to 161, I'm going to buy it. Now, what would be a logical place to have a stop out? In other words, where do you say, all right, this isn't going my way. I'm going to lose a little bit of money. That's okay, because I'm going to just forget about this one and move on to something else. So in a situation like this, you would have a sell order beneath the market. Now, I know that sounds counterintuitive because generally people want to sell at higher prices. But the thought is if this support breaks, it could have a big move lower. It could just keep going down and down and down. So that's why you want to have a stop order there, and you want to have it at a logical place. At the same time, when you enter the trade, you should tell yourself, all right, well, where will I sell it if I make a profit? So we've covered where to sell if you have a loss. Now let's talk about how to sell for a profit. Well, just looking at this, I would suspect if it rallies, it's going to run into some resistance around this level. Okay, this is 175. And like we said, markets have memories. This was resistance here, resistance here. So we can see in this situation, not only is the 158 level important, the 175 level is important as well. Oh, hi. Thank you, Moet. It's a nice comment. Valuable insights. Marco's a great teacher. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So now let's look at a couple other ones here. We were actually looking at Pfizer yesterday in the trading school. And Neil set this up with, we have a really cool setup on this that's a little bit different. Okay. In this situation, we have a setup where the stock has reached a level that's probably going to be support because it was resistance back here. And actually, you can see it has been support. It was the low on the 28th. So it was the low on Tuesday. All right. So again, people sold here. They thought they made a good call. The stock's lower. And it breaks out and it breaks through this resistance, which means all the sellers that created the resistance have left the market. So now these people that sold Pfizer are having a bit of seller's remorse. A lot of them say, you know, I shouldn't have sold it. I'm going to buy it back, but I don't want to pay a higher price. So if it drops back to where I bought it, I'm sorry, where I sold it, I'm going to try to buy it. So they're placing their buy orders at the same level that they had their sell orders. Okay, so if there's enough of these buy orders, then it's going to put a floor under the stock because there's going to be more demand than supply. I can't show it on this screen, but we used Benzinga Pro to also set another parameter for Pfizer, and that was its price to earnings ratio. Its price to earnings ratio is on the lower side for it historically. Let's see what it is. If I can find it in here. All right, so we set a screen that we wanted to look for a stock that was oversold and undervalued. Oversold is a trading term. Oversold, as we discussed, means something has been hammered down. It's trading way below where it should be trading. That brings traders into the market. Undervalued is a fundamental term. Fundamental trading or fundamental investors and traders and have different styles. Traders just approach the market and just use the market in and of itself to try to find dislocations and things that are out of equilibrium where they can make money. Fundamental investors have a set of parameters too. Now, they're the investors that look at things like how much does a company make, or how are its margins? What are its profit margins? Is it paying a dividend? Is it growing? So we set a screen that we want to have a stock that's oversold and has a price to earnings ratio that's below 20. Pfizer came up on the screen, and that put it on the screen. So now we have a stock that is oversold, it's at support, and it's trading at a lower valuation than it typically trades at. So there's our setup. Now we have a 3-parameter setup: oversold, at support, and the PE ratio. And again, you know, if you have more, if you're more risk tolerant, you could probably buy it now. If you're less risk tolerant and you want to make sure it starts trending higher, we wait for this trend line to break. And that's the sign that the bulls have lost control. So this thing has been beaten up pretty good over the last month or so, but there's a good chance that the sell-off is over. Let's take a look at some more healthcare stocks now. And all you people that are watching, let me know if there's something specifically you would like me to look at. Now, this is Johnson & Johnson. This is another stock that's been beaten up pretty badly. But there's a chance that this sell-off is over as well, because what has happened here? The stock has dropped to the 163 level. And this is where it found support in June. And remember, and it's also oversold. Now, remember what we said about markets having memories. It was after this sell-off that started in May, the stock found support around 163. After the sell-off now, the stock has been trading above 163 for the past few days. So this could potentially mean that the sell-off is over and we could be looking at a little bit of a rebound. But just to show you that there are different ways to look at these parameters. So again, oversold at support. Put this on the radar screen. There's a good chance it might rally, but we have to wait for that trend line break again, because there's a chance that the support breaks and the stock keeps going down. If that happens, we just won't buy it, and then we'll reevaluate it. I saw a good example of an important level that's very, very clearly defined in this thermo. It's not really in play now, but there's a lot on this chart we can talk about. This here is the $440 level. All right. Now look at how clear this is. In November of 2020, it came to within a few points. That's where it bottomed out. Then fast forward to March, we can see it closed within a few points. June, 440. Now, you don't need to be a market expert to see that this is an important level. It's support. It's every time the stock got down there, the buyers came out of the woodwork and they supported the stock. They were able to buy all the shares that the sellers had for sale. So, I know this isn't in play right now, but this is just a good picture of an important level. Now, what's kind of interesting about chart reading is it's really like a study of mass psychology. And, I went to business school and I got a finance degree. I have my master's in finance. And we were always taught that markets are, not our markets are efficient, and there's the random walk, and people can't outperform the market, and blah, 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 blah. Well, guess what? They're all wrong. Efficient market theory is not true. The market does not follow a random walk. If it did, the whole concept of a support level or a resistance level wouldn't exist. But we can clearly see that at 440, there is support, and it's an important level. Now, this thing has spiked up, but this again can go give us an important lesson to recover what we spoke about before. All right. Seller's remorse. Resistance. This is the 575 level. Resistance became support. Sellers sold their stock here only to watch it get knocked down here. Well, and then they were pretty happy. If you sold at 575, you were happy because the thing made a big move lower. So you're patting yourself on the back. But then the stock rips through this level and goes all the way up here. So a lot of the people that sold it are now saying to themselves, damn, I made a mistake. I want to buy my stock back. So they put their buy orders in at the same price that they sold at. And there has been a sufficient enough amount of buy orders to create a support level. Now, it might break and go down, but this is just another illustration of where a resistance level turned into a support level. And let's look at, let's just take a look at Eli Lilly while we're in the healthcare world. This is something I was working on with the class this morning, and this is a good illustration of what we were talking about, because this is the same situation we had before that I talked about, but now we have the trigger, so this trade could be entered. The trigger was the downtrend line. And now let me be a little redundant because we really want to beat it into your heads how this stuff works, because repetition is how you learn. So we can see that back in June, the 220 level was a support level. So the stock rallied, but then it started to crater. And look where it found support. Right at 220. I mean, literally the low trade on September 28th was 220.20, 220 and 20 cents. All right. Now, let me tell you something, my friends. There is not a fundamental analyst in the world that can call where a market is going to turn to within a few points like we've done here. But that's because we don't try to outguess the market. We let the market tell us what to do. Something's in a downtrend. Well, you don't just say, oh, well, if it gets to 220, I'll buy it. If it gets to 200, I'll buy it. You look at the chart. You look for a support. You look for either a level that was previously resistance or support, because downtrends tend to end at them. So then we had our setup conditions. We had reach support. We had oversold conditions. That's the setup. The trend line break, which happened yesterday or today, that's the trigger. This shows that it's time to enter the trade. All right. The graphical illustration of the downtrend line is that the bulls are taking control back from the bears. So these are very simple concepts. Again, it doesn't really need to be complicated. A lot of people out there you'll see online, like someone, made X many millions or X many percentages. And yeah, I mean, every now and then someone gets lucky and gets a home run. But the vast majority of the educational stuff that's out there, at least at what I've seen, is not something that I would ever suggest anyone should study. I mean, there's a couple people that I really pay attention to. If they come on TV, I'll listen. Like my former boss, Mario Gabelli, for instance, he's brilliant. So if he's on television, I'm going to listen to what he has to say. But the vast majority of the people in the media don't understand how the markets work. All right. And the vast majority of the time that they're telling you, the stock market was down on this concern, or the stock market rallied because of that, they're wrong. It takes a big fundamental to really move a market. What's a big fundamental? That's like a move in interest rates, something that has a material impact on the earnings of companies. The vast majority of the time when a market is moving, it's because of the supply and demand dynamics that are going on. Like, for example, this biotech stock Eli Lilly is up 3.6% today. Okay. So I can almost guarantee you that if you put on CNBC or some of these other networks, that they're going to be saying, biotech rallied today because of something to do with COVID patents, or, biotech rallied because some investor said it's time to buy, or some famous investor said it was time to buy. No, they're wrong. The stock is rallying because of the technicals. It was oversold, it reached support, and it broke its downtrend. That's why it's rallying. It's not rallying. Let's actually look at the news, see if it says anything. All right, yeah, so there's some news here, okay? Eli Lilly says something about improved hair regrowth studies, okay? So if you put on the news, they're going to say, biotech rallied big today. Eli Lilly came out with this new improved hair treatment, and that drove the stock higher. Well, I will tell you this. I would be willing to bet if this news did not come out today, the stock would have done pretty much the same thing. All right. So this is just an example, or a theoretical example, I should say, of where the media has stuff wrong. Most of the time when the market is making a big move, a meaningful move, it's because of some kind of a technical thing that's going on. And one of the things that we do with the students and in the classes, we look through all the sectors. Healthcare is one of 11 sectors in the S&P 500, but we'll generally screen all the sectors. And actually, what I do is I look at the spider ETFs. Now, the healthcare spider ETF is XLV. So now what do we see here? Well, it's a little, the levels aren't as clear as we'd like them to be, but we can see down here about 125.50 was resistance. So if this thing keeps going lower, there's a good chance that we find some support around. I'm sorry, that's my dog barking. I think someone's in our front yard. But if this thing keeps falling, and now it's trading around 128, so it's only a few dollars more, down to around, when it gets down to around here. So there's a good chance there's going to be support at this level. Because why? Because it was resistance. So remember, seller's remorse. People sold it only to watch it go higher. They vow that they want to buy it back. They place their buy orders where they had their sell orders. And as a result, there's a good chance that support forms there. And we could see that on this RSI indicator that the ETF is, well, it was oversold. Now it's come back a little bit. All right, let's take a look at, how about Abbott, ABT? Oh, okay. Now Abbott Labs will give us another lesson. All right, so Abbott Labs is going to give us another lesson. And this, I want to explain, if we still have time, what a gap is. There's an old saying on Wall Street, gaps refill, and it's true. And you could see it here. So see how we gap down? When a stock makes a big move, and like a really big move, it shows up as like this on a chart. If it closed around 116 and then the next day it opened way down at 110, so that action shows up as a blank spot on a chart, and we call that a gap. Now, why do gaps refill? Well, let's think about how we get resistance in this situation. Okay, resistance is the opposite of support. Okay, resistance happens because of buyer's remorse. Support happens because of seller's remorse, but resistance happens because of buyer's remorse. People buy a stock, they watch it go down, they think they made a mistake, they decide that they want out of the stock, but they don't want to take a loss. So they decide that they are going to place their sell orders at the same level that they had their buy orders at. If there's enough of these sell orders, it causes resistance to form. All right. Now, when a stock gaps down like this, in this whole area here, from 116 down to 110, no one bought it. There were no buyers because the stock didn't trade there. So when it gets back up into this zone, there's like a lack of supply. There's just not enough vested interest. There's not enough remorseful buyers placing sell orders to form meaningful resistance. So what happens? The stock gaps right back up through it. And on this day in the market, buyers were looking for sellers, but there were just none around. So that forced them to pay higher and higher prices. And then it got back up. So this Abbott Laboratories gives us a lesson on how gaps refill. It's a common expression on Wall Street. And as we can see here, it's true. How are we doing on time, Neil?
We've got 3 minutes. So just a reminder to everyone, I put a link in the chat. If you here, let me know. We've got a good group of people here. So far, give me a 1 in the chat if you think Mark is a good teacher and you feel like you could learn from him. Give me a 2 if you don't feel that way. If you don't feel that way, give me a 2.
To be honest, I can take it.
Those 2s can be painful.
As long as I don't get like a 4 or a 5, I guess I'll be okay.
Okay,
here we got a 1.5.
We always get some goofy. Okay, real numbers only.
All right, Ali, what am I doing wrong?
No, don't. You don't want to go down that rabbit hole, Mark.
Okay.
That's like handing someone the microphone when you're doing an interview. So all right, lots of ones in the chat. Guys, thanks for being here for this awesome event. I really, really, truly believe that there are a lot of companies here today that could very well be the next $50, $100, $200, $1,000 stock. So that's why we put these events together. And thank you also for joining. I know a bunch of you are Benzinga Trading School students, so thanks for turning out, guys. And use that link that we provided if you would like to be notified when enrollment opens back up.
Thank you, Neil. Thank you, Mark. And that was, as usual, enlightening stuff. I'm being dead completely serious when I say that. So I'm not, if I sound sarcastic, I'm not trying to be. I'm trying to be genuine. This is me trying my hardest to be genuine. So
Ali was joking. Thanks, Ali.
So
all right.
Thank you,
all right,
Spencer.
Joel.
All right.
Thanks,
Guys.
So much for joining in, and I look forward to hopefully speaking with you again in the future.
All right. Thanks a lot, Mark. I think Mark froze there at the end, so it doesn't matter. All right. Let's get that comment off the screen. Hey, let's move on to our next presentation here. Okay. Let's do this. We have him in backstage, and this is one of those names that I've been practicing, and I even did some research, but I'm not sure my research yielded the correct results. David Gilhan. Did I get that right?
We'll give it to you. We'll say
no. Correct me. Let's go.
Giljohan.
Giljohan.
Yep, absolutely.
It doesn't help me when I go to do a video search and the person introducing you in the video also doesn't pronounce your name right. Then
hopefully future ones will find you. So
David Giljohan, the CEO of XCUR. I can get that one right. David, welcome to the Benzinga Small Cap Healthcare Conference. I see your slides. Go ahead and put them in full screen mode if you can, and we'll bring them up on the screen.
Great.
And there we can you make them a little bigger. There we go. Perfect. Excellent. Go ahead and click the hide up there so we don't see that annoying thing. And then the floor is yours, sir. Whoops. The floor is yours, sir.
Okay, great. Hi, everybody. My name again is David Giljohan. I'm the CEO of XCUR, ticker symbol XCUR. Thanks, everybody, for joining today. Really appreciate you taking the time out of your afternoons to hear about our company. We are publicly traded on NASDAQ. So as such, I refer you to our forward-looking statements and non-solicitation, again, on our SEC documents. So XCUR is a clinical stage company. We're developing a technology called spherical nucleic acids, or SNA. You may not know about spherical nucleic acids, but I'm sure you've heard of DNA and RNA. In fact, of course, with Moderna these days, you can't really escape RNA, right? So what we have is a structure that we call SNA. It's a three-dimensional structure that allows us to put DNA and RNA in a particular conformation. And when we create those conformations, they get into cells and tissues more effectively, allowing us to develop better drugs. In particular, we've taken a couple different drugs into clinical trial now. We've taken some in for oncology. We've taken some in for neuro, and I'll give you, I think, snapshots of each of those today. In addition to working here ourselves in Chicago, where we've got a 35,000 square foot facility working away on the R&D side, we have a number of different partnerships, in particular two that we can highlight today. Ipsen, that we just announced in the neuroscience space, working on Huntington's and Angelman syndrome. And then we have another one that we're working on for hair loss disorders, more commonly known as balding, and that is currently going on with AbbVie here in Chicago as well. So XCUR is traded again on NASDAQ. We have a number of interesting and I think transformative milestones coming up for us. If you follow us, you'll know that we've been working very hard this year on creating partnership value for our programs, as evidenced by our collaboration with Ipsen. And we are really setting up towards this end of the year to file an IND for XCUR FXN. This is our drug for Friedreich's ataxia, which we'll talk about today. Setting us all up for 2022, which I think is really a place to be looking forward to. This is a platform technology, and then this is just the first of many of the drugs that we're intending to develop. But important for us, our first patient, first dose with our first neurology drug is expected to happen the first half of 2022. While simultaneously, we're reading out some of our phase 1b/2 clinical trial results in our oncology drug called cavitolimod. So don't want to overscience anybody here, but for those that are interested, you can take a look at our website. This is the deck dated September 8th on our corporate site, xcurtx.com. Spherical nucleic acids at its basic gets DNA and RNA medicines into cells better. And so what you're looking at on the left-hand side here is these little cells that have been treated with linear DNA or RNA. Doesn't get into cells very well. Historically, people say 2 or 3% are getting into cells. When you look at the spherical nucleic acid, and here we've labeled all those oligos again with red, you can see those DNA and RNA are lighting up the cells. So it's literally as simple as night and day. We're getting a lot more DNA and RNA drugs into cells, and as a result, we have better pharmacodynamic properties to make better drugs for patients. We are building a pipeline with our flagship program in Friedreich's ataxia. We've been able to show that we can create potent drugs using our spherical nucleic acid compound. And again, this is a platform. So we're not just talking about Friedreich's ataxia. Once we know Friedreich's ataxia works, we have Huntington's and Engelmann's and ALS and all the other neurodegenerative diseases that we can start thinking about that are genetically driven. So the big idea here is we sequence the human genome. We know what the ways are that diseases are caused when we're looking at genetics. And now the real challenge has been, can we make drugs that deliver effectively into cells and tissues? And we think that we've crossed that code. So some people look at this and think, oh, man, this looks really complicated. Well, we tried to develop it using the keep it simple philosophy. So we have created structures that are at basic two components. It's got a DNA around the outside, and it's got a lipid nanoparticle in the middle. Lipid is basically like a fat. So it's a fatty core, and we've got a DNA or RNA sticking on the outside. So this arrangement is all of what XCUR is about. By creating these structures, we're getting much more potent drugs. In order to bring this forward into clinic, into reality, we put together a tremendous team. So we've got about 80 folks or so around the table at XCUR, and a lot here in Chicago, some in Boston and Cambridge, and then we've got a board that's spread out now across the world. Tim Walbert, the CEO of Horizon, currently serves as our chairman, and then Bolly James, Jeff, Boson, Elizabeth, and Andrew, all known names in the field, folks that have been involved in this story as both investors as well as advisors to the company, driving forward our clinical programs. So again, not to be too much science here, but really what we're trying to go for is better clinical efficacy, less frequent dosing in patients, and as a result, a better safety profile. And you'll see there's essentially three main components that we've done with our technology in addition to that delivery. First of all, that we get much better efficacy in animal models. We'll give that example. We show that we can use lots of different types of DNA and RNA. So for those that are familiar in the field, you've got things like antisense, siRNA, toll-like receptors, and our platform is agnostic to that. You can put any type of nucleic acid up to an 80 mer in length around the outside to create our structures. But wait, there's more. On the right-hand side, we've got the ability to target things using a multi-targeting approach. So in contrast to creating a bispecific or trispecific antibody, we're able to simply mix and match different oligos around the surface and create structures that target more than one drug pathway simultaneously. So a nice another benefit of our technology. We put together a pipeline that really now is focused around neuroscience. And here on slide 10 is a snapshot of that. Again, our XCUR FXN is planning on going into IND-enabling studies before the end of this year. We have 2 programs on partnership with Ipsen, and then we have 2 programs that we'll talk about briefly today in neuropathic pain and Batten's disease. Finally, our immuno-oncology program is currently moving forward along 2 veins, Merkel cell carcinoma and cutaneous squamous cell carcinoma, rare orphan indication where we see some designations from the FDA, and we have had some really nice clinical results to share with you here today. Okay, let's talk about neuroscience for a bit. This is what really got us excited about neuroscience for XCUR's platform. And it was based upon experiments that we did comparing our drug side by side with a drug called Spinraza or nusinersen from Biogen Ionis. And this is really a miracle drug for kids with spinal muscular atrophy or SMA. These kids have a neuromuscular disorder. That means that ultimately they're dead by mid-teens. At latest, they are unable to walk. They're unable to lift their arms. It's really quite devastating. This drug is now a multi-billion-dollar drug a year. It's being injected frequently into the spinal cord of these patients and really has a tremendous effect on the patient population here. But what's interesting for us and why we got so enthusiastic about using our platform in neuroscience is we simply took that drug from Biogen Ionis and we stuck it around the outside of our nanoparticle core to form the XCUR version of it. And what you're looking at in the blue line there is the improvement that we see simply by creating a 3-dimensional architecture of that same drug. So same drug, apples to apples comparison here, just dumping it at the cells in one case and creating a specific architecture in our case. And that specific architecture you can see really drives the potency in the animal models. So the question then obviously is why? Inquiring minds want to know. And if you look here, the experiment we set up on the left-hand side, you've injected into a rat. The oligo is going up into the spinal cord. You can see it light up throughout the spinal cord and the brain. If you look at it 24 hours, though, here's where you start to see things break off. In the case of the nusinersen Spinraza drug alone, you're seeing that it ends up in liver, kidney, and spleen, in fact, even being excreted out there through the bladder. Whereas our version of the drug is up in the spinal cord, up into the brain, and it stays there not only for 24 hours, but even out at 7 days, we have a week of persistence of our DNA molecule now therapeutically active in the mouse. And so this is the first thing that we're seeing here, is that we're taking something that normally is very rapidly cleared by the body. By creating a three-dimensional version of those types of drugs, we've created structures that are much more potent and last longer. So do they get to the right areas in the brain for us to have effect on places like Huntington's? The answer there is yes. We've looked at persistence now out past 2 weeks. So simply going into an intrathecal or spinal cord injection, we're able to get up into the relevant regions of the brain. Here's shown where we're creating oligo drugs, DNA and RNA drugs that are getting in the brain and last more than 2 weeks, which again comes back to this fundamental premise, which is we're trying to get genetically driven drugs as infrequently as possible to be injected into patients with the maximum possible punch. So we know that we get into cells and tissues. We know we get into the brain. We know we outperform current standards in the field. So where do we take this? And our answer was Friedreich's ataxia. So Friedreich's ataxia, like spinal muscular atrophy, rare progressive neurological disorder, most patients succumbing to disease in their 30s and 40s. Again, wheelchair bound within 2 decades of onset for most folks, so extremely debilitating. And I think, unfortunately for these patients, no approved therapy for the FDA. There are some companies that are going after the symptomatic bits. Reata is one in the space you can take a look at. Great progress there, but again, going after symptoms of the disease rather than the root underlying cause. Here at XCUR, we want to go after the gene that makes the difference. So we're going right to the base, which is the frataxin gene, and we're going right into the nucleus of the cell, so as far upstream as we can. We're going after something in the nucleus that ultimately affects the mitochondria. The mitochondria affects the neuron, and quite simply, when you fix the neuron, you have better outcomes in the central nervous system. And so that's our intention here as we move into our clinical program. When we're looking at what we're going to look at for these patients that have Friedreich's ataxia, we're looking at things like their limb coordination, upper and lower, their ability to walk. There are things like bulbar function, speech, cough, etc. And this is going to be driven by our ability to deliver drugs deep into the brain. So is this impactful for patients? If you look at the Friedreich's Ataxia Research Alliance, Jen Farmer, the CEO, who we're well connected with, basically has given us these data which show that these types of CNS manifestations for people that have Friedreich's ataxia are the most debilitating. And so unlike others in the space that may be going after, again, some of the peripheral components of Friedreich's ataxia, we're going after those root cause CNS manifestations, which are underlying the genetic cause of the disease, as well as the most important for the patients. Is this going to lead to therapeutic outcome? If you look at disease patients that have been in studies before, you can see that frataxin levels, the gene that we're going after, are very closely correlated with the severity of the disease. The more frataxin you have, the more you are like a normal, healthy person. The less frataxin you have, the more that you have a disease severity. And so our goal is to take those low levels of frataxin to bump it up and get it as close back to 100% normal carrier level as we can. So how do we do that? Again, we're using that 1-2 punch of the DNA and RNA molecule. We're able to target 2 different places along the DNA strand to both keep away the bad guys, the natural antisense transcript, as well as stabilize our structures such that we get a pumping up of the amount of DNA and RNA that's produced inside the mitochondrial, inside the nucleus and being transported to the mitochondria. And so ultimately what we're doing here is we're increasing the amount of frataxin, which again, should take us back to those normal carrier type levels that most folks have for this gene, which leads to normal neurological motor function. So does this work? Well, you work your way up the scale. So we've done this at the cellular level where it works quite nicely. You can see here in the blue bars that we're getting a nice increase in the frataxin level after dosing. It also works in the animals. So we've shown that as well. If you look at different levels across the regions of the brain, we're seeing high delivery into the appropriate regions of the brain. We're seeing upregulation of the frataxin protein. So from our perspective, all the components are here. We're getting into cells, we're getting into tissues, we're getting into the right areas of the brain, and then we're able to have an effect. So what's left? Essentially, we need to go in and show that it's not toxic, and then we need to get into clinical trials. Our rat tox study has been completed and publicly reported. We did not see any test article related premature deaths with intrathecal injection of the rats. And we're currently finishing up our GLP toxicology studies in non-human primates. So when we have that result, we'll be able to take that package into the FDA and say that we think we have a compelling drug here to take into patients. Competition in the space, you can take a look at slide 26 here. Others, again, going after some of the symptomatic pieces, but really one first that's going after the underlying CNS manifestations at the genetic level, which is where this all originates. Okay, so this is going to go fast. I think there's lots to watch here. So after our IND filing this year, we expect to be in patients early next year. And then by the end of the year, we're already going to look at biomarker readouts. So can we see a noticeable effect in patients when we image them or pull blood draws, or look at some of those mFARS rating scales and see if we have an effect of the drug. So really an ultimately very fast path for us to show that this particular drug works. And of course, where the biggest breakthrough here is not only this particular drug and how important it is for patients, but once we show that this drug works, the great part about DNA and RNA is switch the sequence on the surface, which we can do here in the laboratory, and you've got a new drug. So just because we switch the sequence on the surface, we're not really changing the fundamental characteristics of the particle. We're just creating structures that have a different genetic target inside of a cell. So the base case scenario here teaches us a whole lot about the platform technology, shows that we can be successful with these types of drugs, and allows us to very now rapidly iterate and go after the next disease, for example, Huntington's. Okay, so where else are we looking at this? One thing that people might be interested in is pain. Pain is our most frequently requested pharmaceutical target when we're talking to potential partners. The idea here is that genetics are involved in pain, and we can go after some of those underlying genetic components like the NaV1.7 channel, and with a nucleic acid or a DNA molecule, we can selectively turn off that DNA or RNA pathway inside the cell, leading to hopefully a resolution of pain. The key is, here on the right-hand side, people haven't been able to get into the dorsal root ganglia, the key structures within the spinal column that you need to get to in order to have a clinical effect. And because our technology gets so avidly into cells and tissues, we have a high degree of confidence that now we've crossed that last Rubicon and we've got the ability to deliver a genetically targeted drug for pain. Where can you go for pain? Sky's the limit. You're talking everything from postoperative surgery, small fiber neuropathy, diabetic neuropathy. The list goes on and on. And here we're talking about a non-opioid way to go after a pain program, non-small molecule, very selective, very able to hit a target, and to be done so in a doctor's office where you've got the safety of intrathecal injection. Another one that we're looking at is Batten's disease. This is an ocular disease that we're able to look at, and we've been able to show that we can have effect in rat models of this so far, where we've identified spherical nucleic acids that can potently splice modulate the diseases that are involved in Batten's disease, the genes that are involved in Batten's disease, and we are hopefully to take that into clinical trial to see the same thing in patients that have that debilitating disease. Last bit here, because I know that we're running out of time. Cabritolimod, that's our drug that's a TLR9 agonist currently in solid tumor trial. Here's your little dose of biology here. Spherical nucleic acid goes into cell, activates a toll-like receptor pathway. Toll-like receptor activation leads to all these immune cells, T cells, NK cells going out and hitting tumor targets. We show that this works in animals, but of course, animals are not humans. Luckily for us, we're already into our phase 2 stage in Merkel cell carcinoma. We've shown that we've been able to enroll effectively very nice clinical trials here and able to take it forward in a very rapid time frame to bring out to patients. The cohorts that are underway are exploratory cohorts, not only in melanoma and other subcutaneous dosing, but main cohorts in Merkel and cutaneous squamous cell carcinoma. The idea being we want to go after rare orphan drug designation, which we've been able to do, as well as things like fast track designation. Our phase 1b/2 summary so far, we've seen a 21% overall response rate in the Merkel cell carcinoma patients. Now, this is actually a lot because what we're going after is patients with no approved second-line therapy. Folks, when they're coming to us, have failed one, if not many, different available commercial drugs, and they're really coming to us with exhausted immune systems and no other chances for success based upon approved drugs. And these experimental therapies, hitting a 21% is quite meaningful. We're as well able to show tumor shrink. So rather than show you numbers here, let me show you a picture. Here's an injection that's happening in a person on their wrist. You can see after 36 weeks, it goes away. A lower arm region, big guy here, gone away after 36 weeks. Even non-injected lesions, once you've activated the immune system with our molecule, you can see shrink away. So I think in this case, picture's worth 1,000 words. Really great opportunity here for us to look at these drugs. Partnerships, AbbVie, we've got one for hair loss disorders. Think about a topical gene cream on the skin, in the hair, in the scalp. Pro-hair growth, anti-hair loss, those are just genetically driven, and we can drive our spherical nucleic acids into the skin, and now we can regulate genes involved in things like hair growth. Ipsen, Huntington's, place where there's a known genetic target. We've got the ability to get deep into the brain, and signed up with Ipsen, we're now working away on collaboratively creating drugs that we can bring into patients for Huntington's disease. Each of these comes with cash upfronts and milestones, for example. In the Ipsen deal, we have 2 targets. The total deal economics all the way out to commercialization is $1 billion. And then we have tiered royalties from mid to single digits to mid-teens once these programs get commercial. So great platform potential. Lots of things going on for you here to follow at XCUR. I encourage you to follow along as our story continues to develop. We've been very grateful for the investors that have joined us along the way, and are hoping as well that more folks that are interested in the space are able to join us and really start thinking about the XCUR value proposition. With that, it looks like I've got a minute left for questions or so.
Yeah, thank you, David. A lot going on here. Yeah, the URL is up on the screen, guys, XCURTX.com. David Giljahan, I think I got that right, CEO of XCUR. Ticker XCUR, XCUR, makes sense, on the NASDAQ. And yeah, it's 3:40. David, thanks a lot for coming on the Benzinga Small Cap Healthcare Conference today.
Thanks, Spencer. Was happy to be here. Cheers.
All right. Let's bring back somebody who you should have seen earlier, Dr. Joseph Tucker, and Veric, CEO. There he is. Dr. Tucker, how are we doing today?
I'm great. How are you?
Doing fantastic. I see your slides. Going to bring them up on the screen. There they are.
Awesome.
We already know a little bit, but tell us a little bit more about Veric.
Awesome. Thanks very much. I appreciate that. And yeah, great to be here at this conference. Certainly an awesome conference. Great venue you guys put on. So let me just jump straight in. Everyone, I'm Dr. Joseph Tucker, the CEO of Enveric Bioscience. So yeah, let me just jump right into it. We only have 20 minutes and, you know, it's pretty exciting. So let me just start right off the bat. You know, what separates, what differentiates Enveric from honestly everyone else in this space. And we're talking about the psychedelic medicine space primarily. And I think it's, you know, right here at the top, we've got this platform that we've put together. So it's synthetic biology, it's artificial intelligence, and to put these two things together and enable us to really create and grab this very extensive portfolio of next generation psychedelics, which I think is really key, and it's where this whole sector is going. So I'll explain in a minute, but remember that, right? So our core asset is this drug creation engine, and it's really important in the psychedelic sector. We're creating molecules, new molecules that no one's been able to create before, and that gives us very strong intellectual property because it's composition of matter, number one, and number two, because it's very broad. This engine allows us to go after really a lot of white space that exists in the field right now. And, you know, it's not going to last forever. So it's important that we capture it while we can. And this leads to really the ability for us. It opens up numerous possible markets for us to go after, each with a distinct optimized drug. So it's really, you know, it's a great big opportunity, a great big idea, if you will. But at the same time, we also know, you know, you can't boil the ocean. You got to be laser focused. Yes, be patient centric, but you also have to be investor centric. And that requires really having a laser focus on those fields, those indications, those drugs that are going to get you to market fastest with the greatest success. And so for us, that's cancer patients, as I'll explain. Now, one of the things that I'm most proud of is this management team that really in a very short time, we managed to pull together. This company has really been listed only for a year now, not quite a year on the NASDAQ. And already we have this management and this board that's really full of folks with, you know, 20, 30, 40 years experience in drug development. And really, they're all thought leaders in the area that they're responsible for, like Peter Ficini, a leading scientist in synthetic biology for, you know, close to 30 years. And, you know, I could call people out, but what we've got here are drug developers folks that have been at, Mallinckrodt, Baxter, BMS, Wyeth, all kinds of drug development experience. So these folks, they know what good looks like. They know what a good drug is. They know how to get the job done. So I'm super, super happy with this team that I get to work with, my colleagues and peers. So let me just, give you the investment thesis right off the top, right? A small number of bullet points. If you remember nothing else, try to remember this, right? So the first thing, this drug discovery, this creation engine I mentioned, it's a combination of synthetic biology and chemistry. That's a combination that has really very rarely been put together before. That allows us to create this massive diversity in molecules, new drug candidates in both psychedelics and cannabinoids, which is meaningful. I think we're the only company on the NASDAQ with drug development programs in both psychedelics and cannabinoids. Now, we've filed about 14 patents so far, covering literally a lot more than 1 million possible drug candidates, which is huge. And as I mentioned, we've got this very experienced team. One of the key adds to this whole thing, how do you turn this massive portfolio possible of drugs into drugs? And one of the things you have to do is quickly parse through it, sort through it. And that's where we've brought artificial intelligence in, very specific. There's a lot of people using AI for a lot of different things. But for us, it's very much about accelerating that drug development process. This leads us to multi-billion-dollar opportunities. And, as one of only 5 NASDAQ traded companies in the psychedelic space with 20 million cash. And like I said, we just got started. In fact, only 2 weeks ago, 2 companies came together, Enveric Bio and MagicMed, which I was the CEO of. Only 2 weeks ago did we come together to really enable this platform. So we're really right at the very beginning of what I think is going to be a very exciting story. So where's our clinical assets? Everybody wants to know. Okay, so right now, disclosed our first product, EV101. This is a cannabinoid-based product for glioblastoma. It's we got the green light for phase 1. It's going to start this year or this quarter, Q4. We expect first patients in. EV102, that's another cannabinoid product for radiation dermatitis. I'll explain a little more in a moment. The late preclinical IND submission is up next in Q2 of next year. And then very exciting, our first novel psychedelic molecule, EVM201 for cancer-related distress. And this is a very carefully chosen indication. We're in late discovery. We should be moving into preclinical very soon by Q1 of 2022. So the way we look at this is, we call ourselves next generation treatments. And a lot of that comes from what we're doing in the psychedelic space, really pioneering, I think, a lot of the Gen 2 and Gen 3 psychedelics. And it opens up a lot of different markets that we put windows or boxes around them, I suppose, and say, treating the mind and treating the body. And it sounds like a motherhood statement, but it's very, if you pardon the pun, mindful. And that is, in many cases, in particular, cancer-related distress, our top psychedelic indication, if you are able to address the mental aspects, cancer-related distress, I think it's been pretty well established that very often has a positive impact on the physical aspects of a patient's, success going through chemo, for example. And by the same token, on the body side of the equation, where we have both cannabinoid products and non-hallucinogenic psychedelic products in development, in that case, again, you have a situation where, radiodermatitis, scratchy, itchy, leads to depression in a lot of patients. If you can address the physical aspect, it will have very often a positive benefit on the mental aspect. So we really do see the two as connected and synergistic. But as I said, we can't boil the ocean. Yes, there's a lot of big markets, but where are we going to make our first stand? And that's in these 2 twin indications on the psychedelic, the mental side, and the cannabinoid, the body side. So on the psychedelic side, cancer-related distress, I think many of us have probably heard about it. Canada made a lot of international headlines as they were allowing psilocybin to be used for cancer-related distress. So, 70% of cancer patients have mental health challenges. Not surprising, anxiety, depression, PTSD. 10 million plus patients every year are looking at this, are facing this. It's a $20 billion market opportunity. Could be more. On the radiodermatitis side, now we're talking our cannabinoid side. And what are we looking at here? Again, half of cancer patients go through radiation treatment. The vast majority of those end up with radiation dermatitis, and the standard of care is very poor, easily $1 billion market. So these are our two lead indications, with lots more, of course, to come behind it. So for those of you that aren't up to speed on the psychedelics, let me just give you a little bit of the market and investor validation for the sector. J&J's Spravato, of course, really pioneered this, broke the first ground, getting Spravato esketamine through. That's already a $3 billion anticipated peak sales market. Meanwhile, the regulators are getting behind psychedelics, FDA granting breakthrough status for several drugs, clinical trials around the world. And even on the investor side, we're starting to see very sophisticated patient, long-term life science investors are starting. Some of the biggest names out there are moving into some of these big NASDAQ-listed companies, the other companies that are out there on the NASDAQ. So there's really already a lot of validation for the psychedelic sector. And so here's just a very brief, a little tutorial just for my nomenclature. I use Gen 1, Gen 2, Gen 3. So what does that mean? Mental health right now, the drug side of it, treated with things like SSRIs, really not that great. About half the patients across the board feel like they need something better. Classic psychedelics, the LSD, the magic mushrooms, MDMA has really got a lot of excitement right now. And that's using these old classic, in many cases sourced from nature molecules as an adjunct to psychotherapy. It boosts the benefit of psychotherapy. That's Gen 1. Gen 2 now is saying, can I modify that classic psychedelic? Can I get around some of the side effects? But at the end of the day, it becomes the same molecule once a patient ingests it. And then Gen 3, that's the really exciting, sky's the limit kind of space. Can I get inspired by these psychedelics, but make much more significant changes to the structure and have much more improved outcomes for the patients, which actually changes the delivery model, as I'll explain in a second. So all three, Gen 1, Gen 2, Gen 3, they're all very exciting. They all have a place. We, of course, are interested in all the generations, but our focus is on Gen 2 and Gen 3. So let me just explain very briefly, what's the constraint here? The thing with Gen 1 and Gen 2, which are really enablers or assists, let's say, to psychotherapy, it's really a psychotherapy treatment getting a boost. And so there's a lot of constraints. There's first off, you have to have two professionals with you in the room. There's a series of treatments you have to go through. You have to control the set and setting. And there's a lot of other, a lot of patients are screened out, are deemed to be unlikely to respond well to psychotherapy or don't want to take a psychedelic as part of their treatment regimen. So you end up losing a lot of patients that need help. The Gen 3 model now, that's where you take it to the next level. Now, if you can remove some of those constraining, some of those patient restricting side effects, like hallucinations, maybe, for example, or, there's actually quite a few potential side effects that you could potentially remove and open up the number of patients that you get to. What if you just make it last longer? For example, it turns out to be a very big market opportunity if you can do that. So Gen 3, I think, is the target, the ultimate goal for the pharma industry. So here at Enveric, as I mentioned, we do have this one core asset, which is this ability to create this very large diversity of new drug candidates. So how do we do it? Why are we able to do it and others aren't? And it has to do with combining synthetic biology and chemistry. And very briefly, chemistry has been used for hundreds of years. It's how you normally make drugs. Sometimes chemical reactions are difficult, so you can turn to nature, get enzymes from nature that do those chemical reactions. If you put those two together, now you can make, as we are demonstrating, a very large number of molecules that no one could make before. That gives you a huge diversity to choose from to find exactly the right drug. And great question. Why do you need to choose? Why can't you just use magic mushrooms? Isn't that gonna cure all mental health issues? And I think we all recognize that's not the case. That so think of it like this. Drug is basically it's a key that you're trying to stick into a lock in the patient to get a result. And so if you can tailor that drug, if you can change the teeth on the key that you're sticking into that lock, as we all know, you change the teeth on a key and it totally changes how the key works when you stick it in the lock, whether or not it even works at all. So that's the idea behind diversity. If you can modify, as we've done, the core key, the core molecule, modify the little decorations on the outside, the teeth, you can now make, first off, millions of possible drugs, and they're novel. You can file patents on them and own them, and you have this large diversity to choose from to get exactly the right drug for each indication that you're trying to treat. But it then creates a second challenge for you, which is, great, we're making millions of possible drugs, but which is the right one? And so, it's a benefit and it's a challenge, right? And that's where our second key asset, our second key part of our platform, which we call PSI for Psychedelics Artificial Intelligence, that basically enables us to take these millions of possible drugs and sort them for all the characteristics we're looking for, not just your standard drug characteristics, but also things like, is it likely to cause hallucinations? Is it likely to make the patient feel more open to changing their view or their emotional state? Those kinds of things. A lot of nuance can be plugged into a model like that to ultimately end up at your ideal drug. And so for us, PSI, again, is a real game-changing technology. It allows us to save massive amounts of time and massive amounts of money that otherwise would have been spent in preclinical development testing all these molecules. And it also brings us to a very high degree of confidence that we've identified exactly the right drug for each different mental health indication that we're pursuing. So I only want to mention the industry landscape just briefly, just to point out a couple of the other companies in the space. Again, there's about a handful, half a dozen, that are trading on the NASDAQ or in one case, the New York Stock Exchange. Great companies. We're fans of everything that everybody's doing. Really, it's a lot of great folks in the industry. I just want to draw your attention, though. You notice there's a lot of competition going on Gen 1. You see the column there. Vast majority of the companies are really focusing on the Gen 1, which is highly competitive, hard to patent protect. And the big upside, likely, I think most of us recognize, is going to come from Gen 2 and Gen 3. So, while we are also interested in Gen 1, Gen 2 and Gen 3 is where we're making our largest bets, and that's where I think the biggest upside is, and frankly, the biggest opportunity still in the sector. So I'll talk just briefly about the cannabinoid side of the business. I think it's been well established that cannabinoids, thanks to the human endocannabinoid system, have a lot of possible effects, which is great, except, well, there's a lot of possible effects, so there's actually a lot of possible side effects. So, the question we ask ourselves is, how do you get the best benefit and avoid the side effects? One of the approaches, and the approach we're taking, is by administration, by using the route of administration and approaching the CB2 receptors on the skin. We can do topical administration and avoid all these systemic effects. So that allows us to target anti-inflammation and pain. So pain and inflammation as the targets. Now, the data supporting this comes from, of course, internally, but also a lot of, this was one of the benefits of working in the space. A lot of institutions, a lot of very good scientists have demonstrated over and over again the anti-inflammatory properties of cannabinoids, in particular CBD. Question has always been, how do you isolate that and how do you maximize that without side effects? So that's what we're doing. So again, remind you, the issue on radiation dermatitis is a very large number of patients get radiation treatment, get radiation dermatitis, have this burning and itching and pain that leads to depression, and yet the current standard of care, very simple creams and ointments, that it really insufficient. Something a lot better is needed. Now we're turning it around. We're bringing cannabinoids directly to the skin in the right formulation to get what we're after. So clinically, where's that at? The IND is going to be filed Q2 of 2022. We've already got the protocol on site figured out. Phase 1 study is going to start early of the second half of next year. So what's the foundation of Enveric? I think, again, it's a new company. We're just getting out there, just listed on the NASDAQ as Enveric December 2020. Magic Med, the psychedelics company, just joined 2 weeks ago, and yet we've got 20 million cash on hand. We have already 2 analysts are covering us, and being listed on the NASDAQ really puts us in a very strong position to build from. It's a great foundation going forward. So I'm pretty excited about what we're going to be able to do. And on that note, just a few of the catalysts and milestones that we're pursuing in the near term. I think it's going to be really exciting for anybody interested in psychedelic drugs. Where can that take us? And cannabinoid drugs. So first off, we're going to move our first psychedelic drug out of early drug discovery into preclinical very soon. And a lot of that is thanks to the power of PsiAI that we've been able to, deploy on our large portfolio of molecules. We call them the Cybrary, by the way. And so Q4, right around the corner, we'll be announcing moving out of early drug discovery. Our first drug in clinic, EV101, Q4 2021. Our second drug in clinic, the radiodermatitis, IND should be filed Q2 of next year. First patient Q3. And that exciting first new drug in cancer-related distress, psychedelic molecule, preclinical studies Q1 2022, and of course, moving quickly after that. And the last thing is, remember I said how important, and pay attention to this one, right? Intellectual property is so important in the psychedelic sector because so many of the molecules being looked at right now, Gen 1, very difficult to put patent protection around. And I think everybody recognizes that the pharma industry is most interested in novel molecules that can be patent protected. So we have a strong portfolio. We're going to continue to add to that through 2022, making that one of our other really powerful assets in the company. So with that, I think I'll stop. I'm not sure how much time I have left, probably about 15 seconds. But I wanted to thanks for your attention and the opportunity to tell you the story today.
Thank you, Dr. Joseph Tucker, CEO of Enveric, again on the NASDAQ under the ticker ENVB. Dr. Tucker, have a great rest of your day.
Thank you very much. Have a great day, everyone.
And for those keeping an eye on the clock, congratulations. We've made it to Q4. Yeah. All right. Happy end of the quarter, everybody. All right, let's move it right along. We got 2 presentations left on the day. And I think after our next one is when I will announce the random winner of the Slido poll today, which I'm going to bring it up for the last time today. This is it. I'm going to do it right now. If you have not yet entered the Slido poll, scan the QR code. You could win a free year of Benzinga Pro just by answering the question that's on the screen. We're going to do a random drawing. I will announce that random drawing after this next presentation. You have 3 seconds to scan the code. 3, 2, you lose. Okay, moving right along. Let's bring on our next speaker. I see him here in the background, Larry Diamond. There he is. Larry, how are we doing today?
Doing real well, Spencer. How are you?
Doing fantastic. I see your slides. Let's get them on the screen here. Whoops, sorry about that. There they are. All right, Larry, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Larry Diamond, the CEO of Metesco. Thrilled to be here today. It's always exciting to be at the presentations. Would love to do this in person, but hopefully in a couple more months we'll be past the pandemic. Like everyone else who's presented today, we are going to be talking about forward-looking statements. So we have this warning and attestation with regards to that. To get right into the presentation, Metesco, we are a OTC traded company, have been around since 2009. In 2015, we recognized that healthcare has become a consumer product. For all too often, healthcare has been organized for the convenience of the providers. And with the abdication of the insurance industry, putting such large amounts of dollars back in the hands of consumers with co-payments and co-insurance, so many segments of healthcare have really focused on the consumer. And we're no different. We have looked at primary care, recognized that primary care is probably the single most powerful tool to control healthcare costs in America. which now accounts for about 1/6 of GDP. Primary care, for every dollar that's spent there, typically see about a $13 reduction in the cost of care for the individual who's going into primary care. So we opened a innovative nurse practitioner-led primary care clinic in February of this year in Minneapolis. Nurse practitioners, from a practice of medicine perspective, have the full scope and authority of practice to use their full education, the same as any physician. And the advantage is that an NP very much is focused on longitudinal care. From educational, they embrace whole person health. And as a result, they look to build and solve problems in partnership with patients over time, which is exactly what our country needs, facing the challenge associated with chronic illness. At this time, we have 3 clinics that are open and operating, all in Minneapolis. And we have unique in the marketplace is the AMA shows that we have about a 25,000 provider shortage of primary care providers in America. Our model is delivering one of the few sources of net new capacity. So whether you're an insurance company, a narrow network insurance company, a self-funded employer, and you're looking for some way to get your people into primary care instead of having them self-direct to specialists or going to retail care, which unfortunately typically doesn't solve the whole person's problem, we are the answer. And as a result, we are getting approached by numerous insurance companies to be added to their networks so they can increase the capacity and really focus on the outcomes-based reimbursements and incentives that the government is putting out, as well as the insurance companies are offering today. The consumers have spoken very loudly with regards to what they are happy with and what they're not happy with. 81% of consumers today are completely dissatisfied with their healthcare experience, and 80% would shift simply for added convenience. And so when we sat down and looked at how do you build a better primary care practice, we said there's lots of tools out there. The market has devices, they have disease management programs, there's applications. It is not one size fits all. You have to look at all these, you have to build a program that's unique to the patient's needs. And that's what we do, is we look at these in partnership. We look at supplements, we look at behavioral health, we look at dermatology, and we wrap that all into a package for individuals. And we've come up with this model called the Good Clinic. It is located, the clinics are located typically in high concentration residential areas. Our first 3 clinics that we have opened are actually on the retail strip of high-rise apartment buildings. So we're working with Lennar and a bunch of other developers to locate these clinics. They're relatively small, about 3,000 square foot in size, keeping our costs down and allowing us to fit inside of these high-density residential locations to keep the access and convenience paramount for the individual to come in and to work with a provider. We focus on minutes of care that we deliver, not visits per day. And so the insurance industry has embraced this concept, and our typical appointment is going to be about 45 minutes with the consumer, really understanding who they are and working with them and to address their problems. And so when normal primary care has operated in America, we typically have seen about a person visiting their primary care doc about 1.5 times a year. We actually are expecting to see a person 4 to 6 times a year so that we can follow up and make sure that they're staying on focus on the plan that we've worked and put together in partnership with them. Now, the neat thing is because of COVID, people have accepted virtual care. And so we actually anticipate that half our visits will be virtual. Each of our exam rooms is set up to facilitate virtual care or see the person right there in the bricks and mortar. So we're very flexible to be able to adjust to what the customer wants and how they want to interact with us. And this partnership really allows us to work with them to help them achieve their goals based upon their unique conditions, whether they're sick or whether they're just trying to improve their health. The interesting thing is it's important to remember 70% of Americans on average use less than $2,000 a year in cost. Why is that important? As we're building out practices, this is the time that people are most mobile. They don't have relationships with their physicians, and as a result, they're very willing to consider something. And you saw the market research that shows that 80% are willing to move just for convenience. Well, that's us. We're right there in the apartment complex. What's interesting is that the developers see us as an amenity, just like the swimming pool or just like the gym. And so we're getting favorable rents inside these buildings. Nurse practitioners on average cost about 40% less than doctors, and our reimbursement is 15% less. So that gives us an extra 25% margin for the clinic to operate and produce results for the shareholders. From a consumer perspective, we very much focused on their experience, and I'm going to show you a picture of what a clinic looks like, but we really focus on the expertise, education, and empathy, understanding who they are, what they need, and delivering to their unique needs. We focus on activation. Activation is a science that came out of University of Oregon. It actually defines the 95% confidence level, how good of a consumer someone is when it comes to healthcare. And as a result, it actually tells our clinicians how to work with them. So whether to be at a very basic level or to be at a very sophisticated level. And that really improves our ability to work with them and get them to participate and follow the recommendations that we're providing to them. Additionally, lifestyle integration. People will only do what's easy. So when we build that plan in partnership with them, it really is focusing on making sure that that's going to fit into their lifestyle. So our model in what we're doing, we've talked about a bunch of these, but really it's lowering the cost of client acquisition because we're right there, part of the community. We work in partnership with people. We just don't give orders to them. We understand what they need, and we work with them to achieve those goals over time with several visits during the year. It's all based on science. We're using a lot of the tools that are out there to be able to predict what folks need, who's going to be sick, those sorts of things, which is becoming very popular in healthcare today. And from a revenue perspective, because we're there, because we have a plan of care, just like veterinarians do, your dentist does with follow-up visits, we're able to work with people cost effectively and keep that relationship and revenue coming into the clinic. This gives you a look of what one of our clinics. Each of our clinics is basically the same look and feel. So like any organization that you see has a common franchise or brand, we have built that same good clinic promise. So we train our clinicians based upon the good clinic consumer experience. We focus on selling front store items to make things convenient, whether it's OTC products that we have, nutraceuticals, supplements, educational materials. So we're actually generating additional revenue beyond what is getting reimbursed in insurance or from cash pay customers. We will finish the year somewhere between 6 and 7 clinics open. 5 of those clinics will be in Minneapolis. We've already started construction of our first clinic in Denver, Colorado. You can see the numbers here. You know, we're opening 10 to 15 here in Minnesota, 12 to 20 out in Colorado. We will then move on to Arizona and to Florida and be opening clinics. Our goal is to open 50 clinics over the next 3 years de novo. So we're going to build those. And then we're also looking for acquisitions to build out the overall business. When we look at the landscape and what's happening from a competitive perspective, obviously there's telehealth only businesses out there. There's retail health. These are both very viable businesses. We think that's not the best way to deliver care because without the medical record, some of those times the interventions you're recommending to consumers are going to be not the right thing. When you have the medical record, when you have that relationship and you have the ability to do walk-in and virtual, we think it rounds out and offers the best experience for the consumer. Concierge medicine is a great alternative, and we will pursue concierge medicine, but we're going to do it a little bit different than most. in that we're always looking for an aggregator, whether it's a union, whether it's an employer. And the key to that is to avoid adverse selection. Well, my experience tells me after 27 years in healthcare, if someone pays for something themselves on a monthly basis, they will use it. And so it's really important to have that aggregator if you're going to be able to operate a program like concierge medicine on a profitable basis. So for us, we're really focused on the consumer. We're looking at insurance companies to be aggregators for us and work in partnership where they're paying us for performance. We've already been invited into some of the outcomes-based or commonly called ACO networks based upon what the insurance companies see as our approach to care. All too often, primary care has been used as a filter system for healthcare systems to find the high-cost events, things like angioplasties and stent placements. We're focused solely on keeping people stable and healthy in place and keeping on in a relationship to improve their quality of life. We focus on prevention, and we're net new capacity in the marketplace. Talked a little bit about we are looking for acquisitions of other physician practices where they're going to retire. So I do expect that we will be able to increase the number of clinics over the next 3 years beyond the 50 that we plan on building de novo. I'm going to go ahead and move to questions now. Here's some slides. You have the slide deck available. We've been able to have the clinic here. The team that built MinuteClinic and sold it off to CVS is the team that's currently operating and building the Good Clinic. They took all their learnings and put it together. Additionally, what's unusual for our organization, we have a very experienced management team and board, and you can take a look at that. And our highlights are very simple. Today our peer group is, One Medical, Oak Street Health, Iora Health. These are all companies that have gotten unicorn valuations. Because we're on OTC right now, we're probably not as efficient of a marketplace, and so our value is not fully recognized. And we are in the process of moving towards an uplist to the NASDAQ. And I think it's a tremendous opportunity for our shareholders to realize the efficiency of the NASDAQ versus where the OTC is today. So let me go ahead and ask see if there's any questions out there.
I guess, Larry, not that you can get specific here, but maybe if we work backwards, when did you initiate the uplisting proceeding, just to give people an idea of how long that might be? I know you can't give guidance on when it's going to happen.
Yeah, so we've started the process to go through the steps. What we're expecting, NASDAQ is a little backed up, so we're optimistic it will still happen this year.
Okay.
But it could happen it could fall to first quarter based upon what we're being told by the NASDAQ. Got it. Of all the things that you just talked about, what's the opportunity that excites you the most? The real opportunity is to help consumers take more control of their lives. The science of activation gives an unfair advantage to our clinicians to understand exactly how to work with the consumer, to help them be better users of healthcare, to reduce healthcare costs. Yeah. And the unique approach of using nurse practitioners, which cost less than doctors, having that margin and that extra margin in there really gives a unique opportunity for for our shareholders to be able to see the value and appreciation and growth of the company. Do you have expectations for what M&A, demand is not the right word, but supply maybe is a better word, for what that could be like with retiring doctors' practices? Well, in addition to the 25,000 primary care physician shortage in America today, there's a huge number of doctors who are retiring over the next 5 years. It's tremendous. I don't know the exact number, but the opportunity to solve that problem in America, especially as we're looking at what percentage of healthcare being 1/6 of GDP. So, and we just can't invest enough in pharmaceutical and device technology to control cost of care. We need consumers to take an active role, and our nurse practitioners are the ideal partner to help them do just that. And so we're seeing, right now we have 5-star Google ratings across the board. Consumers are really enjoying what they're experiencing with us. And so, that value that we're already seeing in the marketplace is pretty significant.
I guess my question was more, you anticipate the number of acquisitions via or as a result of retiring doctors accelerating or decelerating or staying about where it's at right now?
The reality is it's accelerating, and it's exacerbated by the fact that very few physicians actually want to go into primary care. And that's one of the challenges. So the demand for primary care practices being purchased by other physicians has basically dried up. And yes, a lot of the insurance companies like United Healthcare have bought a lot of the physician practices, but for the ones they haven't bought today, there's not a big market. So the reality is, in a city like Arizona, I think there are more doctors retiring than there are entering the practice.
I was not aware of that. We have time for one more. Let's take this one from Roy in the chat. Your goal of 50 clinics in 3 years, to Roy's eyes at least, seems aggressive. How realistic is that you will need additional administrators, real estate, or even funding for that matter?
Yes to all those. So we've been able to build a partnership with Colliers, one of the largest real estate management companies in the world. So they're representing us on securing leases for our properties. Michael Howe, who comes out of the restaurant industry before he built MinuteClinic, has been able to use paneled wall systems. And so we actually go from building permit to CO in about 10 weeks. So identifying the properties, we have a great partnership and are working very quickly through that. We build them very quickly. And because of both nurse practitioners much prefer to practice independently than under the tutelage of a physician. And so with the recent law changes that have been occurring over the last 5 to 10 years, giving nurse practitioners full scope of practice, it's an ideal time to be able to stand up 50 clinics very, very quickly. And, we're starting off here with 7, which is pretty good for a brand new company. And we expect that we will achieve that 50 over the next 3 years.
All right, Larry Diamond, CEO of Metesco, thank you so much for hopping on today on the Benzinga Small Cap Healthcare Conference.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks a lot. All right, okay, we are at that time for the final presentation of the day. As promised, before I bring Mark on, I will announce the random winner of a free 1-year subscription of Benzinga Pro. Congratulations to Anthony Netuno. Netuno? Anthony, not quite sure how to pronounce your last name, but you probably don't care because you just want a free year subscription to Benzinga Pro. We have your email, so look out for that email coming from Benzinga on that. Congratulations to Anthony. Thanks to all who participated. Now, let's bring on Mark Hedrick. He is the president and CEO of Plus Therapeutics. Mark, can you see or hear me?
Hey, Spencer. How exciting. I thought I was going to win.
No. Sadly, you were not entered and you did not win. There's always next time, though. We have Mark's slides. Let's get Mark's slides on the screen, guys. There we go. Mark, take us home. Final presentation of the day, Plus Therapeutics. The floor is yours.
Thanks. Appreciate it, Spencer. Good afternoon, everyone. Spencer said I'm Mark Hedrick, President and CEO of Plus Therapeutics. Please remember to review my comments in the light of our forward-looking statement language on slide 2. Plus is a company that's focused on developing targeted radiotherapeutics for patients battling rare and CNS cancers. Why should we go after CNS and rare cancers? Well, most important, they represent a very significant unmet medical need. And even though these diseases are rare individually, in aggregate, they represent a very sizable patient population. And also because of the biological similarities of these diseases, you get some economies of scale because one drug can treat a different CNS malignancy. So glioblastoma is a type of brain cancer and is a prime example of a serious rare CNS disease that is incurable with very poor treatment options.
Glioblastoma, also known as GBM, is a rare, incurable brain cancer with almost 12,000 cases diagnosed each year. It can cause headaches, seizures, paralysis, vision changes, and other neurological complications. Sadly, the 5-year survival rate is less than 10%. Despite the best available medical treatments to eliminate the initial brain tumor, some microscopic disease frequently remains, with tumor regrowth within months. Depending on the grade, size, and shape of the tumor and prior treatments administered, doctors may suggest additional therapies, participation in a clinical trial, or best supportive care to treat the recurrence. Unfortunately, there are no good treatment options for tumor recurrence. Available treatments may only provide about 10 months additional survival and often have serious side effects. Recurrent glioblastoma patients and healthcare providers alike seek better alternatives.
In our currently open clinical trial called RESPECT, we and the doctors that are treating these patients with our lead drug RNL-186 are seeing substantial biological effects on the tumors. For example, here's a patient treated with RNL, preoperatively showing the large recurrent brain tumor in white on the left side, and a clear biological response to the tumor in an involuted shrunken tumor in gray 56 days after treatment with RNL. And this is exactly what one would want to see with a treatment that was working against glioblastoma. But achieving an improvement in clinical outcomes in GBM patients has been very challenging. And in patients like the one I just showed you, as a practical matter, much more is required than just producing the drug itself. In fact, we have assembled an innovative ecosystem of technologies across many medical specialties in areas of engineering and scientific innovation. But let me talk about the drug for a moment, because that's the critical commercial element for the company. Our lead drug is RNL-186. It is a nanoparticle or nanoscale drug that's much bigger than most drugs and is a unique combination of isotopic rhenium that's made in a nuclear reactor, then chelated onto 100 nanometer liposomes for delivery into patients. Isotopic rhenium is the active agent in a very unique isotope. And stated simply, it delivers very high doses of radiation that overwhelm the DNA repair mechanisms of cancer cells, causing what's called mitotic catastrophe and ultimately cell death, while seeming to spare more normal cells and tissues. It's also unique in that besides cancer killing, it also emits a low energy imaging particle that is essential in assuring that the RNL is delivered to the proper location in the brain and in the right dose, as I'll show you in a moment. And thus far, we've seen encouraging safety and potential efficacy signals in patients with recurrent glioblastoma following high-dose therapy with our lead drug, RNL. The company's pipeline of drugs consists of 4 investigational drugs. Our lead drug, rhenium nanoliposomes, is in phase 1 for recurrent glioblastoma or GBM, with new additional CNS indications in development. We also have an earlier stage development program for a therapeutic combination of isotopic rhenium with a potent chemotherapeutic. And finally, we have 2 other clinical stage chemotherapeutics for which we are seeking licensing partners. Once delivered to the brain, RNL acts in a very unique manner. Specifically, the liposomal encapsulation of the isotopic rhenium increases its half-life from about 5 hours, this is in the graph on the upper left, to 90 hours, such that it's retained in the tumor site for weeks, and the radiation just keeps pounding away at the tumor for days and days. Additionally, our formulation provides predictable dispersion characteristics in the tumor and adjacent brain tissue where microscopic cancer cells tend to lurk that are responsible for tumor recurrences. In 2 clinically relevant animal models of brain cancer performed at the University of Texas and MD Anderson, very high doses of radiation were tolerated with no maximum dose reached, and RNL was then showed to significantly enhance survival in 2 types of xenograft models where human cells are put into rodents. And importantly, at the end of the experiment, absolutely no residual tumor was found in the treated animals. Also, in what's called the bioluminescence assay and MRI evaluation, it showed that many of the treated animals had lost the bioluminescence activity back to background levels, suggesting complete eradication of the tumor. This imaging data is consistent with the blinded histologic evaluation by a neuropathologist showing no residual disease in RNL-treated animals. On a practical level, translating RNL and the findings I just showed you from an animal into the patient and achieving precise targeted tumor delivery is only possible because of relatively recent advances in the modern clinical workflow. And specifically, we leverage advances in imaging, computer, and AI-based software algorithms, updates in the neurosurgical operating room, such as geospatial stereotactic catheter placement with 1 millimeter accuracy of the tip and the angle of the catheter, and advances in something called convection-enhanced delivery capability that allows us to put the drug on the tumor. Furthermore, the benefits over the best possible treatment for glioblastoma is external beam radiation, and that's our most relevant clinical competitor, and they're substantial.
RNL can be visualized in real time during administration, possibly giving doctors better control of radiation dosing and distribution, potentially more effectively treating the bulk tumor and microscopic disease in surrounding healthy tissue. Additionally, the RNL radiation dose delivered may be personalized to the needs of each patient and up to 15 to 20 times greater than what is possible with external beam radiation therapy, or EBRT. Using a small catheter, RNL is infused directly into the targeted tumor, which may reduce radiation exposure to healthy cells. By contrast, EBRT is less targeted and selective. RNL is given during a single 4-day inpatient hospital visit, while external beam radiation requires outpatient visits 5 days a week for 4 weeks. For recurrent glioblastoma patients, every moment counts. Timely treatment and improving quality of life are key. RNL is being evaluated in clinical trials as a one-time surgical procedure to receive a potentially safe and effective dose of radiation. If you would like to learn more about this investigational treatment and clinical trials, please visit us online.
The first-in-man trial of RNL is called RESPECT, and it's a phase 1/2 trial assessing the safety, tolerability, and distribution of 186 RNL in recurrent progressive malignant glioma. And this trial is funded to a very significant degree by the NIH, or the National Cancer Institutes, for up to 55 patients. And the 3 clinical sites on the right are on board evaluating and treating patients. Thus far, we've now treated 22 patients. No treatment-related serious adverse events have been observed, and promising efficacy signals have been noted when adequate dosing and tumor coverage was observed. As mentioned thus far, we have treated 22 patients across 8 dosing cohorts. In the most recent cohort, 12.3 cc's and 31.2 millicuries of radiation were delivered at a rate of 20 microliters per minute to the brain tumor and surrounding brain. Thus far, RNL appears to be safe and well tolerated without dose-limiting toxicities. And there are thus far no observed correlations in the treatment-related adverse events, and notably the incidence and severity does not appear to increase with increasing doses of RNL. In other words, it appears to be safe, despite the dramatic amounts of radiation we're delivering. One reason we've not seen systemic adverse events, such as ablation of the marrow or low blood counts, is that, as I showed you in the animal models, the radiation stays in the tumor and surrounding abnormal brain, and exposure outside the brain is negligible. Specifically, there's a 3,000-fold difference in radiation exposure between the brain and the body. In terms of assessing the drug delivery results, how good we are getting the drug to the tumor, it's most clinically relevant to look at cohorts 5 through 8, in which higher volumes and radiation dosages were delivered to bigger tumors. Thus far in these cohorts, we've had no delivery failures, safely delivered up to 740 gray of radiation, with a mean absorbed radiation dose of nearly 400 gray. And recall, as mentioned earlier, the typical radiation from external beam source in the recurrent setting is only about 35 gray. That's the maximum you can give with external beam radiation, and we're giving 20 times that. We have used from 1 to 4 catheters per patient, and the mean tumor coverage is about 90%. And as reported previously, 5 patients receiving prior bevacizumab therapy exhibited poor drug convection, and we have excluded further enrollment in these patients. The RESPECT dose escalation trial, though not designed as an efficacy trial, does follow the patients for overall survival, or OS. Other endpoints, such as objective response based on imaging analysis, is not possible because of the natural history of the tumor involution process that'll be obvious on follow-up MRI scans, and it's called pseudoprogression, and I'll show you that in a moment. The most relevant apples-to-apples comparative data regarding overall survival are in the longer duration initial treatment cohorts treated prior to 2020, and in which we achieved tumor coverage greater than 75% in absorbed radiation doses greater than 100 gray. And in those 5 patients, the average overall survival is currently at just under 800 days, with 2 patients still alive. Remember, the average overall survival is about 8 to 10 months in these patients. We'll continue to monitor the overall survival as well as safety and provide a full update at the Society for Neuro-Oncology meeting in Boston this November. And I'll show you a few representative cases so you can get a feel for how this therapy works. This is a patient that's still alive, patient 14, and you'll see across the top 3 different MRI scans at baseline preoperatively. And you'll see what's called their SPECT scans below in each of those different views. So one of the great things about the rhenium isotope is every 10th photon that it produces is an imaging photon. So we can see in real time, and you really see it here, how well we're covering the tumor with radiation in 3 dimensions and the intensity of that radiation. So that gives us feedback in how well we did in terms of delivery. And here the tumor was a 6.5 cc tumor, and the coverage of that was greater than 90%. And we put an absorbed average dose delivered to the tumor of 419 gray. Remember, the max you can go is about 35 gray with external beam therapy. And here's that same patient, again, still alive, and showing different MRIs of the patient on the far left before surgery, on the second panel immediately after treatment. And you can see that at about 118 days, perhaps it's gotten a little bit bigger, but that's called pseudoprogression. It's the swelling and the death of the cells that are being treated by the radiation. And then by about a year out, you see that this tumor starts to involute. And what you typically see in these patients that aren't treated or inadequately treated is this tumor will grow over the course of 60 days without treatment or with inadequate treatment, and it'll be incredibly obvious. And you're seeing with only a single treatment of RNL, you're seeing the tumor shrink. And this patient's still alive and is out over about 1,000 days, I think, now at this point. These are images from another patient, number 17, treated more recently, showing 87% coverage, and this patient received a dose of 336 gray. Again, you see a much larger tumor. This tumor was almost 20 cc's. You see the white area in the scans, and you see a little dark area, which is the remnant of the cavity where it was originally removed before it recurred. And you can see that the radiation cloud at 24 hours and 5 days is superimposed very nicely over the lines that represent where the original tumor was. Hence, the tumor coverage was just about 90%. And we can average the absorbed dose, and it was a little over 300 gray. This is that same patient I just showed you, showing something called the tumor perfusion maps. And you can see in the MRI scans at the top, two different cuts through the brain, the white tumor and their section cavity, which is the dark area in front of it. And you can see them that the tumor had that same response that I showed you in the previous patient, where the tumor shrunk down and went dark. But in the images below, you can see that represents blood flow. You can see the loss of the blood flow from pre-treatment to day 56. Also, the company has promising data showing RNL for a number of other cancers, and 4 in which we've had published data are listed here. And 2 very difficult to treat cancers, leptomeningeal carcinomatosis and pediatric brain cancer, we feel are very attractive targets going forward for RNL. LMC affects about 110,000 patients in the US without a standard of care, and these patients die rapidly despite what care we do provide them. They live weeks oftentimes, not months or years. And this number of patients is really growing because we're doing a better and better job treating breast cancer, lung cancer, and melanoma, but we see these recurrences or new tumors pop up in and around the fluid lining of the brain. Pediatric brain cancers, although rarer than leptomeningeal disease, carry an equally poor prognosis for these kids. So the rationale for treatment in leptomeningeal cancer is that 100 nanometer liposomes like this circulate very freely in the CNS, and they're very straightforward to deliver. All of these patients get something called an Ommaya reservoir in the brain that are little ports under the skin, so we can always get access to the fluid space around the brain, so we can deliver this in a much simpler fashion than we do for glioblastoma. The treatment approach in pediatric cancer would be more like what we do for adult brain cancer using convection-enhanced delivery and the sophisticated imaging technology that I mentioned before, with 1 or more catheters going directly into the tumor and the tumor area. What are the next steps for RNL in terms of development? So we have fast track and orphan status for our glioblastoma therapy. We think that there's a very good chance we could treat cohort 8 completely, if that indeed is the last cohort, and that really depends on the data, by the end of 2021. In the meantime, we're conducting manufacturing and scale up for the actual drugs so that we can go into what's called a phase 3 or registrational trial by around mid-2022. So we're on track to be able to have GMP drug for a approval trial potentially by the middle of next year. If that's the case, we potentially could get into a phase 3 or pivotal trial around the second half of 2022, which we anticipate will take a couple of years to enroll. Regarding leptomeningeal carcinomatosis and pediatric brain cancer, we filed an IND with the FDA for leptomeningeal cancer, and we're in the process of negotiating that. And if things go well, we could potentially treat the first patient by the end of 2021. Regarding pediatric brain cancer, that IND is on the heels of the LMC IND, and we anticipate that's probably a 2022 event, but with the possibility that we could be in the clinic in 2022 as well. So in terms of milestones for the company, as I mentioned, I'll go over these briefly. We intend to complete enrollment in our phase 1/2 trial and go to a pivotal trial as early as mid-2022. We're completing the CMC and drug development activities for a phase 3 drug supply that should be done by mid-2022. And then based on the cohort data, we could close out the phase 1 and move forward. We're also moving into phase 1 for leptomeningeal cancer and potentially pediatric brain cancer towards the end of this year and early next year. And we're also completing additional preclinical studies for RNL for different indications and a unique combination of RNL plus a chemotherapeutic. We continue to be cautiously acquisitive and looking for ways to build out our radiotherapeutic pipeline and look for partners as they emerge. Company's relatively well capitalized. We think we're a very investor-friendly company. We're very frugal. We operate virtually. The NIH grant covers the lion's share of our clinical cost. So going through 2021, we were spending about $500,000 a year. So we have about about 2 or so years of cash on hand. And we have a small term principal loan that will just be paying off through 2024. It's really it's really an issue that's in the background at this point. We have a few warrants that are just about in the money or just below, and about 12 million shares as of June 30th outstanding. So with that, just thank you for your time. If you have any questions, you're welcome to reach out to myself or any of the team. And please see our social media and websites for further information. Thank you very much for your time in the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. There's the URL on the ticker up on the screen there. Mark Hedrick, President and CEO of Plus Therapeutics. Mark, have a great rest of your day. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Take care.
All right, everyone. This is going to be my last call to action of the day. We are officially at... Wait for it. I got to pull up the screen. We are at 136 likes. Get me to 150. That's a nice round number. 150. Let's do it. Let's all do it together. Right? 3, 2, 1. There we go. I should see the number go up. Is it going up? A little bit. Not enough. Whatever. All right, I'm taking it off the screen. Hey, we are at the end of our 2021 Benzinga Small Cap Healthcare Conference. And I want to thank all the people on the Benzinga events team for putting these 2 days together. They worked extremely hard behind the scenes. You guys don't even know how hard they work behind the scenes to get this, to put this together. Thank you to them, all the people on that team. Thanks to all the companies we had presenting today, yesterday, on my track, on Brent's track, the green and the blue track. Hashtag green track rules. Without all the hard work and without all those presenters, today obviously wouldn't have happened. So again, as I said at the top of the show, all of the companies presenting at Benzinga conferences are partnered with Benzinga. They did pay to be here, but as you saw for Q&A, things like that, they don't know what we're going to ask them, and we take random questions from the chat. That's how we in-person conferences usually work on the circuit, but we're virtual, obviously, because of COVID. Hey, speaking of being virtual because of COVID, our next conference is not just virtual. It's hybrid. We're virtual and in-person. The Marriott Marquis, October 14th and 15th, the Benzinga Cannabis Capital Conference, the premier conference for people interested in cannabis stocks and investing in cannabis. And I'll be there. If that's any incentive for you to sign up. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I don't know. We have a trailer. We're gonna play it right now, and I think I got through all that I had to say. All my housekeeping items. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm good. Chelsea, if I miss anything, just let me know. Now's your chance to warn me. But I think I'm good. I'm gonna sign off with a commercial for our conference coming up in October, which is tomorrow, if you can believe it. Hey, happy Q4, everyone. It's the final quarter of 2021, and hopefully it's the best quarter of the year. You got fall, you get the holidays. Come on, it's great. All right, everyone, I'm going to sign off, and I'll see you all tomorrow on Pre-Market Prep, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. And let's wrap the day up with that commercial. Here is a preview of what you can expect at the Benzinga Cannabis Capital Conference in October.